Comrades and Enemies. Arab and Jewish Workers in Palestine, 1906 to 1948. Zachary Lockman. For my father, Michi/Lockman, and my daughter, Taliamara Lockman Fine. The Dual Society Paradigm 3. The Emergence of a Relational Paradigm 8. Discourse, Workers, and Narrative 10. Sources, Terminology, and Politics 16. The Emergence of Zionism 23. Zionism, Palestine, and Colonial Discourse 26. Early Zionism, Palestine, and its inhabitants 29. Socialist Zionism and the Arabs of Palestine 38. Boerkhoffism, and Palestine 39. The Encounter in Palestine 45. The Conquest of Labor 47. The Struggle for Hebrew Labor 50. Economic Separatism and Working Class Formation 53. I-92 I-929 58. The Arabs of Palestine in Labor Zionist Discourse 59. Delegitimizing Palestinian Arab Nationalism 63. The Histadrut and the Arab Question 65. It is clear that we must organize them, but 68. Ben-Gurion and the Arab Working Class 72. 7. 8/Contents. Zionism, Democracy, and Arab Workers 77. The Controversy over Joint Organization 80. The Struggles at Nesher, 1924 to 2585. Organizing Arab Workers 89. The Carpenters and Tailors Strike 93. We Cannot Be Your Slaves 97. Palestine, South Africa, and Native Labor 99. From Historic Mission to Benign Neglect 102. The Early Railway Workforce 113. The Arab and Jewish Railway Workers, First Contacts 116. Worker Militancy and Arab-Jewish Relations 122. Struggling for Unity 127. Arab-Jewish Unity and the Question of Zionism 133. Narratives of Failure 140. The Palestinian Arab Workers Society 145. 1 Workforce. 2 Unions 148. Recurring Dreams of Unity 153. Competition and Cooperation in the Early 1930s 159. Mass Mobilization and its Aftermath 165. The Railway Workers during the Arab Revolt 170. Omer Hatzair and the Railway Workers 173. The Renewal of Arab Work 180. The Drivers' Strikes 186. Arab Activism in Crisis 192. On the Haifa Waterfront 194. Travails of Hebrew Labor 198. Arab Workers, the Histadrut, and the Pause 202. The Nesher Quarry Workers 207. The PLL in Haifa 210. Arab Workers and Hebrew Labor in the Moshavet 214. The Dock Workers of Jaffa 217. Labor Organizing and Intelligence Work 220. Arab Workers and Hebrew Labor in Jaffa 222. Contents 9/ The Jaffa Dock Workers and the PLL 225. The Evenvasid Affair and the IPC Strike 229. The Gathering Storm 234. The General Strike and Hebrew Labor 241. The PLL during the Revolt 246. The Royal Commission and Labor in Palestine 252. The Truth of the Matter 253. The Revolt and its Suppression 257. The 1930s in Retrospect 262. The War Years. Economic and Political Change. The Railway Workers, From Estrangement to Joint Struggle. The Histadrut, Omer Hatzair, and Arab Work. The Revival of the Arab Labor Movement. Omer Hatzair in Search of the Arab Left. The Resurrection of the PLL. The Camps and the Camp Workers. The Struggle for the Camps. The Collapse of the PCP and the Emergence of the NLL. The PLL, Confusion, Drift, and Defeat. Worker Activism and the Arab Labor Movement. Perspectives on Cooperation. The Petroleum Sector, 1943 to 48. The April 1946 General Strike. The British Military Bases, 1945 to 48. The Disintegration of the Arab Workers' Movement. The PLL, Paralysis and Pathos. Omer Hatzair and the End of the Binationalist Dream. The Descent into Madness. If Only History, Lost Voices, and Ways of Knowing Specificity and the Relational Approach. The Modern History of Palestine, and especially the fateful encounter between Arabs and Jews in that land from the late 19th century onward, has been the subject of numerous studies by scholars and non-scholars alike. Yet despite its size, the literature on Palestine is very uneven in both coverage and quality. In this book I seek to redress some of the shortcomings of that literature and offer new perspectives on the history of Palestine in the 20th century, and particularly the period of British rule that stretched from the end of the First World War until 1948, when the new state of Israel was established in most of that territory, with the remainder falling under the control of two neighboring states, Transjordan and Egypt. I do so by exploring certain aspects of Palestine's history in a way that, in terms both of subject matter and of approach, tries to break with the framework within which that history has conventionally been interpreted. To put it most broadly, this book, drawing mainly on sources in Arabic or Hebrew, explores the interactions among Arab and Jewish workers, trade unions, labor movements, and labor-oriented political parties in Palestine during the British Mandate period. That exploration proceeds along several distinct but overlapping and often intertwined paths. Some of these paths venture into territory that has hitherto received little or no scholarly attention, others cover somewhat more familiar ground, though from a different angle and in a way which I hope will enhance our understanding of this historical period. To begin with, this book explores the thought and practice of the left wing of the Zionist movement, and particularly how it conceived of, and related to, Palestine's indigenous Arab population, especially Arab workers. It seeks to situate this particular variant of Zionism, in all its diversity and specificity, in relation to other strains within Zionism as they emerged in the late 19th and 20th centuries, to contemporary socialism and to contemporary European conceptions of the world and its peoples. At the same time, I argue that any interpretation of Zionism which restricts itself to the European arena is inadequate, for it is one of the central premises of this book that the Zionist movement and the Jewish society it helped create in Palestine were shaped in crucial ways by their interactions with the Arab society they encountered on the ground in Palestine itself. As a result, though Chapter I takes us as far back as the 1880s and the bulk of the book deals with the Mandate years, its subtitle specifies 1906 as the beginning of the period it covers, because it was around then that Jewish socialists newly arrived in Palestine first began to address the issue of relations with Arab workers. This dimension of the book can perhaps best be characterized as a contribution to the social, political, and cultural history of modern Palestine, and especially to the study of Zionist ideology and culture, broadly defined to include Zionists' perceptions of themselves, their project, and the Arabs of Palestine as well as the practices in which those perceptions were manifested. The complex interactions between Palestine's Arab working class and labor Zionism, by which I mean all the organizations, institutions, parties, and ideologies which were part of, connected with, or oriented toward the Jewish working class and labor movement in Palestine while also seeing themselves as very much part of the broader Zionist project, provide particularly interesting and important terrain for scholarly investigation and will receive considerable attention in this book. Under that rubric I reconstruct the long and complex history of the labor Zionist move, immense efforts to organize Arab workers under its tutelage, the debates which accompanied that project and the contradictions it often entailed, as well as the largely unknown record of its relations with Arab workers and the Arab labor movement. I also discuss the involvement in this arena of the anti-Zionist communist movement in Palestine, at first exclusively Jewish and later comprising both Jews and Arabs. This aspect of the book involves a blend of political, intellectual, institutional, and social history, as well as some biography. Throughout this book I have tried to ensure that the voices and actions of Arab workers and labor activists, often neglected, are taken into account and incorporated into the narrative I am presenting here. For the historical record as I have reconstructed it demonstrates quite clearly that Arab workers in Palestine were not passive objects of propaganda or organizing / efforts by either Zionists or upper-class Arab nationalists, but historical actors in their own right. Moreover, in keeping with the paradigm of historical interpretation which informs this work and on which I will elaborate shortly, I insist that the complex relationship between Arab workers and labor Zionism must be seen as interactive and mutually formative, though perhaps not always in ways which are immediately obvious. I believe that this aspect of the book in particular breaks some new ground in the study of modern Palestine's social, political, and economic history. A substantial portion of this book is devoted to an in-depth reconstruction of the history of one specific group of Arabs and Jews in Palestine, the workers who operated Palestine's railway system during the Mandate period, whose interactions and relationships I explore in great detail. This book is thus also a study in Palestinian working-class history, a field which is still sadly underdeveloped. Other groups of Arab and Jewish workers in Palestine also figure in this book, if in less detail than the railway workers, who enjoy pride of place for reasons which I will explain. To make clear how these seemingly disparate elements fit together in the framework of a single book, what it is I have tried to do here, and how I have gone about it, I must first discuss the paradigm of historical interpretation which has conventionally been applied to Palestine in the 20th century and what I see as its defects. Point 1. During the period of Ottoman rule over the Arab East, from 1516 until the end of the First World War, the term Palestine denoted a geographic region, part of what the Arabs called Al-Sham, rather than a specific Ottoman province or administrative district. By contrast, from 1920 to 1948 Palestine existed as a distinct and unified political entity with well-defined boundaries. Ruled by Britain under a mandate obtained from the League of Nations, in essence, a new and somewhat disguised form of colonial rule, Palestine in that period encompassed an Arab majority and a Jewish minority. By now a substantial historical and sociological literature on Palestine during the Mandate period has accumulated. Broadly speaking, several features can be said to characterize this literature. Point 2. For one, it gives greatly disproportionate attention to elites and to diplomatic, political, and military history, to the disadvantage of other social groups and of the social, economic, and cultural dimensions of the histories of the Arab and Jewish communities in Palestine. There is also, for a variety of reasons, a great disparity between the published research on the policies and activities of the Zionist movement and its component parties and institutions in Palestine, and more broadly the development of the Yishuv, the pre-state Jewish community in Palestine, on the one hand, and the literature on the political, social, economic, and cultural history of Palestine's Arab community on the other. I would also argue that many, if not most, of the historians, sociologists, and others who have contributed to this literature have worked from within either Zionist or Arab/Palestinian nationalist historical narratives. As a result, much of the published research, while often valuable and important in its own right, nonetheless fails to adopt a sufficiently critical stance toward the categories of historical analysis which it deploys. These characteristics are to varying degrees related to another historiographical issue, one which is central to the way in which the modern history of Palestine has been framed but which has only recently begun to be subjected to a serious critique. The paradigm of historical interpretation which informs much of the literature has been premised on the implicit or explicit representation of the Arab and Jewish communities in Palestine as primordial, self-contained, and largely monolithic entities. The Yishuv, and to a lesser extent the Palestinian Arab community, are thereby treated as coherent, cohesive, and internally unconflicted objects which develop/along entirely separate paths in accordance with dynamics, and as the result of factors, which were largely unique and internal to each. The paradigm thus assumes that the Arab and Jewish communities in Palestine interacted only in very limited ways and only en bloc and certainly did not exert a formative influence on one another, as whole communities or through interrelations and dynamics that affected certain segments of each. By extension, this paradigm defines communal identities as natural and pre-given, rather than as constructed within a larger field of relations and forces that differentially affected subgroups among both Arabs and Jews. We may call this the dual society model, because it posits the existence in mandatory Palestine of two essentially separate societies which can be adequately understood in terms of the Yishuv's own internal social, political, economic, and cultural dynamics, Interacting with the dynamics /5 of world Jewish history. The influence of the largely Arab environment within which the Zionist project and the Yishuv developed, and of the matrix of Arab-Jewish relations and interactions in Palestine, is defined a priori not as constitutive but as marginal, and is therefore largely excluded from consideration. This paradigm's conception of the Yishuv as well as of Arab society in Palestine is also rooted in a rather crude version of modernization theory. A classic example is S. N. Eisenstadt's widely cited 1967 study, Israeli Society, which at the outset promises to provide a systematic analysis of the development of the Jewish community in Palestine from its beginnings in the late 1880s up to the present day. 3. As Talal Asad has pointed out, Palestinian Arabs play virtually no role whatsoever in Eisenstadt's analysis. The Yishuv appears to have developed in a vacuum, entirely disconnected from and uninfluenced by the Arab society in whose midst it was situated. Instead, for Eisenstadt and many other sociologists and historians, the contours and dynamics of Jewish society in Palestine, and of the future Israeli society, were decisively shaped early in the century by the generation of Zionist pioneers who brought with them from Eastern Europe those values most conducive to successful institution building and launched the Yishuv on its own distinct trajectory toward statehood. 4 Eisenstadt students Dan Horowitz and Moshe Lisak embrace the dual society model even more explicitly in their influential Origins of the Israeli Polity, Palestine under the Mandate, which has helped shape the way many historians and sociologists have conceptualized this period. In Mandatory Palestine, two separate and parallel economic and stratification systems of different levels of modernization emerged which maintained only limited mutual relations. Our contention is that this phenomenon arose due to the influence of ideological and political pressures exerted within each of the two national communities. 5. As Michael Shalev has noted, the narrative of Yishuv and Israeli history which this paradigm yields is profoundly conservative. It echoes the official version of history and the self-image of the Founding Fathers. It presents an evolutionary view of history that resonates well with the functionalist theoretical perspective of its proponents. It erects a firm dividing line between the utopian and revolutionary prehistory of Israeli society and the mundane and disappointing realities of more recent times. It places enormous weight on ideology and leadership as sources of social transformation, leaving little room for economic conflicts and constraints. It conceives of ethnic tensions as reflecting cultural divisions rather than distributive struggles and views the national conflict between Arabs and Jews as a challenge to Israeli society from beyond its walls, rather than as an endogenous dynamic deeply implicated in the very constitution of that society. 6. The dual society model also informs most work on the Mandate period by Palestinian and other Arab scholars, though it is usually not explicitly theorized. No Arab historian or sociologist could plausibly suggest that the Zionist project did not, in the long run, have a tremendous impact on Palestinian Arab society. But that society is usually represented as a pre-existing, already formed entity which was then threatened, encroached upon, and, in 1947–49, largely destroyed by an aggressively expanding Yishuv. Interaction between Arabs and Jews is largely limited to the sphere of political and military conflict, rather than seen as having had a significant impact on the development of Palestinian Arab society in other spheres as well. 7 Many of the foreign scholars who have published research on the modern history of Palestine have also shared this exclusive focus on one or the other of the two communities and implicitly or explicitly depict them as entirely separate, self-contained, and primordial entities. 8 The dual society paradigm does allow for a single significant mode of interaction between Arabs and Jews in Palestine, conflict, violent or otherwise. This is one reason for the disproportionate attention in the literature to the political, diplomatic, and military dimensions of Arab-Jewish relations. However, even as regards conflict, one can extend to many historians of modern Palestine the criticism which Avishai Ehrlich put forward with regard to Israeli sociologists. Arab-Jewish conflict, Ehrlich argued, is not integrated analytically into the theoretical framework of the sociological discourse. is not perceived as a continuous formative process which shaped the institutional structure and the mentality of the Israeli social formation. At best, if at all, the Arabs and conflict are regarded as an external addendum, an appendix to an internally self-explanatory structure, an appendix which erupts from time to time in a temporary inflammation. 9. Several factors may explain why the dual society paradigm has been dominant for so long and why its premises went largely unquestioned. Very few of the historians, sociologists, and other scholars who have worked on modern Palestine have had a knowledge of both Arabic and Hebrew, the most widely spoken languages in Palestine during the Mandate period. As a result, most of the historical and sociological literature has been based on source materials in only one of these languages, usually Hebrew, supplemented by material in various European/7 languages. This willingness to ignore sources written in the language of the other side certainly contributed to the prevalence and persistence of the dual society model, even as that model itself provided theoretical justification for this one-sided approach. But at least as important, and probably more so, are the insularity, self-absorption, and reluctance to challenge the prevailing consensus and dominant nationalist historical narratives characteristic of societies which perceive themselves as still engaged in a life-or-death struggle to realize their national project and secure their collective existence against grave threats. Without suggesting perfect symmetry between the two sides, it is nonetheless the case that the grip of mythologized national pasts on both Israeli Jews and Palestinian Arabs has until very recently been quite strong, making it difficult even for those historians who regarded themselves as fully committed to the norms of objective scholarship to transcend, or even perceive, the nationalist filters through which they understood the past. Moreover, on both sides perceptions of day-to-day experience, especially the threat or reality of hostility and violence by members of the other group, have served to constantly reconfirm and give new strength to the dominant nationalist narratives, adherence to which thereby becomes a matter of both common sense and survival. However one explains it, the dominance of the dual society paradigm has manifested itself in the way in which most scholars have implicitly or explicitly conceptualized their object of study. The result has been a historiography which has hardly questioned the representation of the two communities as self-evidently coherent entities largely or entirely uninfluenced by one another. This approach has rendered their mutually constitutive impact virtually invisible, tended to downplay both intracommunal divisions and intercommunal linkages, and focused attention on episodes of violent conflict, implicitly assumed to be the only normal, significant, or even possible form of interaction. It has also helped divert attention away from exploration of the processes whereby communal identities and nationalist discourses in Palestine were constructed, including the ways in which boundaries between communities were drawn and reproduced, and practices of separation, exclusion, and conflict articulated. The glaring lack of attention to the ways in which those identities, discourses, and practices have been thoroughly gendered can be seen as yet another effect of the dominance of the dual society paradigm. In recent years, the utility of this paradigm has been increasingly challenged by Israeli, Palestinian, and foreign scholars who have consciously sought to problematize and transcend, or at least to render more complex, both Zionist and Palestinian nationalist historical narratives and categorize. This project of critique and reconceptualization has involved a move beyond the narrowly political to explore the social, economic, and cultural histories of each community. In theoretical terms, it has reflected a new commitment to what I will here term relational history, rooted in an understanding that the histories of Arabs and Jews in modern Palestine can only be grasped by studying the ways in which both these communities were to a significant extent constituted and shaped within a complex matrix of economic, political, social, and cultural interactions. 10 This project has also sought to explore how each was shaped by the larger processes by which both were affected. For example, the specific form of capitalist development which Palestine underwent from the mid-19th century onward, markets for labor and land, Ottoman patterns of law and administration, and British colonial social and economic policies. Several factors contributed to this turn to relational history, but the most important was probably the new forms of interaction between Israeli and Palestinian societies that developed in the aftermath of Israel's 1967 conquest of the remainder of Mandatory Palestine and the extension of its rule to encompass fully one-half of the Palestinian people. The subsequent decades of occupation, conflict, and crisis have made it increasingly clear to all that at the core of the Arab-Israeli conflict lies the Zionist-Palestinian conflict. This has led Israeli Jewish intellectuals in particular to seek a new, demythologized understanding of their past as a way of making sense of the political, social, and cultural changes their own society has undergone as a result of this historic encounter. For their part, since 1967, Palestinian intellectuals and scholars in the occupied West Bank and Gaza and elsewhere have acquired a much deeper and more nuanced understanding of Israeli politics, society, and culture, which has opened the way to a better understanding of Zionist and Israeli history. Foreign scholars have also contributed innovative new work in recent years, influenced in part by developments in a variety of disciplines and fields which they have sought to apply to the study of modern Palestine. 11 I envision this book as a contribution to the collective scholarly effort currently underway to critique and go beyond the conventional approach. 9. To the modern history of Palestine, and particularly relations between Arabs and Jews. This book therefore adopts a conceptual framework that does not focus exclusively on either the Arab or the Jewish community or treat them as if they were entirely self-contained and isolated entities. Instead, it explores their mutually formative interactions, how they shaped one another in complex ways and at many levels. On that basis, building on but also hoping to broaden and deepen the work of other scholars who have worked along similar lines, I have tried to fill in one of the many blank spots in our knowledge of modern Palestine's history, through painstaking empirical research aimed at retrieving the kinds of materials for which the conventional paradigm and the narrative it yielded had little or no use, and then by assembling those materials into a new and different narrative. In so doing, my goal is not to altogether replace the old narrative, with its focus on elite politics and diplomacy. It is rather to complement, extend, and complicate it, and more broadly to raise new questions which may help open up fruitful new avenues of research. Having argued for the utility of a relational approach, I must also acknowledge that adopting such an approach incurs certain risks which must be taken seriously. The most important of these is that by trying to focus not on one or the other of the two communities in Palestine but rather on their mutually formative interactions, the very real specificity of their histories may be lost sight of. It was this, or perhaps more precisely, a concern that the history of the Palestinians would continue to be largely subsumed within a Zionist historical narrative, thereby denying them an independent identity and agency that Palestinian political scientist Ibrahim Abu-Lughod seems to have been warning against more than a decade ago when he rebuked historians of Palestine for assuming that it is impossible to study the historical development of the Palestinian Arab community at any particular point in modern times without taking immediate cognizance of the presence, effective or fictitious, of the Jewish community as represented by the Zionist movement. While admitting that it is difficult to disentangle Palestinian history and culture from the endemic conflict between Palestinian and Zionist and Palestinian and British imperialist, Abu-Lughod insisted that the Palestine of 1948 was a very different Palestine from that of 1917, and the difference is not solely the result of the impact of either imperialist or Zionist. 12. The subsumption of Palestinian identity, agency, and history to which Abu-Lughod points is obviously related to the long-standing disparity of power and status between Israeli Jews and Palestinians. While the former are citizens of an established and strong nation-state, most of the latter live under alien rule whether within or outside their historic homeland, and as a people are still denied national self-determination in any part of Palestine. Abu-Lughod is certainly right to argue that the very disproportionate attention paid to Zionism and the Yishuv, and the not unrelated neglect of Palestine's Arab majority, have had a distorting effect on our overall understanding of the modern history of Palestine. His assertion that the social and cultural evolution of the Palestinians in modern times is in desperate need of study is also entirely justified. Without question, more research on the history of the Palestinian Arab community as a distinct entity is urgently needed. There is no question, for example, that the Palestinian Arab national identity that emerged in the course of the Mandate period had important roots in older forms of identity, social relations, and practices prevalent among the country's indigenous Arab population. At the same time, however, it seems to me that historians cannot avoid seeking to grasp how the development of Palestine's Arab community was shaped by a complex set of economic, social, cultural, and political forces, including those generated by the Zionist project and British colonialism. The same principle applies, of course, to historians of Zionism and the Yishuv. We must certainly recognize, though, that there will inevitably be some tension between the effort to achieve a relational perspective and respect for the historical specificity of each community. The particular domain of interaction which I have chosen to delve into in this book encompasses Arab and Jewish workers, trade unions, labor movements, and labor-oriented political parties. This book thus explores a broad range of interactions between Arab and Jewish workers during the Mandate period, including competition within overlapping labor markets, the experiences of and relations among Arab and Jewish workers employed in mixed workplaces, debates and dissension within Arab and Jewish unions and labor movements over the question of how to relate to fellow workers belonging to a different national group, and efforts by various segments of the Jewish labor movement to organize Arab work ERS. I also analyze the different discourses within which various elements within the Arab and Jewish working classes and /11 labor movements in Palestine defined their own identities, aspirations, and policies, and formulated various representations of those with whom they interacted. In short, the systems of meaning within which they made sense of who they were and what they were doing. It is my hope that this book's attention to discourse, to structured systems of meaning embodied in language as well as in non-linguistic signs and practices, will help enrich the relational paradigm of the history of modern Palestine. Some of the scholars who have adopted what I term a relational approach, especially in Israel, have given primary emphasis to the structural economic relationships between Arabs and Jews in Palestine, notably the markets for labor and land in which Jewish immigrants found themselves when they arrived in the country before the First World War and through the interwar period. This turn to political economy and historical sociology has been very salutary as a corrective to conventional, Israeli historiography's functionalism, its inability to recognize, much less transcend, nationalist mythologies, and its failure to achieve critical distance by putting Zionism in comparative perspective. But this approach has perhaps also tended to marginalize questions of meaning and may I confuse to an economistic reductionism, whereas I would argue that we should treat the realm of meaning and the realm of the economic as inextricably bound up with one another. From this standpoint, it seems to me that neither the evolution nor the character of a distinctly Palestinian Arab culture, identity, and national movement can be adequately understood except in relation to the specific character of the Palestinians' confrontation not only with Zionist practices of exclusion but also with Zionist discourses about Arabs and the land of Palestine. Nor can one make full sense of what the labor Zionist movement in Palestine was doing, and what it thought it was doing, without taking into account not only its labor market strategies but also the ways in which the Arab worker and the Arab working class in Palestine were represented, and the roles they were made to play, in left Zionist discourse. As we will see, at a crucial stage it was to a significant extent in relation to a certain representation of Arab workers that the dominant current within labor Zionism articulated its own identity, its sense of Miss Zion, and its strategy to achieve hegemony within the Yishuv and realize its version of Zionism. In this sense, the modes of interaction between the Arab and Jewish communities in Palestine, and their mutually constitutive impact on one another, must be seen as simultaneously discursive and material. I have therefore paid attention both to structural economic relations, which certainly imposed constraints on what was feasible and 12/imaginable, and to the representations and practices through which people understood, justified, and articulated their identities, beliefs, and actions. 2 full chapters of this book, and short segments of other chapters, are devoted to the railway workers of Palestine. Several factors make exploration of this group especially important, and especially relevant to a study which seeks to study Arabs and Jews relationally. Unlike nearly all Arab-owned enterprises and most Jewish-owned enterprises in Palestine, the Palestine Railways employed both Arabs and Jews. It was therefore one of the few enterprises in which Arabs and Jews work side by side, encountering similar conditions and being compelled to interact in the search for solutions to their problems. The Palestine Railways was also one of the country's largest employers, with a workforce that numbered about 2,400 in 1924 and reached a war-swollen peak of 7,800 in 1943. This workforce comprised numerous unskilled Arab peasants hired to build and maintain roadbed and track, but it also included substantial numbers of skilled personnel in the running and traffic departments and at stations across the country, and some 1,200 Arab and Jewish workers employed at the Haifa repair and maintenance workshops. Indeed, until the establishment of an oil refinery in Haifa at the start of the Second World War and then the proliferation of British military bases during the war, the Haifa workshops constituted Palestine's largest concentration of industrial wage workers. In addition, the railwaymen were among the first industrial workers in Palestine to organize themselves. An organization of Jewish railway work (ERS) was established as early as 1919, while Arab railway workers began to evince interest in trade unionism soon thereafter and would go on to play a key role in founding and leading the Palestinian Arab labor movement. It was, moreover, in large part the interaction of Jewish and Arab railway workers that first compelled the Zionist labor movement and the various left Zionist political parties, as well as the largely Jewish but anti-Zionist communists, on the one hand, and various forces in the Arab community on the other, to confront, both theoretically and practically, the question of relations between the Jewish and Arab working classes. Last, the sources available on the railway workers are relatively extensive and rich. Study of the ways in which the intersection of class, nationalist, and cultural politics shaped the interactions between the Jewish and Arab railway workers in this specific historical conjuncture may therefore make a particularly useful contribution to a rereading of the history of the Zionist-Palestinian conflict. 13. This book is not a study of either the Arab or the Jewish working classes or labor movements in Palestine. A number of such studies have been published, and though I have made use of them, I believe that for the most part they share the flaws of the conventional historiography, in that they are deeply embedded in Arab or Jewish nationalist historical narratives. Though critical distance and objective scholarship are in short supply on all sides, the standard histories of the Jewish labor movement in the Yishuv and then Israel unfortunately take partisanship and tendentiousness to an extreme. They loyally reflect the perspectives of one or another of the left Zionist parties and seem fixated on the task of proving that whichever party they favor was invariably correct. My goal here is to explore how these two working classes and labor movements interacted and helped shape one another, at a variety of levels and in a variety of ways. Nonetheless, much of the material I have unearthed along the way and present here may contribute to a better understanding of the Jewish and Arab working classes and labor movements in Palestine even considered separately. I did not choose to focus on workers and labor movements in this book because I think that workers enjoy an ontological or epistemological status that is a priori superior to all other social groups. While I certainly believe that working class history is important and have done quite a bit of it myself, I do not think that it is inherently more important than the study of social groups defined by some criterion other than class. Indeed, I think that just as the social relation we call class is deeply imbricated in, for example, race and gender relations, so gender and race and many other things are inextricably bound up with class, which cannot be usefully understood as if it were an entity unto itself. In a sense, the relational principle which underpins the study of Palestine applies to class as well. It is best understood not as a self-contained and objective category but rather as a relation which is itself constituted by many other social relations and practices. We must therefore try to develop an understanding of class that breaks with the essentialism and teleology found in certain readings of Marx and instead sees class as an effect of historically specific material and discursive practices. 13 I believe that my analysis in this book of Jewish working class formation in Palestine effectively illustrates this contention. First and foremost, This book focuses on working classes and labor movements because in the particular case of Palestine there is a very concrete and historically specific reason to do so. As I will discuss in great detail, one of the features which distinguishes Zionism from other nation. 14. A list movements is that for a lengthy historical period roughly from the early 1930s to the mid-1970s the International Zionist Movement, the Yishuv, and from 1948 the State of Israel were to a large extent dominated by parties and institutions which saw themselves as part of the left wing of the Zionist movement. Though internally divided and always contentious, the labor Zionist camp broadly defined was in that period usually able to exercise effective control over most of the key levers of political and economic power in the Yishuv and later Israel, and to exert a dominant ideological cultural influence as well, though it often had to work with other Zionist parties, secular centrist or religious, as junior partners. For a crucial phase of its history, then, especially in Palestine itself, Zionism was a nationalist movement which, while in principle appealing to all Jews across class lines and upholding the nation as the central category of identity, was largely led by political forces which professed a commitment to socialism and saw themselves as guiding a working class and labor movement whose role it was to act as the vanguard of the broader Zionist movement. Because Jews who defined themselves as socialists as well as Zionists played such a central role in the Yishuv and the Zionist movement, and also because they came to adopt a strategy which saw in a particular mode of Jewish working class formation the key to the achievement of Zionism's goals, the issue of how the Jewish labor movement in Palestine should relate to Arab workers and the Arab labor movement surfaced early on. In fact, socialist Zionist ideologists and activists in Europe and Palestine were compelled to grapple with the question of relations between Arab and Jewish workers and working classes well before the First World War. Later, some Jews in Palestine found themselves working alongside Arabs, and this reality, along with the growth of an Arab working class and labor movement, raised difficult issues to which the contending left-wing Jewish parties offered different solutions. As time went on, Arab workers employed alongside Jews, and Arab unionists and labor leaders confronted with the reality of an increasingly powerful Jewish labor movement whose actions and strategies directly impinged on Arab workers, were also compelled to address the issue of relations between Arab and Jewish workers in Palestine. As a result, this domain of Arab-Jewish interaction is a particularly fertile one for historical exploration. In it we can see in microcosm many of the issues which were central to the struggle over Palestine, but also many episodes and forms of Arab-Jewish interaction which have been left out of the conventional historical narratives. *5 This book is largely narrative and chronological in form, and these days that requires some explanation. I am quite sympathetic to recent post-structuralist critiques of narrative and of the premises and categories of positivist history, and I believe that those critiques must be taken seriously. I have no problem accepting that what we as historians are really up to is not so much the retrieval of some transcendentally objective truth about the past as it actually was as the inevitably selective use of materials from the past to construct stories whose form and content are influenced by present-day concerns and categories and which could also perhaps be told quite differently. At the same time, however, it is crucial that there be some agreed-upon criteria for evaluating the many different stories that could be told about the past and determining which is most plausible or reliable, most true in at least some consensual sense. We should also remember that human beings make sense of their lives and identities through the stories which they tell about themselves and which others tell about them. As historians we must therefore attempt to do two rather contradictory things at the same time. In keeping with an anti-essentialist epistemological stance, we need to make the categories of analysis we deploy and the historical narratives we produce complex, contingent, and provisional, and their underlying premises as transparent as possible. At the same time, we have to act as if we can in fact produce reliable knowledge by adhering scrupulously to scholarly standards and procedures and using them to fashion relatively coherent and meaningful stories that people can understand, accept, and use. It is hard, perhaps impossible, to achieve these goals simultaneously, but I would like to think that the tension between them could be productive rather than debilitating. In this book I have chosen to deal with this issue by offering, as a complement to the usual scholarly and nationalist narratives, what amounts to a long and very detailed counter-narrative. I have taken this tack in part because I am unaware of any work on Palestine that does what I have attempted to do here, and in part because I wanted to show what might be achieved by taking a different approach. I think that the history I present here adds to and improves on previous versions by taking into account more of the available evidence, by bringing into the picture aspects and dimensions of history that have hitherto been largely neglected, and by resting on premises, and deploying categories of analysis, that I believe are more useful and productive. Obviously, readers will have to judge the success or failure of this enterprise for themselves. 16/ The catastrophic disruption of Palestinian Arab society in 1947–49 resulted in the loss or destruction of many of the archives, libraries, personal papers, and other source materials from which many aspects of Palestinian social, cultural, political, and economic history might have been reconstructed. In addition, the dispersions of 1948 and 1967 scattered many of the individuals whom historians might have interviewed as part of their research into the country's pre-1948 history. The research institutions under Palestinian control have generally had limited resources and had to confront heavy burdens of many kinds, which have impeded their ability to study their people's history. In contrast, the Yishuv, the Zionist movement, and the various institutions and organizations they comprise tended to maintain well-organized archives from an early date, and these have survived and remain accessible to researchers. The Jews in Palestine also had a much higher rate of literacy than the Arabs, as well as a higher propensity to produce written material, much of which was actually published. Israel also possesses numerous research centers and institutions of higher education which have supported extensive research on the history of Zionism and the Yishuv. In addition, though the generations which played important roles in the affairs of the Yishuv and Zionist movement during the Mandate period are now rapidly aging and many of their members have already died, those who survive with their mental faculties and memories reasonably intact are not too hard to locate and interview. The upshot of all this is that the history of the Yishuv and Zionism in Palestine is much better documented than the history of the Palestinian Arab community, especially its poorer and less educated segments. We simply know much more about most aspects of Jewish life in Palestine than we do about the corresponding aspects of Arab life. This makes it very difficult for historians trying to bring both Arabs and Jews into the picture to avoid privileging the history and perspectives of the Yishuv. This is, alas, a difficulty which my own research presented here has not escaped. Despite my best efforts to locate Arabic language source materials, the version of any particular interaction, relationship, or episode related by Jewish individuals or organizations is almost invariably much fuller and better documented than the Arab version. I can therefore analyze what went on the Jewish side in much greater depth and relate it as a much more complex and nuanced story. As a result, this book devotes much more time and space to analysis/17 and discussion of left Zionist thought and practice than it does to the thought and practice of Arab labor activists and leftists. Further research into Palestinian Arab history may alleviate this imbalance somewhat, but it is unlikely to rectify it completely. It is something that we will have to live with and try to compensate for. The relational approach I advocate and have tried to implement here may be of some help in this regard. For example, most of the archives and records of the Arab trade union movement in Mandate-era Palestine appear to have been lost or destroyed during 1948, compelling most historians of that movement to rely on press accounts, other published material, some government records, and interviews with a handful of surviving veterans. Paradoxically, however, a great deal of material generated by or bearing on the Arab workers' movement in Palestine has survived in the archives of the Jewish labor movement, including original leaflets, other ephemeral publications, and correspondence. Those archives also contain numerous reports on the doings of the Arab unions by Jews who were in frequent contact with them. This makes it possible not only to reconstruct interactions between Arab and Jewish workers and labor organizations in considerable detail, but also to learn much that was previously unknown about the structure, politics, and activities of Arab unions and labor movements in Palestine. This may be scant compensation for all that was lost in 1948, a loss which historians can never fully overcome, but it is very much better than nothing. A few words about some of the terms I will be using in this book may be in order. As noted earlier, I use labor Zionism to refer very broadly to all worker-oriented but also Zionist organizations, institutions, parties, and ideologies in Palestine. One therefore include under this rubric not only parties like Poalat Zion, Adat HaKavada, Hapoel Hatzair, and their successor Mapei, but also Pakalat Zion Smol and Hashomer Hatzair. I realize that in the course of the Mandate period the English term labor Zionism came to be associated mainly with the Social Democratic Mapai, rather than with its explicitly Marxist rivals on the left, which preferred stronger terms like Socialist Zionism or Proletarian Zionism. Yet for all their often bitter disagreements on many issues of principle, strategy, and tactics, these parties shared substantial ideological common ground and saw themselves as components of one and the same Jewish labor movement in Palestine. I therefore feel justified in using labor Zionism as a general rubric in this broad sense, while of course also delineating and analyzing the very real and important differences among these parties and their distinct trajectories. 18. I generally use the terms Palestinian Arab / the Arabs of Palestine / or simply Arab to refer to the Arab community in Palestine during the Mandate period. Adding the term Arab when referring to the people whom we would today simply call the Palestinians may seem redundant, but in fact it avoids an anachronism, for it was really only after 1948 that the Palestinian Arab people came to call themselves, and be called by others, simply Palestinians. During the Mandate period most Palestinian organizations and institutions officially called themselves Arab, sometimes with Palestinian as a modifier, hence the Arab Executive, the Arab Higher Committee, the Arab Workers' Congress, the Palestinian Arab Workers' Society, and so forth. Moreover, I want to be sure to distinguish between the Arab and Jewish communities in Palestine, and use of the term Palestinian with reference to a period in which Palestine was still undivided might cause confusion. However, this choice of usage has nothing in common with the bizarre claim advanced by some Zionists that there can today be no authentic Palestinian people or nationalism because in Mandate era Palestine, Jews as well as Arabs were officially designated as Palestinians. However they referred to themselves, a distinctly Palestinian Arab national identity began to emerge during the Mandate period, in significant measure precisely because of the Palestinian Arab people's confrontation with Zionism, a challenge other Arab peoples were not compelled to face in the same very direct way. Before 1948, in Hebrew but also in Yiddish, the language of the Eastern European Jewish masses, Jews usually referred to Palestine by one of its ancient Hebrew names, Eretz Yisrael. Because Hebrew was one of Palestine's official languages during the Mandate period, the term by which the country would be officially denoted in that language became a political issue. Zionists demanded adoption of Eretz Yisrael, in order to stress Jewish claims to the land, while the British authorities, anti-Zionist Jews, and the Arabs preferred Palestina, a Hebraicized version of Palestine. When quoting from Hebrew language sources in this book I will normally leave the Hebrew term Eretz Yisrael untranslated. I do this because we know that to name something is in large measure to define it, to situate it within some larger system of meaning, and as I will show, Zionists' use of this particular name, rich with evocative associations from Jewish history and culture, was bound up with a certain conception of the land and its Arab inhabitants. I feel it necessary to be so careful about explaining how and why I have /19 used these terms in part because writing on the history of Palestine has been rife with polemic masquerading as historical analysis, and also because efforts at serious scholarship have frequently been attacked on essentially political grounds. This is perhaps not surprising, given the intensity of many people's emotional involvement with, and commitment to, Zionism or Palestinian nationalism, the longevity and bitterness of the conflict between them, and the perception that what is at stake is not just political power or territory but a people's survival. But the intrusion of emotionally charged political agendas has made life hard for scholars commit to studying Palestine just as they would any other part of the world, or to studying Zionism and Palestinian nationalism as they would similar movements elsewhere. Some of the analyses and arguments in this book may displease or even anger committed partisans of Zionism or Palestinian nationalism who do not want to hear anything that may contradict their cherished beliefs or complicate the historical narratives which they regard as unchallengeably true. There is not much I can do to assuage them, except to say that while I certainly have my own opinions about the question of Palestine, opinions which I have expressed in the appropriate circumstances, my chief purpose in this book is not to judge but to understand. It is for that reason that I repeatedly insist that however difficult it may be for those who have suffered the consequences of the attitudes, policies, or actions of one side or the other, it is essential to distinguish between subjective motives or intentions and historical outcomes. We must not altogether lose sight of the latter, for all of us are ultimately responsible for our actions and their consequences, and historians are no less entitled to discuss morality than anyone else. But if we truly want to understand why these or any other historical actors did what they did, we need first and foremost to understand what it was they believed they were doing, and why. Only then can we critically probe the belief systems which shaped their attitudes and actions, analyze their premises, contradictions, and consequences, and begin to talk about right and wrong, good and bad, what was and what might have been. Unfortunately, not all those who have written about modern Palestine, and particularly the Zionist-Palestinian conflict, have shared this attitude. As a result, the literature includes a lot of rather crude Zionist bashing and a lot of equally crude Arab bashing. I must hope that those who read this book will approach it with an open mind and judge it on its merits, as they would a work of scholarship that focused on some less controversial and emotionally sensitive aspect of history. 20. Finally, though I will return to this issue in the conclusion, I would like to make it clear at the outset that it is not my intention here to argue that things might have turned out differently, and better, if only there had been more cooperation between Arabs and Jews, or less ethnic and more class solidarity. That if only contains so many untenable assumptions and leaps of faith that it is of very little use for historical analysis. The outcome of the struggle between Zionism and Palestinian nationalism was not preordained, and it is certainly important to remember the alternative visions of the future for which people and parties fought, to maintain a sense of history as always contingent and open-ended indeed. That is one of the purposes of this book. And it is not a sin to consider what our understanding of the past may tell us about the present and even the future. That is not the same, however, as arguing that all would have been well if only certain people and groups had thought and acted differently. Perhaps, but they did not, so we must resist the temptation to deploy our perfectly sharp moral hindsight and instead try to understand why the people we are concerned with saw themselves and the world they lived in as they did and behaved as they did. As I suggested earlier, we may ultimately come to believe that what they did was right or wrong, far-sighted or misguided, unavoidable or disastrous for themselves and for others, but first of all we need to understand. That is what I have tried to do here. 1. Zionism and Palestine before the First World War. In this chapter I set the stage for my study of the Mandate period by exploring how pre-First World War Zionists in Europe and Palestine, and especially Socialist Zionists, perceived Palestine and its Arab inhabitants. In keeping with the relational paradigm I outlined I argue that from a very early stage of the Zionist project's historical trajectory, Zionist thought and practice were significantly shaped by the need to come to terms with the fact that Palestine had a substantial Arab population, whether or not Zionists explicitly acknowledged or addressed that Arab presence. I also show how early Zionist perceptions of, and attitudes toward, the land and its indigenous Arab majority were profoundly influenced not only by radically new nationalist appropriation of Jewish history and culture but also by the specific historical conjuncture within which Zionism emerged in Europe, the heyday of colonialism. As I noted earlier, During the 4 centuries of Ottoman rule, the term Philastin referred not to a specific Ottoman province or district with clearly defined boundaries but to a vaguely defined geographic region within Al-Sham, the Syrian lands broadly conceived. The term was in use among Arab geographers and not unknown in official, scholarly, and perhaps even popular discourse, but those who resided within what would after the First World War become Palestine thought of themselves not as Palestinians in a modern national sense but rather in terms of the confessional, ethnic, kinship, and professional groups to which they belonged, as residents of a particular town, urban neighborhood, village, or region, and as subjects of the Ottoman Sultan and his local agents. Moreover, the future Palestine was divided into a number of districts which were under the jurisdiction of provincial governments based in Damascus, Sidon, or elsewhere. 21. 22. From the 19th century onward, however, the term Palestine became more widely used and took on greater significance, not least because it was a term often used by Europeans who were exerting growing economic, political, and cultural influence in the region as a whole, while displaying special interest in this particular part of the Ottoman Empire. This process, together with various local transformations and later the conquest of this territory by a European colonial power and its constitution as a distinct political entity, would interact to open the way for the emergence of a new form of identity among the indigenous majority of this country's population, finally manifesting itself in Palestinian Arab nationalism. That nationalism will obviously be central to my concerns in this study, but in this chapter I focus on another nationalism which emerged in roughly the same period and also oriented itself toward this particular part of the Ottoman Empire. Among the Europeans who in the 19th century began to take a special interest in Palestine, an interest which, as I will argue shortly, cannot be separated from the contemporaneous establishment of European world hegemony, were a number of Jews, whose long-standing religious attachment to this territory now began to be transformed into something quite new and different. For centuries Jews had referred to this land as the Land of Israel or the Holy Land. This land, and especially Jerusalem, where the first and second temples had stood and which Jews still faced during prayer, occupied a special place in premodern Jewish culture, a place preserved and reproduced in historical memory and the imagination through ritual practices, sacred and legal texts, stories and legends, metaphors, and figures of speech. Messianic strains in Judaism even envisioned restoration of the ancient homeland, under the rule of a descendant of King David, at the end of days. Yet before the 19th century, this territory was for Jews not only sacred but also largely outside of history. It was a far-off place that was often imagined, idealized, and invoked, but that had little to do with the daily life of Jews in the diaspora or any conceivable future they might have, at least until the coming of the Messiah. Though small Jewish communities continued to exist in Palestine, for many centuries the great centers of Jewish cultural life, as well as the vast majority of the world's Jews, had been elsewhere. Nor was the trickle of Jews who migrated to and settled in Palestine before the late 19th century motivated by anything remotely resembling a state-building project. To reside in the Holy Land, to die and be buried in its soil, were in religious terms meritorious/23 acts, but they had no political significance for the few Jews who chose to fulfill this commandment, and it was far more often ignored than fulfilled. Indeed, the idea of creating a sovereign Jewish state, in Palestine, or anywhere else, was virtually unimaginable within the framework of traditional normative Judaism. For the few Jews who lived in Palestine, as for virtually all Jews before the modern era, only the end of history as manifest in the coming of the Messiah could bring about the termination of exile and its attendant sufferings, the redemption of the Jews, and their restoration to the land which God had promised to their ancestors but from which they had also by divine decree been uprooted. Despite its claims of ancient roots, unbroken continuities, and essential identities, then, Jewish nationalism, like Palestinian Arab and all other nationalisms, is a thoroughly modern phenomenon, a product of the 19th and 20th centuries. Though it is possible to point to earlier precursors, modern Jewish nationalism, which came to be known as Zionism, a term which surfaced only in the 1890s, derived from the Hebrew Tzion, a synonym for Jerusalem, emerged in a more or less recognizable form only in the last third of the 19th century. Some of its foremost early articulators and leaders were relatively assimilated Jews from Central Europe. But Zionism found its chief base of support among the Jewish masses of Eastern Europe, where by that time the great major ity of the world's Jews lived. For Jews in the cities, towns, villages, and hamlets of Eastern Europe, and especially of the Tsarist Empire, Zionism was only one of several responses to deepening socio-economic crisis and virulent anti-Semitism, both official and popular. The hope that Jews in the Tsarist Empire might eventually attain the legal equality and opportunity for social integration and advancement which their co-religionists increasingly enjoyed in Western and Central Europe was frustrated by persistent, even intensified, Upper Zion. This oppression had long been manifested in a subordinate legal status, restrictions on residence and occupation, and widespread official and popular anti-Semitism. But it took on a much more virulent and dramatic form in the waves of officially sponsored anti-Jewish pogroms that erupted in 1871 and then again in 1881, after the assassination of Tsar Alexander II. The poverty and relative economic backwardness of Eastern Europe, exacerbated by major shifts in the global economy in the later 19th century and rapid 24/before the first WORLDWAR population growth, also contributed to an apparent worsening of the situation of the Jewish masses there. Jews responded to their deteriorating plight in a number of ways. Many remained loyal to what they regarded as the faith of their ancestors, rejecting the new secular forms of Jewish identity and practice which emerged in the 19th century while adjusting as best they could to changing conditions. Others hoped for assimilation into the societies in which they lived, to be achieved through economic success, education, and political reform, though this was not a route even potentially available to the masses. Substantial numbers of Eastern European Jews turned to socialism, which promised the eradication of anti-Semitism and full equal ity through radical social transformation. Still others were attracted by the new Jewish nationalism which surfaced in the last 2 decades of the 19th century, though at first these were relatively few in number. A great many voted with their feet by emigrating westward in search of greater freedom and a better life. The rise of nationalist movements among other European peoples in this same period certainly played an important role in preparing the way for, and stimulating, the emergence of a specifically Jewish nationalism. By the middle of the 19th century it was becoming plausible to ask why Jews should not emulate the example of the Greeks, Serbs, Italians, Hungarians, Poles, and others by seeking an independent nation-state of their own. As with other peoples, cultural movements including first a Yiddish and then a mid-century Hebrew language cultural revival pioneered by the new secular Jewish intelligentsia in Eastern Europe also facilitated the reimagining of Jewish identity in a new national sense. The first organized political manifestation of this new nationalism was the small and loose-knit Hibbut Tzion movement, which crystallized after the pogroms of 1881 and took the form of a network of local associations established to promote Jewish immigration to and settlement in Palestine, and the reconstitution there of Jewish national life. The lovers of Zion understood migration to Palestine as ontologically different from migration to any other place. It was not just one more movement across the face of the globe in search of safety, tolerance, and opportunity. Rather, it was seen as a return through both time and space to the ancestral homeland, where the Jews had become a people and which remained the only place on earth where they could, through their commitment, their love, and their labor, achieve personal and collective regeneration by tapping into the well springs of the nation's eternal spirit. 25. But relatively few Jews responded to the call of Zion. Hibbut Tzion's proto-Zionism remained minority movements in Eastern Europe itself, overshadowed by the other tendencies contending for support in the Jewish communities of Eastern Europe. This reality was perhaps most dramatically manifested in the fact that very few of the millions of Jews who between 1881 and the First World War sought to escape the oppression and poverty of Tsarist Russia by emigrating from the lands in which their ancestors had lived for centuries chose to go to Palestine. Of the approximately 2.4 million Jews who left Eastern Europe in this period, Some 85% went to the United States, and another 12% to other countries of the Western Hemisphere, to Western Europe, or to South Africa. In so doing they helped swell the great stream of impoverished and uprooted Christian peasants and laborers who in this same period left their homelands in Eastern and Southern Europe and sought a new life in the West. By contrast, less than 3% of this vast outflow of Jews went to Palestine, and for a high proportion of those Palestine proved only a temporary way station on the road westward. 1 Despite its slender human and material resources, the Hibbut Zion movement managed to establish a number of new Jewish agricultural settlements in Palestine, referred to in Hebrew as Moshavot. It soon became evident, however, that Hibbut Zion was incapable of sustaining a settlement project on this scale, and within a few years many of the new settlements were on the verge of bankruptcy and collapse. They were rescued by the generosity of Baron Edmond de Rothschild, an assimilated French Jew who had little interest in Hibbut Zion's romantic nationalism but was aroused by the plight of the East European Jewish masses and favored their resettlement, though preferably not in France, where an influx of poor Jews from the East might fan the flames of antisemitism and undermine the tenuous place which the Rothschilds and other assimilated Jews had secured in French society. Rothschild, and later other European Jewish philanthropists, assumed control of many of the settlements and provided them with large-scale financial support, along with technical assistance and a large dose of paternalistic supervision. By 1900 there were 22 Moshavot with a total population of about 5,000. Most of these settlements had come to be organized on the Algerian colonial model preferred by Baron Rothschild and his agents, with European Jewish farmers employing local Arab peasants to cultivate their vineyards, citrus groves, and fields. Zionist historiography has 26/ tended to focus on this segment of the growing Yeshuv, seeing in these struggling farmers the forerunners of Zionism's settlement and state-building project. Yet the great majority of Jews in Palestine, including most of those who arrived in what would later be dubbed the First Aliyah, the 1881 to 1903 wave of Jewish immigration, preferred to live in towns, and much of the Yeshuv was still quite distant from the vision of Jewish national cultural rebirth in Palestine put forward by Hibbut Zion, much less the vision of Jewish statehood which Herzl's new and explicitly political Zionist movement would articulate. Neither the Proto-Zionism of Hibbut Zion nor the new Zionist organization founded in 1897 by Theodor Herzl were unitary or monolithic movements. They encompassed a variety of tendencies which shared certain broadly defined premises and goals but differed often sharply and bitterly about many other things. Thus Zionism, like all nationalist movements, has to be disaggregated in order to be properly understood. In general terms, Zionism as an ideology rested on the premise that the plight of the Jews was most directly and significantly attributable to their lack of political power, a consequence of their dispersion among the peoples of the earth without a land of their own in which they could be masters of their own fate. Most Zionists agreed that only the Jews' achievement of sovereign political power in their own land could resolve the Jewish problem once and for all, could make the Jews a normal people able to take its rightful place as an equal member of the community of nations, rather than a weak, persecuted, and rootless minority. Yet beyond this Zionists could and did disagree about many things, including the means by which the future Jewish homeland or state could be secured, its social, political, and cultural character, and even its location. As it coalesced into a coherent ideology and movement, Zionism was strongly influenced, for good and ill, by the other nationalisms which had emerged somewhat earlier in Southern, Central, and Eastern Europe. 2 Yet despite the strong family resemblance, there was also a very important difference, one which powerfully distinguished Zionism and shaped much of its specific character and historical trajectory. Most European national groups aspiring to independence constituted the majority of the population in the territory in which they hoped to achieve national sovereignty. But the Jews of Europe were everywhere dispersed among non-Jewish/27 majority populations, and this ineradicable reality made it impossible for Jewish nationalists to imagine emulating the Poles, Ukrainians, Hungarians, or other European peoples by seeking to establish a Jewish state in Eastern Europe, where the Jewish masses actually lived. As a result, Zionism was had to be not simply a conventional nationalist movement but a colonizing and settlement movement as well, a project whose goals were to find some territory outside Europe suitable for Jewish settlement, organize the migration thereto of a large number of Jews, and therein establish some form of Jewish self-rule or sovereignty. Had the Zionist movement located some completely uninhabited and isolated territory, organized the immigration of a substantial number of Jews to it, and there established a Jewish state, the troublesome question of how to relate to an existing non-Jewish population would not have arisen. But it is virtually impossible to imagine how such a scenario might have become a reality, and not merely because in the late 19th century completely uninhabited lands suitable for large-scale European settlement were in rather short supply, if not non-existent. More important is the fact that, not surprisingly, the Zionist movement quickly fixed on Palestine as the site of its settlement and state-building project. Those early Zionists who were willing to consider some other territory, either temporarily until Palestine became available or permanently, were soon marginalized. Palestine, Eretz Yisrael, had simply played too great a role in Jewish history, especially as the site of ancient Jewish statehood, and still occupied too important a place in the Jewish imagination, to allow any alternative to gain significant and durable support. Some early Zionists may initially have believed that Palestine was an empty land, in the sense of being completely or virtually uninhabited. There is the well-known episode, dated to the last years of the 19th century, in which Max Nordau, friend and colleague of Theodor Herzl, is said to have one day discovered that Palestine was already inhabited and exclaimed to Herzl, "But then we are committing an injustice." It quickly became obvious, however, that Palestine was not completely devoid of inhabitants, so the more interest-winning and important question is how Zionist leaders, ideologists, activists, and sympathizers handled the fact that Palestine already had a substantial non-Jewish population. There were in fact cultural tools readily available from both Jewish and general European sources with which a way of coming to terms with this reality could be forged, and early Zionists were quick to make use of them. 28/ Zionism did not have to formulate its representations of the indigenous population of Palestine ex nihilo. It could and did draw on the vast repository of Jewish texts and stories about, images of, and associations with this land. Jews were obviously the central actors in these stories and images, not a few of which concerned the establishment and loss of Jewish hegemony in part or all of the land of Israel. Given the rich raw materials at their disposal, it was not too difficult for Zionist thinkers, educators, and propagandists to selectively appropriate various elements of Jewish history and culture and mold them into a new nationalist vision of the Jewish past and the Jewish future. Not surprisingly, this process entailed the relegation of the non-Jews who had lived in this land, and those who happened to live there now, to marginal status. 3 But European Jews also had at their disposal another set of representations which neatly complemented and reinforced images and attitudes developed from Jewish sources. The historical moment in which the Zionist project was launched was also the heyday of European colonial expansion and rule. In this era the global superiority of European civilization was widely taken to be self-evident, as was the right of Europeans to rule over non-European peoples deemed to be less advanced. These assumptions formed the backdrop, the often invisible and taken for granted ground, not only of 19th century European politics but also of much of popular and high European culture, and later of mass culture as well. 4 The Jews who embraced the Zionist vision of Jewish redemption were also Europeans, albeit marginalized and often victimized Europeans, and very much part of European culture as both creators and consumers. Educate middle-class Jews living relatively freely in Western and Central Europe probably absorbed prevalent European images of, and attitudes toward, non-Europeans through the same channels as the rest of the population. Though we know little about how these images were conveyed to the Jewish masses in Eastern Europe, or the specific ways in which they were adopted and adapted, we have no reason to believe that they were not absorbed. 5 Zionism shared the propensity of all nationalisms to ignore the rights, needs, and aspirations of those excluded from the national family. but it also partook of an available contemporary European discourse that delineated a certain set of perceptions of, attitudes toward, and relations with the African and Asian lands and peoples subject to, or now falling under, the economic and political domination of European Carib. That broader colonial/29 discourse also drew on, and overlapped with, older European images and representations of the Orient 6. With appropriate modifications, these systems of representation could be made to fit the specific situation of the Jews and of Zionism and could be applied to Palestine, just as they were at that same moment being applied elsewhere by other projects of European colonization and settlement that altogether lacked Zionism's origin as a response to a very real oppression in Europe itself. The assertion that early Zionists were profoundly influenced by the political, social, and cultural environment in which they formulated and articulated their project should be self-evident, as should my insistence that Zionist conceptions of Palestine and its indigenous non-Jewish inhabitants cannot be adequately understood except in the context of contemporary European colonial discourse and practice, including the models provided by other projects of European overseas settlement. After all, as an ideology and a movement, Zionism emerged at the very historical moment when the European imperialist powers were engaged in the territorial division of the globe, subjugating and imposing their rule on non-European peoples on an unprecedented scale. Zionism was, inevitably, strongly influenced by that conjuncture. It is hard to imagine how it could have been otherwise. It is worth recalling in this connection that at the turn of the century, Zionism's similarities to other projects of colonization were not a source of embarrassment or shame for most of the movement's adherents. Indeed, they often saw them as a selling point. Zionist leaders studied and sought to learn from the experience of European colonial settlement and enterprises in places like Algeria, Rhodesia, and Kenya, and many imagined their own endeavor as similar in certain ways. 7 Moreover, the Zionist movement readily used such terms as colony, colonial, and coloniza-tion to refer to its activities. Thus, for example, the original name of its financial arm was the Jewish Colonial Trust. It was only later, after the First World War, that colonialism came to have strongly pejorative connotations for many Europeans. As a consequence, the Zionist movement sought to dissociate itself from other European projects of colonization and settlement, began to stress the uniqueness and non-colonial character of its mission and methods, and stopped using such terms, at least in languages other than Hebrew. This study focuses on the perceptions and practices of the left wing of the Zionist movement, to which I will turn shortly. But many of the Zionist 30/left's most durable conceptions of, and attitudes toward, Palestine's indigenous Arab population drew on themes and images already manifested in the public and private writings and pronouncements of earlier non-socialist Zionists, including the founder and first leader of modern political Zionism, Theodor Herzl. Though Herzl and many of his colleagues initially knew very little about Palestine, their ideas about that land and its inhabitants should be understood not primarily as a matter of ignorance, of a lack of adequate information, easily enough remedied, but rather as the product of a coherent discourse which rendered certain things invisible or marginal. Until relatively recently, students of Zionism and of the history of Palestine often took it for granted that before the First World War, the proto-Zionist and Zionist movements were simply unaware that Palestine was inhabited and thus did not realize that they had an Arab problem. Their way of denoting the fact that the land in which Jewish national rebirth was to take place was already populated by another people. 8 As illustration, they have cited remarks like that of Max Nordau, quoted earlier, and the dearth of discussion about this issue at Zionist meetings and in Zionist publications. This way of posing the problem misses the point, however. There was undoubtedly a great deal of ignorance and misinformation about Palestine and its Arab inhabitants among early Zionists. But whether or not they explicitly addressed the issue of a substantial non-Jewish presence in Palestine or even acknowledged that it was an issue, that presence nonetheless constituted an important part of the context, the horizon, the background, in relation to which Zionism took shape, especially in Palestine itself. As such, it certainly helped shape Zionist discourse, through the silences and exclusions it generated and through the ways in which it was represented. Though a great deal of research remains to be done on this question, it is nonetheless possible to isolate two persistent and interrelated themes that appear in much of Zionist discourse on the Arabs of Palestine. Early on, Zionist discourse often simply rendered the country's indigenous Arab population invisible. From most early Zionist writing including, for example, Herzl's The Jewish State, published in 1896, it is difficult, if not impossible, to learn that Palestine was at the time anything other than empty. The Arabs were simply not mentioned, as if they did not exist. But another, ultimately more durable and important theme emerged almost simultaneously, one which did not so much displace as supplement the representation of Palestine as empty and its inhabitants as invisible. Once it was beyond question that the country in which Zion/31ism sought to establish a Jewish state was not empty in the literal sense, the Arabs of Palestine came to be represented as essentially, ontologically, marginal to the land and its destiny. Their physical presence in large number bears, closely settled in hundreds of villages and towns, was perhaps no longer disputable, but the character of their relationship to the country was represented as fundamentally different from, and inferior to, that of the Jews, regardless of where most of the latter had actually lived for centuries. Palestine was represented in Zionist discourse as by definition a Jewish land, whose eternal essence was Jewish. Therefore no other people could have an equally authentic historical or contemporary presence in it, or an equally valid claim or organic link to it. At the same time, the dominant Zionist representation of Palestine's non-Jewish inhabitants asserted that they lacked the requisite characteristics which might entitle them to national rights in the country. They were not, and by their very essence could not be, a distinct or coherent people or nation. For most Zionists, Palestine was inhabited not by a more or less coherent ethnos, nor even by a group in the process of becoming a distinct people or national entity, but rather by a heterogeneous and incoherent amalgam with no definite national characteristics. This motley assemblage of many different races and peoples had only shallow roots in the land and could therefore just as easily and happily be resettled somewhere else, or be reduced to a residual minority living alongside the land's new Jewish majority. In contrast, it was taken as self-evident that despite their geographical dispersion, their cultural and social diversity, and their small numbers in Palestine itself, Jews everywhere constituted a single nation with permanent and exclusive rights in the country. Indeed, this was a core premise of Zionism. It is within this discursive context that we can make sense of the early Zionist slogan, "A land without a people for a people without a land." It was not so much that Palestine was deemed to be literally empty, though some Zionists may initially have imagined this to be the case. It was that the Arabs, who were the majority of the population, did not constitute a distinct people with a legitimate claim to the land, whereas the Jews did. The land lacked not people, in the sense of inhabitants, but a people, a nation organically linked to this particular territory, that is, the Jewish people. It was this lack which Zionism saw itself as remedying. By returning the Jews to this land, the land would be restored to its rightful owners. As I will discuss shortly, not all Zionists shared these conceptions of 32/ the land and its inhabitants, and some would offer different representations which suggested alternative strategies for realizing the goals of Zionism*, but with few exceptions these two presumed the heterogeneity of Palestine's Arab population, represented the Arabs as newcomers to the land, recognized their rootedness but denied that Palestinian Arabs constituted a distinct and coherent national entity, or merely stressed the superiority of the Jewish connection with the land. They were thus also rooted in a discourse, a distinct system of meaning, that took the alleged marginality of the Arabs in Palestine as their defining characteristic. 9. It is not difficult to discern these images and attitudes embedded in the writings and pronouncements, public and private, of early Zionist thinkers and leaders. Even while visiting Palestine in 1898, Herzl could see its non-Jewish inhabitants as no more than a mixed multitude, a motley assortment of different ethnic and racial types which obviously lacked any of the characteristics of a nation. 10 That Palestine's Arab population was hardly visible to Herzl made it all the easier to imagine moving it elsewhere, or submerging it in a Jewish majority. In his diary Herzl could envision without any apparent moral qualms the dispossession of the indigenous peasant population. The land they worked would be discreetly bought by Jews and never resold to non-Jews, while the landless peasants would be spirited across the border through the provision of employment outside Palestine. 11 The invisibility, or at best marginality, of Palestine's Arab population is also evident in Herzl's utopian novel Alt-Neuland, first published in 1902. Set 20 years in the future, the novel depicts Palestine as having an overwhelmingly Jewish population, while its former Arab inhabitants are virtually absent from the scene. At the same time, Herzl insists that the Arabs have actually benefited from Zionism, that their economic prosperity more than compensates for, indeed, renders utterly irrelevant, hardly worthy of mention their transformation into a small minority living in a predominantly Jewish society. The Arabs of Alt-Neuland are apparently content with their new marginal status, their virtual invisibility in the land where 20 years earlier at the time Herzl was actually writing they had been demographically and culturally dominant. That Herzl's attitudes were less the product of ignorance or misinformation than of a certain way of grasping reality is also confirmed by N/33 episode that took place in 1899, a year after Herzl's first visit to Palestine. The chief rabbi of France passed on to Herzl a letter he had received from Yusuf al-Khalidi, a prominent notable of Jerusalem who had served as the city's mayor and a member of the Ottoman Parliament of 1876–78 and held various posts in the local Ottoman administration. 12 In his letter al-Khalidi expressed sympathy for the professed aim of Zionism, the relief of Jewish suffering. But, he insisted, large-scale Jewish settlement in, and ultimately Jewish sovereignty over, Palestine could only be achieved by force and violence, in the face of strong resistance by the local population, and he implored the Zionists to find some other territory in which to settle Jews and seek a Jewish state. 13 It is significant, and characteristic, that Herzl's reply to this plea, which might have impressed upon him the existence of an Arab question or at least a native problem, focused on the economic benefits Zionism would bring to the local population. Herzl insisted that the Jews had only peaceful intentions and emphasized the wealth which would accrue to the country's Arab landowners as Jewish immigration led to rising land them as individuals. Of course, even as Herzl was reassuring al-Khalidi of his movement's peaceful and benevolent intentions, he was laying siege to the chancelleries of Europe, seeking the backing of a European power for Zionism if, as seemed likely, the Ottoman Sultan proved reluctant to concede Palestine. By contrast, Herzl was quite capable of understanding indigenous aspirations when they concerned places other than Palestine. For example, he was impressed by the educated young Egyptians he encountered while passing through Cairo in 1902, referring to them as the coming masters of the country and wondering why the British officials who controlled Egypt did not grasp this. They think they are going to deal with Fellahin forever. 15. Palestine was for 34 Herzl a different matter altogether. There neither the peasants nor the emerging Arab intelligentsia merited mention, much less serious attention. For Herzl and others, the subordination, dispossession, and even displacement of Palestine's indigenous population were implicitly or explicitly made thinkable and legitimate by the fact that those inhabitants were non-European, perhaps even non-white according to the typology of Colorado Nile discourse. Herzl explicitly located his project within a powerful contemporary European conception of the world when, in the Jewish state, he assured his readers Jews and non-Jews, but certainly Europeans that the future Jewish state in Palestine would form a portion of the rampart of Europe against Asia, an outpost of civilization against barbarism. 16. For Zionists, the new Jewish nation they sought to create might not be located in Europe but it would certainly be of Europe. Indeed, the attainment of Jewish sovereignty would for the first time allow Jews to participate in the great project of Western civilization on an equal footing. Except for a few marginal romantics, Zionists rejected any form of cultural integration into the Middle East, and when after 1948 Israel's Jewish population came to consist heavily of immigrants from Arab lands and their descendants, the state's political and cultural elites would denounce Levantinization as a grave danger to Israel's essentially European cultural character. In a sense, then, Zionists were seeking a way to ensure that non-Jewish Europeans would treat the Jews not like inferior non-Europeans but like fellow Europeans with equal status and rights. Underpinning this perspective was a shared hierarchical conception of Europe and non-Europe and of the relations between them, which Zionists found it perfectly natural to apply to Palestine and its Arab inhabitants. None of this should be taken to suggest that Herzl and his colleagues did not think of themselves as liberal humanists, as men who adhered to universalist values of reason and progress. They most certainly did, which is precisely my point. They were, inevitably, men of their time, and as such they were able without too much difficulty to reconcile their liberal and universalist humanism with confidence in the superiority of European civilization and an ability to ignore the aspirations, concerns, and rights of the non-Europeans whom their project affected. 17 In this the early Zionists were hot at all unique, the system of inclusions and exclusions, of superiority and subordination, which largely governed relations between Europeans and their peoples defined as less advanced, was a powerful com/35 component of the culture in which they were imbricated in this period. Many elements of Zionist discourse about Palestine and its Arab inhabitants, the conception of the land as empty and available for European settlement or exploitation, the depiction of the indigenous population as marginal, incoherent, backward, rootless, and therefore movable, the legitimization of coercion as a means of achieving European purposes, the denial of equal human, civil, or national rights, and so on show up in other contemporary colonial settler projects, and more broadly in a widespread and deeply rooted contemporary European discourse on non-European peoples and lands. 18 As with slavery in an earlier period, it would be some time before significant numbers of Western Europeans would be brought to feel that the Asians and Africans subject to European control were entitled to the purportedly universal human rights which Europeans regarded as their birthright and a mark of the genius of their civilization. Anti-colonial resistance by Asians and Africans themselves played an important role in bringing about this change, as did political, social, and cultural shifts within Europe. Until that time, however, colonialism, broadly defined as not simply a system of European political domination over non-Europeans but also as a relatively coherent set of perceptions and attitudes, was a central component of much of European culture. As such, it inevitably helped shape the perceptions and attitudes of adherents of Zionism, a European nationalism which regarded an already inhabited extra-European territory as the site of its realization. Ironically, in this period and later many Europeans applied this same system of classifying human groups to the Jews, defining them as entirely non-European and therefore as undeserving of equal rights. Some would go even further and, drawing on the same scientific principles used to justify racist attitudes toward non-white colonial subjects, and oppressive and exploitative rule over them, would define Jews as less than fully human, with horrific consequences. It is also important to remember that Zionism won support among Jews largely because it could portray itself as a solution to a very real and pressing crisis, the Jewish problem in Europe. By contrast, the non-Jewish poor whites who migrated to and settled in various European colonies overseas were largely motivated by a desire to improve their lot in life, rather than by a nationalist project or by the need to escape persecution. Though one may perhaps understand why members of Palestine's indigenous Arab population might not feel it particularly important to distinguish between the objective consequences of Jewish immigration to Palestine and the immigrants' subjective motivations, that distinction is certainly crucial to understanding how the Zionist movement, under whose auspices many of those Jews came to Palestine, understood what it was doing and why. We must of course always be careful to avoid analyzing discourses, ideologies, and movements as if they were monolithic or immutable, and this caveat applies to Zionism as well. The representation of Palestine and Sultan's arbitrariness, without any connection to the real needs of the population of Eretz Yisrael itself. 28. Bourkov thus understood that Palestine was not unpopulated. But like most early Zionists, he was certain that the country's inhabitants presently did not, and for the foreseeable future would not, constitute a coherent or distinct community which might rationally oppose Jewish immigration. In fact, his analysis and prognosis were rendered plausible only by this rather dubious premise. That premise was in turn supported by Bourkov's conception of Palestine's population. Although the ignorant might call them Arabs or Turks, he wrote, they in fact have nothing in common with Arabs or Turks, and their attitude toward both of these is cold and even hostile. 29. He argued that the natives of Eretz Yisrael have no independent economic or cultural character, they are divided and disintegrated not only by the structure of the country's territory and by the diversity of its religions, but also by virtude of its character as an international hostile. The natives of Eretz Yisrael are not a single nation, nor will they constitute a single nation for a long time. They very easily and quickly adapt themselves to every cultural model higher than theirs brought from abroad. They are unable to unite in an organized act of resistance to external influences, they are unsuited for national competition, and their competition has an individualistic and anarchic character. J/41. 42. In the long run, Bourkov predicted, the inhabitants of Eretz Yisrael will adapt themselves to the economic and cultural type that seizes a dominant economic position in the country. The natives of Eretz Yisrael will one assimilate economically and culturally with whoever brings order to the one country, whoever undertakes the development of the forces of production of Eretz Yisrael. His conclusion, it is the Jewish immigrants who will undertake the development of the forces of production of Eretz Yisrael, and the local population of Eretz Yisrael will soon assimilate economically and culturally to the Jews. 30. Within the multi-ethnic empires of Europe, especially Tsarist Russia and Habsburg-ruled Austria-Hungary, European social democrats were also generally committed to mitigating the harsher aspects of European colonial rule and rendering it more benign, while opposing the militarism and chauvinism which they well knew imperialism bred and which were exploited by reactionary forces in Europe itself to weaken the social democratic movement. Yet before the First World War, relatively few socialists opposed colonialism in principle or rejected its underlying premises, and most shared with their avowed class enemies a firm belief in the superiority of European civilization and the consequent right of Europeans to rule over less advanced peoples. The principle of national self-determination which many European socialists were prepared to accept with respect to European peoples was not deemed to apply to most if not all non-European peoples, who were seen as more or less childlike tutelaries of more or less beneficent Europeans. They imagined that future socialist governments in Europe would certainly exercise a more benign form of tutelage than did the present-day bourgeois regimes, and they would not exploit colonial rivalries to fan the flames of national hatred at home. But the right of Europeans to dominate non-Europeans and share or impose their superior ways, including socialism itself, was largely taken for granted. This was as true of socialist Zionists as it was of anti-Zionist socialists, with few exceptions. Both Sirkin and Bourkov believed that eventually Palestine would be given to the Jews by the European powers, whether their governments were reactionary and anti-Semitic or democratic, even socialist. The wishes of the country's indigenous population were simply not something that even socialist Zionists had to take into account. Where Sirkin envisioned that population's emigration so as to make room for Jewish immigrants, Bourkov imagined that the Arab inhabitants of Palestine would simply disappear through assimilation with the economically 44/before the first WORLDWAR and culturally more advanced Jews. In Bourkov's prognosis we can discern the intersection of conceptions of non-European peoples that were central to contemporary colonial discourse with a version of Marxism that was little more than crude economic determinism. In the years that followed the publication of his most important theoretical and programmatic statements, Bourkov would make only passing reference in his published essays and articles to the indigenous population of Palestine. In his later writings he did occasionally use the term Arabs, but he never abandoned his belief that they did not constitute a distinct national entity, much less possess any legitimate rights in Palestine. Despite some expressions of respect for Ottoman resistance to foreign encroachment in the years leading up to the outbreak of the First World War, he and the movement he helped lead could attribute Arab and Ottoman opposition to Zionism only to anti-Semitism. Thus the Third Congress of the World Union of Palestine, which grouped the socialist Zionist parties in various countries, noted in the summer of 1911 that there have recently been manifestations of anti-Semitism among certain segments of the Arab community in Eretz Yisrael and also among some elements of Turkish society, manifestations which cause conflicts and clashes and create political legal obstacles to Jewish immigration and settlement in Eretz Yisrael. 34. This resolution also contains several other elements which would be central to Labor Zionist discourse about Palestine and its indigenous population. First, while it proclaimed Palestinian support for the territorial integrity of the Ottoman Empire and its solidarity with the empire's progressive and democratic forces, it also declared that our aspirations run parallel to the course of development of the productive forces in Eretz Yisrael and to the interests of Ottoman democracy. This formulation reflects Boerkhoffism's image of itself as simply implementing the stern decrees of historical necessity, an image rooted in its rigidly mechanistic understanding of Marxism. Though Boerkhoff sometimes wavered on this issue, allowing greater importance to human agency, he generally insisted that inexorable static processes would inevitably channel Jewish capital and then Jewish immigrants into Palestine, leading to the development of capitalism there. As the productive forces developed, the Jewish proletariat would grow in size and strength, waging its own class struggle which would also contribute to the broader struggle for Ottoman democracy. Hence the beneficial and necessary character of Zionism, as grasped from within Boerkhoffist discourse. There was little room in that /45 discourse for the wishes or aspirations of Palestine's Arab population, who as we have seen had been more or less defined out of existence. This formulation also resonated with what was to be a central justification deployed by defenders of labor Zionism in response to criticism that the national rights of the indigenous majority were being violated. This was the argument that, in effect, the land belonged to those who made it productive. Jewish immigrants had settled in what had been a barren land, had through their loving labors made the land fertile and productive, and this almost sacred act of redemption gave the Jews superior rights to the land. Implicit in this representation was an indictment of the Arab population, who were depicted as having abandoned, neglected, and abused the land, and therefore not to really deserve it or be entitled to it. Another segment of this resolution foreshadows yet another theme that would play a key role in labor Zionism's thinking about relations with Palestinian Arabs in general and Palestinian Arab workers in particular. On the one hand, it depicted Arab opposition to Zionism as anti-Semitism pure and simple, implicitly likening the peasants of Palestine to the vodka-besotted Russian or Ukrainian pogromists with whom Eastern European Jews were all too familiar. On the other hand, the resolution called for rapprochement and mutual understanding with the popular elements among the Arab inhabitants dwelling in Eretz Yisrael. As we will see, the distinction which this formulation drew between potentially friendly popular elements within the Arab population of Palestine and other, presumably hostile, elite elements would later be developed along lines that would serve important discursive and political purposes. Labor Zionism's distinction between the good Arab working masses and the pernicious Arab elite would buttress not only a certain conviction about the objectively pro-Zionist interests of Arab workers but also a long-standing rejection of the authenticity, legitimacy, and mass base of Palestinian Arab nationalism. That Zionist leaders, ideologists, and activists based in Europe who had never set foot in Palestine, or who had paid only hurried visits, should develop such images of the land and its Arab inhabitants may perhaps not seem so surprising. These people were often preoccupied with matters directly concerning the Jews of Europe and had little time for the situation in Palestine itself. However, the record of the 46-nascent Jewish workers' movement in Palestine makes it impossible to sustain the argument that these distorted perceptions were simply or primarily a result of distance and ignorance. Members of that movement actually in Palestine generally continued to accept and propagate the prevailing Zionist discourse, which represented Palestine's Arabs as a motley amalgam with only a marginal presence in the country and no legitimate national claim to it. This is not to suggest that socialist Zionist views did not change over time; they certainly did, especially as it became evident that what these self-proclaimed pioneers actually experienced in Palestine did not coincide with what their ideology had led them to expect. As we will see, however, there was a great deal of continuity as well, especially when it came to attitudes toward the Arabs of Palestine. For a time, Bourkhof's comrades and disciples who actually left their homes in the Tsarist and Habsburg empires and went to Palestine during the Second Aliyah remained loyal to his vision and to the conception of Palestine's indigenous Arab population which it entailed. In 1906 a handful of activists of the new Pakhalat Zion branch in Palestine itself, officially dubbed the Jewish Social Democratic Workers' Party in the Land of Israel, met in the Arab town of Ramla to draw up a program for their party. That program opened with a Bourkhofist paraphrase of the first lines of the Communist Manifesto: "All human history is a history of national and class struggles." The only reference to the indigenous population appeared in the context of a reiteration of Bourkhofist orthodoxy, since the capitalism developing in Palestine required educated, energetic workers, and since the local worker is still in a lowly state, capitalist development in Palestine depends on the immigration of more developed workers from abroad, that is, Jews. Here the Palestinian Arab worker makes an early appearance, though not explicitly denoted as such and only as a figure whose backwardness requires another more advanced kind of worker, the immigrating Jewish proletarian, to take center stage. Neither this document, nor a second program drafted a few months later at a party meeting in the coastal city of Jaffa, also overwhelmingly Arab, made any specific reference to Arabs or to a Zionist policy toward them. The second draft program did have something to say about Palestine's future, however. It declared the party's goal to be political autonomy for the Jewish people in this country. 35. This is not to say, however, that the issue did not surface at all. As early as 1906, at a Pakhalat Zion meeting in Jaffa, some party members called on their leaders to begin organizing Arab workers. One participant recalled that the discussion was heated to the point of a split, which was /47. Avoided only by the majority's proposal to postpone a party effort to organize Arab workers but to permit individuals to take action in this area. A few months later, at the party's second Congress, some delegates demanded that a Jewish Arab workers' organization be established, but nothing came of the idea. 36 In the aftermath of the Ottoman constitutional revolution of 1908, the intensification of Arab-Jewish conflict in Palestine and the appearance of a movement for Arab autonomy within the Ottoman Empire compelled the Yishuv and the Zionist movement to pay greater attention to the question of political relations with the Arabs of Palestine. Arab protests against Jewish immigration and land purchases, and explicitly anti-Zionist sentiments, were now voiced more frequently and vigorously, indicating that Arab opposition might pose a serious threat to the Zionist project. Hence, for example, Ahad Hayam's warnings after his 1911 visit. 37 However, though some Zionists now began to perceive relations with Palestine's Arab majority as an acetal or potential problem, the issue did not at this stage attain a significant place on the agenda of the Zionist movement, and no explicit or coherent policy was formulated to address it. These early debates do, however, provide support for the argument which scholars attempting to rethink the history of Zionism and the Yishuv have advanced and which I set forth in the To Understand the Development of the Yishuv, and especially of labor Zionism, which by the 1930s would be the dominant socio-political force in the Yishuv and the world Zionist movement. One must focus not so much on the socialist ideology which the generation of founders, the self-proclaimed pioneers of Zionist settlement, brought with them from Europe in the decade before the First World War, but rather on the environment in Palestine itself and Arab-Jewish interaction there. The utility of a relational approach which situates the Zionist project in relation to its Arab context can be demonstrated by analysis of one aspect of the Arab problem which was now already of serious concern to socialist Zionists in particular and had become the subject of extensive discussion within the fledgling Jewish labor movement in Palestine. THECONQUESTOFLABOR. This issue was not explicitly political, nor did it at this stage directly impinge upon the prevailing Zionist discourse about Arabs and their relationship to Palestine. Rather, it reflected the circumstances surrounding 48/ the encounter of Jews and Arabs in Palestine itself, and specifically their encounter in the labor market. For socialist Zionism, this issue was encapsulated in the related concepts of the conquest of labor and Hebrew labor. These concepts would come to occupy a central place in labor Zionist discourse and practice, and would play an important role in shaping relations between Arab and Jewish workers in Palestine throughout the period explored in this book. 38 The Syntheses of Zionism and Socialism elaborated by Sirkin, Barokov, and others in the early years of the 20th century were soon put to the test in Palestine itself. A majority of the Jews who came to Palestine during the Second Aliyah settled in towns and cities, but this wave of immigration also included several thousand young men and women, mostly of Eastern European middle-class origin, who saw themselves as the vanguard of the social transformation of the Jewish people. Some, adherents or sympathizers of Pakalaitzion, wanted to implement the Baruchoffian synthesis of class struggle and Zionist settlement by transforming themselves into agricultural or industrial wage workers, thereby constituting a Jewish proletariat in Palestine which could then wage its class struggle in the country's developing capitalist economy. Others belonged to or inclined toward another left Zionist party, Hapasil Hatzisser, which rejected both Marxian socialism and class struggle and instead, influenced by Tolstoyan principles, expounded a commitment to physical labor, self-sacrifice, and settlement on the land as the means by which Zion would be redeemed. All of them shared the belief that only the establishment in Palestine of a large and solidly rooted class of Jewish agricultural workers subsisting by the sweat of their brow, and as capitalism developed of industrial workers as well, would allow the Zionist project to succeed and avoid the reproduction in the Yishuv of the diaspora abnormalities denounced by Sirkin, Baruchov, and others. Even before they arrived in Palestine, these socialist Zionists had already begun to conceive of themselves as workers charged with a unique mission. They thus discursively transformed themselves into the nucleus of a Jewish working class in Palestine long before they actually managed to find jobs as wage workers. Once in Palestine they naturally placed great emphasis on productivizing themselves by means of what they called the conquest of labor. This term could be used in a personal sense to denote an individual's struggle to overcome his or her bourgeois or petit bourgeois class background and lack of experience with manual labor by /49. Transforming oneself, through physical labor in Palestine, into an authentic Jewish proletarian. It was also used in a more general and collective sense to denote socialist Zionism's vision that in Palestine Jews would master the kinds of work which relatively few performed in the diaspora. They would thereby prove that the Jews as a people were capable of escaping their past and returning to their authentic national selves, of becoming once again a working people tilling the soil of their ancestral homeland. As we will see, conquest of labor would increasingly come to be used in a third sense, one which much more directly involved Arabs. However, these new arrivals soon encountered obstacles which had not been foreseen by the theoreticians of labor Zionism. In particular, Barokhov's prognosis for capitalist development in Palestine was quickly proven inaccurate. Baruchov had predicted that both Jewish capital and Jewish wage labor would inexorably be channeled into Palestine by what he called stichic processes, resulting in the creation of a growing capitalist economy which would provide Jewish immigrants with jobs and make class struggle both possible and necessary. It soon became obvious, however, that the process would be neither rapid nor automatic. Neither Jewish nor non-Jewish privat capital rushed to invest in Palestine, a poor and underdeveloped land with apparently limited economic prospects. nor did national capital, the funds collected worldwide by the financial, land purchasing, and settlement institutions of the Zionist organization even begin to suffice for the large-scale settlement of new immigrants, at least along the lines followed up to that point in the Moshavit. At the same time, agricultural employment in the Moshavit, precisely the kind of jobs to which these would-be workers aspired, was largely monopolized by Arab peasants working as wage laborers. The Jewish newcomers, with no capital of their own, thus found themselves competing with an abundant supply of cheaper Arab labor, which was naturally preferred even by Jewish employers, especially the citrus plantation owners and other farmers. The new Jewish immigrants could not subsist on the wages paid to Arabs, and were in addition unaccustomed to heavy physical labor, resentful of their employers' efforts to discipline and control them, and prone to vociferating loudly about class struggle and socialist revolution, traits which did not endear them to prospective Jewish employers. They thus found themselves with few prospects either for settlement on land acquired by the Zionist movement or for employment on land owned by private Jewish farmers. In this bleak situation, exacerbated by disease, 50/ and Arab hostility, many of these second Aliyah immigrants soon left Palestine, either returning to Europe or continuing on to a wealthier and more attractive promised land, the United States. It was in this specific context, the inability of these immigrants to compete effectively in Palestine's labor market and the resulting prospect that the Zionist project would founder, because neither jobs nor resources for settlement were available to maintain those who had come or attract others to follow, that the struggle for the conquest of labor was transformed from a struggle for individual and collective proletarianization into an active campaign to replace Arab workers employed in the Jewish sector of Palestine's economy with Jewish workers. Hence the doctrine of Hebrew labor, which in the decade preceding the First World War came to occupy a central place in labor Zionist discourse and practice. The fate of the Zionist project in Palestine came to be seen as depending on the success of this campaign of conquest, on the achievement of Hebrew labor, that is, exclusively Jewish employment in every enterprise of the Jewish sector of the Palestinian economy. 39I For adherents of Hapasil Hatzisur, adoption of the Hebrew labor strat 1 e.g. Y1 will henceforth dispense with quotation marks to distinguish this term, and conquest of labor as well was relatively easy, given their lack of interest in, if not outright rejection of, the principle of proletarian internationalism, and their insistence that priority always be given to the needs of Jews and of Zionism. If the implantation of a Jewish working class in Palestine, seen as an essential prerequisite for the success of Zionism, required a struggle to force Jewish farmers to dismiss their Arab workers and hire Jews in their place, so be it. Their conception of Zionism had little room for, indeed explicitly rejected, too much concern for the needs and rights of others. In fact, a lack of anxiety about what the Goyim thought and the unabashed prioritization of Jewish national needs was regarded as a sign of labor Zionism's decisive break with what they depicted as a cringing and subservient Gola mentality. Members and sympathizers of Poalat Zion, who took their Marxism rather seriously, found this a much more difficult and anxiety-provoking issue. How could socialists endorse a struggle to deprive fellow workers of their livelihood simply because they were Arabs rather than Jews? Was this not precisely the kind of discrimination of which Jews themselves had been victims in the diaspora? How could the principle of proletarian solidarity across ethnic and national lines be reconciled with the Jewish workers' urgent need to find work? It was Yitzhak Ben-Tzvi who most carefully and fully formulated the ideological rationale which helped Poalat Zion embrace a policy it had initially denounced as unprincipled. A childhood friend and early disciple of Berberikov, Ben-Tzvi had arrived in Palestine in 1907 with several years of both legal and underground work in the service of Poalat Zion in Russia already behind him. He soon became one of the leaders of the fledgling Jewish labor movement in Palestine. As we will see, after the First World War he would be a leading figure in the labor Zionist movement and in the broader Yishuv, and would play a significant role in labor Zionism's early interactions with Arab workers. His career of public service would culminate in his election in 1952 to the presidency of the State of Israel, a largely ceremonial post he would hold until his death in 1963. In a two-part essay published in 1912, Bentzvey sought to ease his comrades' consciences by demonstrating that in certain historical circumstances, national interests must take precedence over class solidarity. At the present time, he argued, the organized and class-conscious Jewish workers in Palestine had the right to demand that cheap and unorganized Arab labor be excluded from jobs in the Moshavot and elsewhere in the Jewish sector. Indeed, this was a question of life or death for the Jewish working class in Palestine. Only later, when capitalist development had proceeded further and employment opportunities became abundant for all, would a material basis be created for solidarity between Jewish and Arab workers. 40 Not a few Poalat Zion members were initially dismayed at the prospect of their avowedly socialist party giving priority to depriving fellow workers of their livelihood simply because they were Arabs rather than Jews. At the party's second Congress, one delegate proposed that instead of the slogan of the conquest of labor by displacing Arab workers, the task of the Jewish worker is to organize the Arab worker and reduce the influence over him. No explicit policy was adopted, but party members acting on their own are said to have organized a strike of Arab workers employed in the citrus groves of the Mosheva of Petah Tikva in 1907. The strike was broken by the Ottoman police, who arrested and beat the strikers, while the Jewish employers threatened to import workers from Egypt. 41 As time passed and the unemployment crisis grew ever more desperate, however, doubts and qualms subsided and the M52/Phasis on Hebrew labor won widespread acceptance. Gradually, opposition within the party to this doctrine was silenced, though as we will see it remained a live question because other segments of the Jewish labor movement in Palestine would continue to take issue with it. In theory, the Jewish workers' movement in Palestine might have sought another way out of its dilemma. Instead of trying to exclude Arab workers from jobs with Jewish employers so as to secure those jobs for Jewish immigrants, it might have sought to reduce the wage differential between Jews and Arabs by encouraging and assisting Arab workers to organize and win higher wages. As the wages of Arab workers rose toward Jewish levels, Jews would have found it easier to compete with Arabs for the available jobs. This strategy had its supporters within the Zionist labor movement, though they were always in the minority. To the extent that it later gained significant support among Jewish workers and union activists, it was mainly in workplaces where Arab-Jewish solidarity and joint organization seemed the only way to improve the desperate situation of the Jewish employees and preserve a foothold for Jews. By contrast, the great majority of labor Zionists dismissed the idea that Jewish-Arab class solidarity could ease the plight of Jewish workers as a delusion, at least for the foreseeable future. In this they were probably quite right. The abundance of low-wage Arab labor, from within Palestine land from neighboring lands, made it unlikely that even determined efforts by Jews to organize Arab workers could have raised general wage levels enough to open a significant number of unskilled or low-skill jobs to Jewish immigrants. More importantly, such a strategy was generally perceived as incompatible with the goals of Zionism, which included the establishment of a more or less homogeneous Jewish society and state in Palestine. Devoting a significant proportion of the very slender resources which the Zionist labor movement had at its disposal to the improvement of Arab wages and living standards seemed absurd as well as futile. The exclusion of Arab workers from employment in the Jewish sector of Palestine's economy would come to be seen by the labor Zionist movement as absolutely crucial to the formation of a Jewish working class in Palestine, at least for the short and medium terms. However, this exclusionary strategy was not depicted or understood as such by those who engaged in it, or as constituting the kind of discrimination from which many of these Jewish immigrants had themselves suffered in their countries of origin. Nor was the conflict this practice entailed seen as ethnic or national in essence. Rather, the Jewish workers saw themselves as the innocent victims of /53. A vicious boycott of Jewish labor on the part of Jewish employers. Rather than taking the offensive in an effort to displace Arab workers, they were engaged in an essentially defensive battle to protect the rights and gains of organized labor against the threat posed by unorganized labor. the labor Zionist movement would wage a long-term struggle to secure jobs for Jews by excluding Arab workers from privately owned Jewish enterprises. Various means were used to induce Jewish employers, especially farmers but also urban construction contractors and others, to put the national interest ahead of their class interest by excluding cheaper Arab labor and instead hiring more expensive Jewish labor. As we will see, after the establishment of the British Mandate in Palestine, efforts were also made to induce the mandatory government and its agencies, and private employers who were neither Jewish nor Arab, to hire more Jews. 42 However, the Zionist labor movement's efforts to achieve Hebrew labor enjoyed only limited success. That movement was much too weak to enforce its demands on private employers, and in the interwar period it would be only sporadically successful, for reasons to be discussed in subsequent chapters. Moreover, the strategy of replacing Arab with Jewish workers was in and of itself unlikely to resolve Zionism's problems on the ground in Palestine. For it was clear that given the weakness of the Yeshuv's economy and the low level of investment by private capital, even the achievement of a relatively high level of Hebrew labor in the Jewish private sector could not possibly provide enough jobs for the large numbers of immigrants needed to make the Zionist project feasible. Nor was private capital likely to invest in ways that efficiently facilitated the absorption of immigrants or enhanced the infrastructural development and self-sufficiency of the Yeshuv. The struggle for Hebrew labor had therefore to be supplemented by job creation, through the development of an exclusively Jewish, high-wage enclave within the Palestinian economy. This in turn required the labor Zionist movement to establish its own industrial, financial, construction, transport, and service was able to embark on the creation of its own economic sector, with support and subsidies from the Zionist movement. This new sector expanded slowly at first, and with many failures and setbacks, but eventually the Histadrut would become one of the Yeshuv's largest employers, monopolizing or dominating whole sectors of the economy while providing a broad range of social and cultural services as well as many new jobs. New sources of Histadrut-controlled urban employment were complemented by new forms of agricultural settlement, also heavily subsidized in many ways by the institutions of the Zionist movement. These were the kibbutz, a collective farm whose first prototypes were established a few years before the First World War, and the cooperative smallholders' village, the first of which was established in 1920. These new types of settlement/55 seemed to overcome the problems inherent in the Mosheva model of Zionist agricultural settlement, which had characterized the first Aliyah by allowing for more cost-effective absorption of immigrants and more efficient use of their labor. 44 The drive to create a separate high-wage economic sector dominated by the labor movement, coupled with that movement's emphasis on the struggle for Hebrew labor, amounted to an abandonment of orthodox Baruch-Hafism, though this was fully acknowledged only in the 1920s, when the old schema was supplanted by a new doctrine sometimes referred to as constructivism. This further development of socialist Zionist ideology cast the organized Jewish working class in Palestine and not Baruch-Hafistic processes as the historic agent which would realize the Zionist project. Since normal capitalist development seemed unlikely to create a substantial Jewish working class in Palestine, as Baruch-Haf had predicted, this task would have to be accomplished by the fledgling labor movement itself, through direct involvement in the development of the Yeshuv's economy and through the conquest of labor in other sectors. The emphasis thus shifted from waging the class struggle within the framework of an economy dominated by Jewish capitalists to the task of constructing a self-sufficient and largely labor-controlled Jewish economy in Palestine, with the support of non-worker elements in the Zionist movement and even private capitalists, whether Zionist or not. This task required the mobilization of the energies of the working class through the creation of a highly centralized apparatus, incessant appeals for self-sacrifice, hard work, and discipline, and a steady focus on the tasks of national construction. Human agency, the voluntary commitment of the Jewish workers to self-sacrifice for the sake of the nation, was now depicted as the central factor in the struggle for the realization of Zionism. Backed by the resources of the World Zionist Movement, the labor Zionist movement in Palestine would create relatively high-wage employment for its members and for the immigrants to come, both by securing as many existing jobs as possible for Jews and by creating an economic sector which, though subsidized by others, would remain largely under its control. This sector would become the dynamic motor propelling the development of a self-sufficient yeshuv, and would also strengthen the Zionist labor movement's political influence, in the yeshuv and beyond. In ideological and political but also material terms, this strategy put the Jewish working class in Palestine, the Histadrut into which it 56/ was largely organized after 1920 and the labor Zionist parties which led it, at the very center of the Zionist project rather than constituting just one of many socio-political forces within a diverse movement. It was on the basis of this strategy, which seemed to offer a way out of the problems which the Zionist project had encountered in Palestine, that the labor Zionist movement would enhance its economic, political, and cultural power to the point where it could effectively assert its leadership of the Yeshuv and the Zionist movement. Building on its control of a large and increasingly powerful network of political, economic, social, and cultural institutions which encompassed a large proportion of the Yeshuv's population, labor Zionism would ultimately achieve a position of hegemony within the Zionist movement, signaled by the elevation in 1935 of party and Histadrut leader David Ben-Gurion to the chairmanship of the Jewish Agency Executive, that is, to the effective political leadership of the Yeshuv. On its own, MAPE never attained an absolute majority in the deliberative bodies of the Zionist organization or the Yeshuv, but in alliance with its bourgeois Zionist and religious Zionist junior partners it could exercise a large measure of control, dominatechs die making, and largely shape the ethos of the Yeshuv and the Zionist movement. Adoption of this model of settlement and development helped make Zionism significantly different from other initially similar projects of European overseas settlement. A Jewish society developed in Palestine that, though never hermetically sealed off from the surrounding Arab society, did not crucially depend on the exploitation of Arab wage labor. Instead, a substantial class of Jewish industrial, construction, and transport work *ERS was successfully created and implanted, and agricultural settlement took forms that excluded or displaced rather than exploited Arab labor. This specific path of development, largely shaped by local conditions and especially by the specific form and consequences of Zionism's encounter in Palestine itself with the country's Arab majority, helped shape many of the social, economic, political, and cultural institutions and patterns that would later come to be seen as unique to Yeshuv and later Israeli society. This is why I argue that interpretations which explain the Yeshuv's distinctive course mainly in terms of the values and ideology which the pioneers of the Second Aliyah brought with them to Palestine are inadequate. They simply fail to take proper account of the ways in which Zionism's interactions with the existing Arab society in Palestine played a crucial part in shaping the Yeshuv as a society. Nonetheless, though it is essential to remain focused on the ways in /57 which Arab and Jewish societies in Palestine were mutually formative, we accounts it would seem that there is a strong Arab movement in Palestine directed forcefully against us. And by means of comparison and analogy with other national movements known to us from other peoples and countries, there easily arises the illusory and misleading impression that this Arab movement rests on solid popular foundations, that its demands stem from the interests of the Arab working masses, and that it therefore possesses the character of a movement for liberation and human progress. And not only this, but we already have some Jews with an Arab orientation, just as we have more than enough Jews with Polish, Ukrainian, Russian, etc. orientations. These types smear the Jewish national liberation movement, and ZI 60/1ism generally, with false accusations that it exists only as an agent of European imperialism in order to suppress the liberation movement of the Arab people, and that its whole purpose is to exploit and enslave the Arab working masses. It was necessary, then, to demonstrate explicitly that there was no contradiction between Zionism and the objective interests of the indigenous population of Palestine. A decade or two earlier the whole issue had played a minor role in socialist Zionist thinking and practice. Now it assumed a central place and had to be addressed directly and forcefully. Ben-Zvi argued at the outset that it was incorrect to speak of a single Arab nation, given the absence of any real social, economic, or political basis for unity among the Arabic-speaking peoples. As for Palestinian Arab nationalism, it too was essentially inauthentic. Its demands opposition to Jewish immigration and settlement and to the Balfour Declaration were entirely negative, a reflection of the fact that it was not a genuinely popular movement with roots in the indigenous working masses. Rather, it was an artificial creation designed to serve the interests of the Palestinian Arab large landowners, moneylenders, and clerics, who wanted to perpetuate their domination and exploitation of the Arab peasants and workers. Point 1 in Ben-Zvi's analysis, rooted in the economistic Marxism he shared with his late friend and mentor Borukhov, it was the economic interests of the Arab landowning elite that made it hostile to Zionism. The landowners and their lackeys feared that the immigrants will come and settle on and forever deprive the effendis of any hope of grabbing the empty lands for exploitation and speculation, thereby placing in danger the entire future of this class. These landlords also opposed Zionism because they knew that Jewish immigration and settlement undermined their domination of the peasantry, which actually benefited from the growing Jewish presence and the enhanced opportunities for prosperity and employment it brought. Ben-Zvi insisted that the Arab peasant in Palestine does not suffer from Jewish immigration, but from the pressure of his effendi and from exploitation by the city dweller, who is of the same race and religion and mediates between him and the effendi. Is interested in the new regime which ensures peace and security from bandits and thieves, especially the Bedouin who used to come out of the desert into the settled lands and lay the country waste without interference. The peasant is interested in a regime which raises the cultural level and ensures justice and defense against extortion. The peasant is also interested in the expansion of employment and industry in the country and the improvement of the workers' lot, which of necessity results from Jewish settlement and immigration. Thus the peasant is not opposed to immigration. Zionism was thus deemed to serve the objective interests defined strictly in economic terms of most of the population of Palestine. This was already an old theme in Zionist discourse, going back to Herzl. But since the existence of an explicitly anti-Zionist Palestinian nationalist movement was by this time undeniable, Ben-Zvi had to extend his argument to reject the legitimacy of indigenous anti-Zionism and nationalism by depicting them as the instruments, indeed the entirely artificial creations, of a reactionary elite anxious to preserve its wealth and power. This was a relatively new theme, designed to resolve the moral dilemmas of socialist Zionism in particular and equip its ideological arsenal with arguments more adequate to refuting doubts and criticism within the yeshiva as well as abroad. However, the circumstances in which Ben-Zvi and his movement operated also required the further extension of the argument by means of the revival of another old theme and its elaboration in socialist terms. The kinds of socialist and bourgeois liberal audiences at which Ben-Zvi's arguments were mainly directed tended to accept the principle that national groups were entitled to political rights, including the right of self-determination. A central task facing Zionism, and particularly a socialist Zionism which sought to distance itself ideologically from colonialism, which many Europeans were coming to see as morally questionable and economically burdensome, was therefore to resolve the apparent contradiction between the long-term goal of Zionism, the creation in Palestine of a Jewish majority and state, and the fact that at present the overwhelming majority of Palestine's population was Arab. To many observers, and even to some Zionists, it was disturbing that the ultimate success of Zionism was predicated on the denial of self-determination and self-rule to Palestine's indigenous population pending its transformation, under the auspices of the British colonial state, into a minority. It was therefore necessary to demonstrate, in objective terms and in a progressive vocabulary, that no violation of the principle of self-determination was in fact involved. To accomplish this, Ben-Zvi drew on an element of Zionist discourse already manifest in Herzl's references to the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine as a mixed multitude and in Borukhov's prognosis of assimilation. Ben-Zvi, and following him most labor Zionists, transformed these rather crude characterizations into a coherent denial of the very existence/61 of a distinct Palestinian Arab people. Only the Bedouins were of pure Arab racial stock, Ben-Zvi insisted. The remainder of the non-Jewish population consisted of peasants and urban dwellers who are Arabs in language and culture but by origin and race are mixed and composed of different elements. As is proven by its national, religious, and racial composition, the population of this country is not of one national character and do not constitute a single nation, an enemy to Israel as a new nation in the country. On the contrary, this population is composed of different religious and national groups, each of which has a more or less definite national character. Point 2. Using what he asserted were purely objective criteria, Bentzvi determined that the inhabitants of Palestine were divided by religion and ethnicity into 11 distinct communities. The largest of these, the Sunni Muslims, comprised a majority of the country's population and might one day come to constitute a distinct national group, but it was not one today because of its internal racial, economic, and class divisions, and also because nationality was not a legitimate category of identity for Islam. The other components of the population were much smaller, and only the non-Muslim sects were deemed to possess any national characteristics. Besides eliminating any possible basis for an authentic Palestinian Arab nationalism, Bentzvi's representation of Palestine's population as entirely heterogeneous and disaggregated had the additional virtue of enhancing the relative demographic weight and political importance of the representation of the Zionist project as the chief force for progress in Palestine, a force which was self-evidently bringing great benefits to the indigenous population through economic development and by opening their minds to new ideas and ways of life. Since there was thus no legitimate basis for Palestinian rejection of or resistance to Zionism, whose benefits for the country and the bulk of its indigenous population were deemed self-evident, it followed that the apparent failure of all too many Arab peasants and workers to understand that Zionism was entirely in their interest could only be explained by the lies and base appeals to hatred and fanaticism generated by the pseudo-nationalist effendis and their agents. All manifestations of opposition to Zionism on the part of Arabs were attributed to the insidious effect on the ignorant, unconscious, and gullible masses of outside agitators, self-promoting politicians, greedy landowners, obscurantist clerics, anti-Semitic British officials, even anti-Zionist Jewish communists. Underlying and reinforcing this explanation of Arab behavior was a representation common in colonial discourse, of colonized peoples as passive, largely incapable of rational thought, and susceptible to control or manipulation, in short, as essentially the eternal objects of the actions of others. Of course, passivity was always in a strange discursive tension with, and always threatening to turn into, its apparent opposite, unreasoned violent action, so that even the apparently docile masses were somehow menacing, capable of exploding into irrational and bloody action at virtually any moment. This only heightened the perceived danger from outside agitators, who might be able to push the right buttons and turn docility into rebellion. Such a discourse left little or no space for a middle ground of rational, self-motivated, self-activated opposition on the part of the other. Acknowledgement of the possibility that Arab opposition to Zionism was perhaps not totally irrational or unjustified might have threatened to unravel the whole fabric out of which the discourse was fashioned, with potentially dangerous results for a movement mindful of the need for internal unity, maximal mobilization in the face of enormous obstacles, and the support of Jews and non-Jews abroad. As we will see, there would be moments in which Zionist leaders explicitly recognized the existence in Palestine of an Arab community deserving of at least some national rights, and the last decade of the mandate would witness the emergence of groups, especially but not exclusively on the Zionist left, calling for a binational, Jewish-Arab state in Palestine. But the central thrust of Zionist discourse and practice, especially of the increasingly influential labor Zionist movement, was to deny the existence of a distinct Palestinian Arab people with a legitimate claim to the country. This was implicit in the Zionist movement's key demands, the right of unlimited Jewish immigration to Palestine and land acquisition in it, and a Jewish state in all or most of Palestine. Achievement of these goals would inevitably consign the country's indigenous Arab population to either submersion in a Jewish majority or departure from the scene, voluntarily or otherwise. It is in this context that the following examination of relations between Jewish and Arab workers must be situated. At bottom, the debate that ensued among the various Zionist workers' parties about the importance of Arab-Jewish workers' solidarity and the means to achieve it was framed by a left Zionist discourse which represented Arab workers as potential allies of the Jewish working class in Palestine, while simultaneously assuming that any such alliance should first and foremost serve the interests of the Zionist project. Perhaps not surprisingly, this engendered Contra 64/65 dictions which frustrated efforts to achieve cooperation among Arab and Jewish workers. At the same time, so pervasive and powerful was this discourse, so necessary was it to the realization of the Zionist project, that there was very little ground from which Jews advocating a different perspective could operate. As we will see, those Palestinian trade unionists won, and leftists who sought common ground with Jewish workers often encountered similar problems. The result was a complex series of inter-one actions, a pattern of cooperation and conflict deeply enmeshed within, but always seeking to transcend, its larger political context, the Zionist-Palestinian struggle for control of the country. In the 1920s, as the labor Zionist movement struggled to achieve hegemony within the Yishuv and World Zionism on the basis of the strategy one discussed in Chapter 1, the issue of its relationship with Palestine's Arab majority, and especially its working class, not only persisted but grew more complex, both as a theoretical problem in labor Zionist ideology and as a pressing practical issue. The question evoked considerable discussion and debate within and among the different parties contending for the allegiance of Jewish workers in Palestine, and in fact surfaced as early as December 1920, at the founding Congress of what would become the central institution of the Zionist labor movement in Palestine, the Histadrut. After the war, Zionist labor leaders in Palestine had come to see the one establishment of a unified organizational framework for Jewish workers in Palestine that would stand above the existing parties and enhance the movement's political and social weight in the Yishuv as an urgent necessity. After lengthy negotiations and several abortive initiatives, elections were held in November 1920 for delegates to a Congress of the Jewish workers in Palestine. Less than 4,500 voters participated, out of a total Jewish population of some 80,000, an accurate gauge of the weakness of the Jewish labor movement which the creation of the new organization was designed to remedy. 4 Adat HaKavada was the strongest single force at the Congress that met in Haifa a month after the elections, and though it lacked a majority on its own, it largely dominated the proceedings by cooperating with Hapasil Hatza. These two labor Zionist parties envisioned the new Histadrut not as a trade union federation on the European model, but rather as an instrument whose primary purpose was to foster the settlement of Palestine by Jewish workers and build a Jewish commonwealth. The Histadrut would thus embody the labor Zionist synthesis in its emerging constructivist form by acting as the vanguard of the Zionist project in Palestine, even as it enhanced the power of the Jewish labor movement within the Yishuv and Zionism. This naturally required that the Histadrut be an exclusively Jewish organization rather than one open to all workers in Palestine, for otherwise it could not carry out its Zionist tasks. Hence the presence of an adjective modifying workers in the new organization's official title, the General Organization of Hebrew Workers in the Land of Israel. 5 The conception of the Histadrut's membership, structure, and mission advanced by Adat HaAvada and Hapasil Hatzaser was opposed at the organization's founding Congress by a small but vocal contingent from the Socialist Workers' Party, who also insisted that the question of relations with Arab workers be addressed. 6 The SWP had coalesced in the fall of 1919 as the affiliate in Palestine of the left wing of the Poalet Zion movement, then in the throes of the split between left and right, just as the much larger and more powerful Adat HaAvada was the Palestinian affiliate of World Poalet Zion's right wing. The SWP comprised elements which continued to espouse the orthodox Baruch Hafism of the pre-war unified Poalet Zion, but also a more radical group which was already moving in the direction of a break with Zionism. Members of both tendencies had been radicalized by the Bolshevik Revolution and saw themselves as the Jewish section of the new Communist International, founded in Moscow the previous year. At this stage it was still possible for SWP leaders and activists to insist that there was no contradiction between enthusiastic support for the Bolshevik Revolution and the Comintern on the one hand, and their commitment to creating a Jewish homeland in Palestine on the other. The SWP denounced Adat Hakavita for what it saw as that party's abandonment of class struggle, its links to the revived Socialist International, its cooperation with British imperialism, and its alliance with the Jewish bourgeoisie, manifested in its participation in the Zionist organization. In contrast, the SWP saw itself as providing a revolutionary socialist but also Jewish and still Palestine-oriented alternative to the reformism of Adat Hakavita, a position that might be described as Bolshevik Zionist. This position would soon become untenable, and within a year of the Histadrut's founding the SWP would splinter into a number of mutually hostile factions. But in the unique conjuncture of 1919-21, when world socialist revolution seemed imminent, the new Soviet regime enjoyed widespread support among Jews, and the Comintern was still engaged in a dialogue with left-wing Zionists. These tensions could still 66/67 seem manageable. It was even possible for some party members to imagine the triumphant Red Army marching on Palestine to liberate it from British imperialism and transform it into a Jewish Soviet Republic. 7 In the period just before and after the founding of the Histadrut, the SWP stance attracted significant support among Jewish workers in Palestine, and especially recent arrivals from Eastern Europe for whom the radicalizing impact of the Bolshevik Revolution was still fresh and powerful. The influence of SWP activists in several of the small Jewish trade unions that sprang up in Palestine after the war was also enhanced by their strong commitment to class struggle and worker militancy. Their resistance to what not a few workers regarded as the domineering and centralizing tendencies of Adat Hakavita, and later of the new Histadrut's bureaucratic apparatus, also won them sympathy. 8 The struggle for support was also fought out in the domain of culture, over the question of language. Yiddish was the mother tongue of the Jewish masses in Eastern Europe, and many new immigrants arriving in Palestine remained attached to it even as they increasingly came to use Hebrew. This benefited SWP activists, who used Yiddish proudly in their oral and written agitation and propaganda. By contrast, Adat Hakavita supporters saw Yiddish as a language of the rejected diaspora and tried to avoid speaking anything but Hebrew, whose revival and dominance in the Yishuv were considered essential to the Zionist project of building a new Jewish society. Along with many other non-socialist but strongly Hebraist Zionists, they regarded Yiddish as a threat and actively sought to suppress its use, especially in public discourse. Those who attempted to speak in Yiddish to make a political point or because they did not yet have a sufficient command of Hebrew were frequently shouted down at public meetings. Yet in the very early 1920s this hard-line Hebrew-only policy hampered Adat Hakavita's efforts to communicate with and win over new Jewish immigrants and gave SWP militants opportunities for organizing which they were quick to seize. 9 In the debates at the founding Congress, SWP delegates criticized the proposal put forward by Adat Hakavita and Hapasil Hatzisur that the new Histadrut be an explicitly Zionist and exclusively Jewish workers' organization. They proposed instead that two separate organizations be established, a non-party trade union federation of all the workers of Eretz One Yisrael without regard to national affiliation or political opinions, and a settlement organization of all the Jewish workers engaged in building the Jewish Socialist Center in Eretz Yisrael. Complementing these two bodies would be an International Workers' Council as /68/ the political organ of the country's entire working class whose task it would be to seize the reins of government, that is, a Soviet. The SWP thus did not reject immigration and settlement work, the establishment of kibbutzim and cooperatives, or more broadly the goal of creating a Jewish homeland in Palestine. But it demanded that these tasks be handled by a separate organization of Jewish workers, while the class struggle would be led by an organization that included both Jews and Arabs, though in separate national sections. Not surprisingly, the SWP's proposals received very little support. The other parties had no great desire to discuss, much less resolve, these issues, and in the end they were referred for further consideration to the Histadrut Council, which was to guide the organization's work between Congresses. The new organization's constitution made no explicit mention of Arab workers, and when the founding Congress resolved that the new Histadrut would unite all the workers and laborers in the country who live by their own labor without exploiting the labor of others, in order to arrange for all the settlement, economic and also cultural affairs of all the workers in the country, so as to build a society of Jewish labor in Eretz Yisrael, it was obvious that all the workers in the country actually meant the Jewish workers alone. ITISCLEARTHATWEMUSTORGANIZETHEM, BUT. The issue of relations between Arab and Jewish workers could not be put aside so easily, however, and it reappeared on the Histadrut's agenda almost immediately. As I discuss in Chapter 3, through the mid-1920s it was the specific situation of the Jewish railway workers in Palestine that was primarily responsible for compelling the Zionist labor movement to confront the issue, and it was among the Arab and Jewish railwaymen that the various perspectives and approaches advocated by different parties were first put to the test. A discussion of the railway workers' situation at a meeting of the Histadrut Executive Committee on December 30, 1920, just a few weeks after the founding Congress, illustrates the dilemma which labor Zionism faced in grappling with this issue. Point 10. The specific item on the agenda was the upcoming Congress of the exclusively Jewish Railway Workers Association, but because the railway workforce was overwhelmingly Arab, a more substantive discussion of the larger question of relations with Arab workers was inevitable. Burl Katznelson, one of the leading figures in Audit Avida, opened by stating that he saw no danger in the Arab railway workers organizing themselves and cooperating with their Jewish co-workers. Clearly mindful of the SWP's proposal at the recent Histadrut Congress that Arabs be allowed or even encouraged to join hitherto exclusively Jewish trade unions, he also expressed concern that the Arab railway workers might want to join the RWA, which would thereby lose its Jewish and Zionist character. Other executive committee members agreed with Katznelson that Jewish and Arab workers should belong to separate organizations. But some went beyond insistence on maintaining separate organizations to express grave doubts about the whole idea of helping Arab workers organize, for fear that organized Arab workers would inevitably turn against Zionism. From the humanitarian standpoint, it is clear that we must organize them, said Eliezer Shohat of Hapasil Hatza'ir, but from the national standpoint, when we organize them we will be arousing them against us. They will receive the good that is in organization and use it against us. Another member noted that the trade unions in Egypt were under the influence of the nationalists. It was also well understood, even in this early discussion, that organizing Arab workers might conflict with the goal of achieving Hebrew labor on the railroad. Higher pay and better conditions might attract more Jews to railroad work and keep them there, but it might have the same effect on Arabs, thereby making it more difficult for Jews to secure a larger percentage of railroad jobs. In the end, the executive committee decided to procrastinate, affirming the principle of Arab-Jewish solidarity but avoiding any practical decisions pending clarification of the question by a special Histadrut committee. Nonetheless, the issue was now firmly on the Histadrut's agenda, and in subsequent years it would be the subject of considerable debate, publicly in Histadrut and party forums and publications and privately at closed meetings of the leadership. The most immediate problem was what left-wing Zionists referred to as the question of joint organization. In what framework should Arab and Jewish workers employed in mixed workplaces be organized and seek to cooperate? The railway workers and their specific circumstances were usually at the center of debates about this issue, but before 1948 the mixed sector of Palestine's economy also included other government enterprises and agencies like the Telephone and Telegraph Systems, the Public Works Department and the Port Authorities, as well as municipal government in cities with mixed populations. Later, the British and Allied military bases and installations in Palestine would become A/69. Key arena of interaction between Arab and Jewish workers. There were also a number of privately owned enterprises which employed both Jewish and Arab workers, including several large foreign-owned companies like the Iraq Petroleum Company with its terminal at Haifa, the oil refinery in that city, the Dead Sea Potash Works, and the Nesher Quarry and Cement Factory. The issue of joint organization was thus potentially relevant to substantial numbers of Arab and Jewish workers. The question of joint organization overlapped with the question of Hebrew labor, which was by the 1920s the firm policy of the two largest labor Zionist parties and of the Histadrut, which they jointly dominated. 11 It was clear from the outset that Histadrut support for Arab-Jewish cooperation in mixed workplaces, intended to improve the lot of Jews already employed in them and enable them to stay at their jobs, might have the contradictory effect of undermining Jewish employment in those same workplaces by also raising Arab wages. As we will see, the goal of maximizing Jewish employment in mixed enterprises was never absent from the calculations of Zionist labor leaders of various stripes when they approached the question of joint organization, and it played a significant role in the form and character of the Histadrut's initiatives in this field. More generally, most Histadrut leaders understood that unskilled and semi-skilled Arab and Jewish workers were often competing for jobs within a single labor market. Although the wages of these Jewish workers were generally higher than those of Arab workers at similar skill levels, the two wage structures were linked such that low Arab wages helped keep down wages for Jews. As a result, in addition to ensuring that Jewish employers hired only Jews and grappling with the issue of joint organization in mixed workplaces, the Jewish labor movement had to explore other means of keeping Jewish wages high, whether by subsidizing the wages of Jewish workers, by trying to raise Arab wages, by replacing Arabs with Jews in jobs with non-Jewish employers, or by some combination of these. This exigency made the issue of relations between Arab and Jewish workers of broader importance than it might otherwise have been. 12 The question of relations between Arab and Jewish workers and working classes in Palestine had other dimensions as well, raising wider theoretical, political, and moral issues central to labor Zionist ideology and practice. Socialist Zionists in Palestine felt it necessary to work out a clear position on this question which they could believe was consonant with their commitments to both the principle of class solidarity across ethnic lines and the goals of Zionism. At issue was not only the potential for joint organization of Arab and Jewish workers in mixed workplaces, but also the possibility of the Histadruts encouraging and supporting the efforts of Arabs in public or private employment to organize. As the existence of an Arab working class became more evident in the early 1920s and as Palestine's economic development seemed to presage the further growth of that class, these issues seemed to become increasingly urgent. While Palestinian Arab society was still overwhelmingly rural, a high rate of natural increase, a deepening agrarian crisis, and new employment opportunities in the towns resulted in substantial migration from the countryside to urban areas, and especially the booming coastal towns of Jaffa and Haifa. Between the censuses of 1922 and 1931, Palestine's Arab population grew by some 40%, but the Arab population of Jaffa grew by 63% and of Haifa by 87%. 13 Some of the migrants were seasonal or temporary, while others became permanent urban dwellers. In both cases, many retained strong links to their home villages and to rural life. These new arrivals swelled the ranks of the urban poor and competed with them for jobs as wage laborers in construction, in public works, on the docks, on the railways, in small-scale manufacturing and service enterprises, and elsewhere. A stratum of skilled and semi-skilled workers was also emergencying, especially in Haifa, which as we will see was in this period on the verge of becoming Palestine's main port and industrial center. 14 Moreover, some of the members of this stratum were already beginning to take an interest in trade unionism. 15 The formation of a distinct urban Arab working class was only in its early stages in the 1920s, but it had already begun to impinge on the consciousness of Histadrut leaders, and especially those in contact with such relatively advanced groups as the railway workers. As we will see, while their identity as socialists made them inclined to look out for this development, their evaluation of it, and their efforts to formulate a policy to deal with it, were primarily framed by their concern over its potential significance and consequences for the Zionist project. In fact, the positions on relations between Arab and Jewish workers adopted by all the Jewish leftist parties, whether Zionist or non-Zionist, were closely bound up with their broader perspectives on the future of Palestine and of its Arab inhabitants. For one, the question of cooperation between Arab and Jewish workers could not ultimately be separated from the larger Zionist-Palestinian conflict, though this linkage took a variety of specific forms. Moreover, some of the Jewish parties in Palestine now gave the Arab worker and the Arab working class important /71 new roles to play in their scenarios for the future. That the new communist movement in Palestine, in the 1920s still overwhelmingly Jewish, should designate the Arab working class as the force which would spearhead the struggle for national independence and socialism is not surprising. As we will see, however, in the early 1920s many labor Zionists would also embrace a new conception of the Palestinian Arab worker, one which coexisted in uneasy tension with the earlier image of that worker as a competitor for scarce jobs, a dire threat to the Jewish worker and to Zionism. This new conception portrayed the Arab working class in Palestine as labor Zionism's natural ally and was accompanied by a proposed strategy of Arab-Jewish working class solidarity, a strategy which it was believed would actually enhance Zionism's prospects for success. Increasingly, too, what had been largely a monologue, entirely unidirectional Zionists of various kinds discoursing about Arabs, whether workers or not, became increasingly multidirectional and complex, more of a dialogue, as Palestinian workers and unionists made themselves heard. This is not to suggest that lower-class Palestinians had not been social and political actors even earlier, though we still know very little about their perceptions, aspirations, and actions. In the 1920s, however, it becomes easier to hear their voices more clearly. Palestinian workers and unionists would be compelled to confront the issue of cooperation with Jewish workers from their own perspectives and in light of the needs and interests of their own constituencies within the emerging Arab working class in Palestine. Whatever the extent to which their Jewish counterparts explicitly heeded them, their words and deeds affected the course of events and had to be taken into account. The policy on joint organization which Adat Hakavada, and with it the Histadrut, would ultimately adopt was first outlined by David Ben-Gurion in the summer of 1921. Ben-Gurion had emigrated from Russia to Palestine in 1906 and soon emerged as a leading figure in the pre-war Pakalaitzayan and then in its post-war successor, Adat Hakavada. He was abroad on a mission for his party when the Histadrut was founded, but upon his return at the end of 1921 he was elected the organization's secretary and quickly established himself as the preeminent leader of the labor Zionist movement in Palestine. Under his guidance the Histadrut became a highly centralized and powerful institution, and the platform from which Ben-Gurion's party Mapei would ultimately 72/73 achieve a hegemonic position in the Yishuv and in the world Zionist movement. As chairman of the executive of the Jewish Agency, Ben-Gurion was the de facto leader of the Yishuv from 1935 to 1948, and he served as Israel's prime minister from 1948 to 1953 and again from 1955 to 1963. He possessed tremendous willpower, first-rate organizational ability, and a great capacity for combining tactical flexibility with an unwavering determination to achieve the long-term goals of Zionism. His critics on both left and right not inaccurately saw him as overbearing, self-righteous, and stubborn, but those very traits often enhanced rather than diminished his effectiveness as a leader. Ben-Gurion first set forth his theses on the question of relations between Arab and Jewish workers in August 1921, in a proposal to Adat Hakavada's upcoming party congress. He began by stating that the basis for these relations must be joint economic, political, and cultural work, which is the necessary prerequisite for our redemption as a free working people and for the emancipation of the Arab working people from enslaved meant by its oppressors and exploiters, the dominant landowners and property owners. It was the conscious and cultured Jewish worker, whose historic mission is the building of a free community of labor in Eretz Yisrael, who must lead the movement of liberation and rebirth of the peoples of the Near East and educate the Arab worker to live an orderly and cooperative life of labor, discipline, and mutual responsibility. Starting from these premises, which suggest a sort of socialist Zionist mission civilatris toward Arab workers in Palestine. Ben-Gurion proposed that in all the trades which employ Jewish and Arab workers, the Jewish trade unions should organize the Arab workers in trade unions linked to the Jewish unions. The united unions will together implement activities to improve working conditions and arrange for cultural activities and medical assistance for the Arab workers. He also suggested that the Histadrut employ Arab as well as Jewish workers, on equal terms, to carry out public works contracts obtained from the government, and called for the establishment of a number of joint workers' clubs which would provide lectures, social activities, and language lessons in Hebrew and Arabic. The kibbutzim should, he proposed, strive to establish contact with the neighboring Arab villages for mutual assistance, including protection against bandits. 16. As noted earlier, Ben-Gurion and his colleagues felt compelled to take up this issue mainly as a result of developments among the railway workers. But the issue had also surfaced, if in a small way, in other sectors as well. For example, in 1921 the new Jewish Woodworkers Union in Jaffa 74/ and Tel Aviv had sought unsuccessfully to develop ties with Arab carpenters, most of whom were employed in small workshops and were viewed by the Jews as low-wage competitors. That same year the Jewish-owned bakeries and pastry shops in Jaffa and Tel Aviv proved more fertile ground. Arab workers cooperated with their Jewish co-workers when the latter organized a union, though the Arab workers in Arab-owned bakeries remained uninvolved. The initiative for efforts to develop links with the Arab bakery workers came from radicals among the Jewish bakery workers, who in 1922 went so far as to declare their union international, that is, open to both Jewish and Arab members, and actually registered some Arab members. The Histadrut leadership moved quickly to suppress this act of insubordination. 17 However, such incidents were few and far between, and it was the railway sector which was of most concern to the Histadrut leadership. As I discuss in Chapter 3, since the middle of 1921 some of the Arab railwaymen had been pressing Jewish union leaders for a clear response to their offer to cooperate. Some of them had reportedly even expressed interest in joining the Histadrut. Ben-Gurion and his colleagues were well aware of these developments, and of demands for action from the rank-and-file Jewish railwaymen. They were concerned that if the Histadrut failed to formulate a clear policy on joint organization, especially among the railway workers, the Jewish railwaymen would turn to Adat HaKavod rivals on the left, who were advocating a fully integrated Jewish-Arab Railway Workers' Union. But no concrete action was forthcoming. 18 Ben-Gurion's thinking on the question of joint organization was clearly rooted in practical and political considerations, as well as in a broader sense of the good things which labor Zionism could bring the Arab masses in Palestine, what I earlier characterized as a sense of Zionist mission civilatris in Palestine. But his conception of the relationship of the Jewish and Arab working classes in Palestine in the early and middle 1920s, and that of his party, also had other economic, political, and cultural dimensions which need to be unpacked and contextualized. For Ben-Gurion, labor Zionism's approach to joint organization was at bottom largely dictated by the concrete economic situation of the Jewish workers in Palestine. In January 1922 he told the Histadrut Council, "Until the last few years the activity of the Jewish worker in the country J was almost entirely restricted to a difficult and desperate struggle for the J right to work in the few enterprises of the Jewish community, which were /75 dose to the cultured and conscious Jewish worker as a result of the existence of unorganized and easily exploitable cheap labor. Unwillingly and unconsciously, the Arab worker, by virtue of his degraded state, his many mal-needs, and his primitive culture, was undermining the Jewish worker's possibility of existence even in the only sphere of employment intended for him. In this situation there was hardly any basis for joint action and class influence. Now conditions have changed. The Jewish worker now tasks, including the struggle for Hebrew labor. On the same grounds Adat HaKavod insisted that Arab workers not be allowed to join the Histadrut. In economic terms, then, this conception of relations between Arab and Jewish workers was quite consonant with the broader strategy which the labor Zionist movement was coming to embrace in these years. That conception also had an important political dimension, however. Along with the representation of the Arab working class that underpinned it, it can be read as a response to the emergence in Palestine of a vocal Arab nationalist movement demanding the cessation of Jewish immigration and land acquisition, the termination of British rule, and the independence of Palestine as an Arab state. In various formulations of Ben-Gurion and his party in the early and middle 1920s, one can discern an effort to re-articulate Zionism's rejection of the authenticity and legitimacy of Palestinian Arab nationalism in the language of class struggle and class solidarity, and unorganized labor. In his influential 1921 essay, The Arab Movement, Ben-Zvi had depicted Palestinian nationalism as lacking any authentic popular base or social content, as merely the artificial instrument of the Arab effendis, labor Zionism's code word for what it saw as the reactionary large landowners, greedy money lenders, and obscurantist clerics who wanted self-government for Palestine only so that they could more ruthlessly exploit the Arab peasants and workers. These had quickly become central themes in labor Zionist discourse, though they did not go entirely unchallenged. Now Ben-Gurion developed this line of argument somewhat differently by insisting that the real conflict in Palestine was not between the country's Arab majority and the Zionist project of Jewish immigration, settlement, and statehood, as the Palestinian Arab nationalist movement claimed, but rather between the Arab workers and their Arab oppressors. To the false Arab nationalism espoused by those oppressors, Ben-Gurion counter. Y6/77 posed a class alliance of Jewish and Arab workers grounded in their shared objective economic interests. Such an alliance would, Ben-Gurion insisted, serve the interests of both Arab and Jewish workers. The more advanced Jewish workers would help their enslaved and ignorant Arab brothers liberate themselves from their real enemies, their oppressive compatriots. In the process, the Arab workers would be uplifted and transformed into genuine proletarians, and would thereby come to grasp the beneficial and progressive character of the Zionist project. At the same time, Arab-Jewish class solidarity would help achieve Zionism's goal of Jewish national redemption. Indeed, in the mid-1920s Ben-Gurion was arguing that without such an alliance between Arab and Jewish workers, Zionism could not hope to succeed. Zionism, Democracy, ANDARABWORKERS. Both the economic and the political meanings built into this conception of the Arab working class and its purported relationship with Zionism were expressed very explicitly in the course of a 1924 debate within Adat Jehavoda. The British Colonial Office and the Mandatory Government of Palestine had initiated negotiations with the Arab and Jewish leaderships about the establishment of a legislative council with limited powers. This put the Yishuv and the Zionist movement in an uncomfortable position. On the one hand, the Zionist leadership formally endorsed the principles of self-government and representative democracy and very much wanted to play a role in governing Palestine. On the other hand, it could not accept a fully representative form of self-government for Palestine, since the country had an overwhelmingly Arab population and a representative government would inevitably mean a largely Arab legislature and administration. Zionist leaders in Palestine and abroad disagreed over how to respond to various British proposals. The linkage between a legislative council for Palestine on the one hand, and relations between Arab and Jewish workers on the other came to the fore at the Third Congress of Adat Jehavoda, held at Ein Harod in May 1924. Shlomo Kaplansky, a prominent veteran of the Second Aliyah who had emerged as leader of the party's left wing, proposed that Adat Jehavoda demand the immediate establishment of a democratically elected parliament with broad powers. Kaplansky acknowledged that this parliament would inevitably have an Arab majority, but he argued that the vital 78 interests of the Yishuv could be safeguarded, and the long-term goals of Zionism achieved, through an agreement with the Palestinian Arab and Nationalist leadership. Ben-Gurion strongly opposed Kaplansky's proposal. Insisting that Zionism was essentially a state-building project, he demanded that all proposals for representative government, however democratic in the abstract, be judged by the extent to which they advanced that project. Any system of government based on the current demographic and political balance of forces in Palestine could only damage Zionism's long-term prospects. In this debate, Ben-Gurion again depicted the Palestinian Arab national movement as an inauthentic tool of the Effendis. He told his party's Congress, "We must not be afraid to proclaim openly that between us, the Jewish workers, and the leaders of today's Arab movement, the Effendis, there is no common language." Certainly, Ben-Gurion went on. The Arab community in the country has the right of self-determination, of self-rule. It would never occur to us to restrict or minimize that right. The national autonomy which we demand for ourselves we demand for the Arabs as well. But we do not admit their right to rule over the country to the extent that the country is not built up by them and still awaits those who one will work it. They do not have any right or claim to prohibit or control the construction of the country, the restoration of its ruins, the productivization of its resources, the expansion of its cultivated area, the development of its culture, the growth of its laboring community. But then, Ben-Gurion asked rhetorically, with whom could Zionism come to an agreement, if not with the Arab leadership? We must take the longer and more difficult path, the path toward the Arab worker. There is no common platform between us and the ruling class among the Arab people. But there is a common platform between us and the Arab workers, even if this platform still exists only potentially and not yet in reality. The Arab worker, he continued, is an inseparable, organic part of the country, just like one of its mountains or valleys. It was the historic mission of the Jewish workers to raise their Arab brothers from poverty and ignorance, not out of charity but out of self-interest. The fate of the Jewish worker is linked with the fate of the Arab worker. Together we will rise, or together we will fall. The Jewish worker will not work 8 hours a day if the Arab worker will be forced to work 10 to 12 hours. The Jewish worker will not get 30 piastres a day if the Arab sells his labor for 15 piastres or less. We must seek agreement and understanding with the Arab people only through the Arab worker, and only an alliance of Jewish and Arab workers will establish and maintain an alliance of the Jewish and Arab peoples in Palestine. 79. The Arab working class in Palestine was thus made to play a significant role in Ben-Gurion's political vision of this period. By representing it as Zionism's potential ally, Ben-Gurion could overcome the apparent contradiction between his unwavering commitment to a Jewish majority and a Jewish state in Palestine on the one hand, and on the other his formal commitment to democracy and to the right of the Palestinian Arabs to self-determination. Denied any voice of its own or capacity for self-motivated action, the Arab working class could be cast as a deus ex machina in labor Zionist thinking at this time. It compensated for the objective weakness of the Jewish labor movement in Palestine and in effect guaranteed the ultimate success of the labor Zionist project at a time when a Jewish majority and Jewish sovereignty in Palestine seemed a very long way off and the path to their attainment highly uncertain. This 6-1 Zion affirmed the Arab workers' deep roots, their elemental authenticity but mainly in order to be able to contrast their rootedness and authenticity with the purported inauthenticity and illegitimacy of the Palestinian nationalist movement. Concomitantly, the Arabs' right to self-rule was recognized in principle, only to be immediately subordinated to the rights, needs, and interests in Palestine of the Jews, who were developing the land and therefore had a stronger right to possess and rule it. Arab objections on nationalist grounds to Jewish immigration, and to Zionism more generally, were by definition invalid, and the whole Arab national movement no more than a fraud which had to be fought, not merely for the sake of the Jews but also for the sake of the guileless and oppressed Arab masses themselves. The Adat Hakavada Congress at Ein Harod overwhelmingly endorsed Ben-Gurion's stance rather than Kaplansky's. The Histadrut had already endorsed Ben-Gurion's conception of joint organization among the railway workers, where the issue was most urgent, though debate on the question would continue for years to come. In January 1922 the Histadrut Council had adopted a resolution which declared the basic principles of joint organization among the railwaymen to be organization of the workers on the basis of national sections and preservation of the Jewish Railway Workers Association as part of the Histadrut 22. From the J standpoint of labor Zionist ideology, this separate but equal policy had the apparent virtue of reconciling what seemed to be the conflicting demands of Zionism and proletarian internationalism. The Histadrut would thereby demonstrate its commitment to helping Arab workers unionize and improve their lot, which in mixed workplaces would presumably also benefit the Jewish employees. At the same time, this approach eliminated /80/ the threat that integrated Jewish Arab unions and Arab membership in one. The Histadrut might dilute the Zionist character of these organizations and undermine the struggle for Hebrew labor as well as the achievement of the long-term goals of Zionism. To Histadrut officials it also seemed that organizing Arab workers employed in mixed workplaces or in purely Arab workplaces under the tutelage of the Jewish labor movement would insulate those workers from the pernicious influence of Arab nationalist activists seeking to mobilize them against Zionism. As we have seen, this concern had surfaced early on, and it would persist for decades to come. Point 23. THECONTROVERSYOVERJOINTORGANIZATION. Though the Histadrut had now formally adopted a policy on joint organization among the railway workers, concrete action was another matter. Through 1922 and into 1923, the Histadrut Executive Committee sporadically discussed finding someone who could take charge of organizing Arab workers, especially at the Palestine railways. But effective organizers who were both politically reliable, that is, members of Adat HaKavada, and had a command of Arabic were extremely rare, funding was scarce, and many Histadrut leaders were in any case dubious about devoting scarce resources to the project of organizing Arab workers. Some felt that other tasks deserved priority, while others had ideological objections to the whole idea. Ben-Gurion continued to urge his colleagues not to neglect the issue, but apart from passing vague resolutions the Histadrut failed to take action. Point 24. As before, it was developments among the railway workers that compelled the Histadrut leadership, preoccupied with other matters, to once again pay serious attention to the question of joint organization. As I discuss in more detail in Chapter 3, toward the end of 1923 members of a small but vigorous party to Adat HaAvada's left won effective control. That party was Poalat Zion Smol, which may be translated as Workers of Zion, not to be confused with the pre-1919 unified Poalat Zion. Poalat Zion Smol had emerged largely from the disintegration during 1921 of the SWP, which I mentioned in connection with the founding Congress of the Histadrut. Between 1919 and 1921, leaders of the Poalat Zion left in Europe, with which the SWP in Palestine was affiliated, engaged in lengthy negotiations with the Communist International over the terms under which /81 socialist Zionist parties might be admitted. The chief obstacle was of course Poalat Zion's commitment to Zionism, which the Comintern strongly rejected. Until the question of admission was definitively resolved, it was possible for those who saw themselves as Zionists first and foremost to remain in the SWP alongside those who were coming to see themselves primarily as Bolsheviks. But once the Comintern declared in 1921 that communism and Zionism were utterly incompatible and insisted on total acceptance of its stringent conditions for admission, including renunciation of Zionism and dissolution of local Poalat Zion parties into territorial communist parties, the SWP in Palestine splintered into several factions. Out of the wreckage, and a series of further mergers and splits, there emerged distinct political tendencies which ultimately cohered into two parties. One was the Palestine Communist Party, which in 1924 received Comintern recognition as its section in Palestine. Through the 1920s the PCP's membership and leadership were overwhelmingly Jewish. In this period the party was often referred to as Hafruksiyah, from Fruksiyat Hapoalim, the name under which it operated in the Jewish labor movement, but to avoid confusion I will always refer to the party and its adherents as communist, even when discussing the period before the emergence of a unified PCP recognized as such by the Comintern. Point 25. The communists will appear often in this narrative, but for the moment I will focus on the second tendency which emerged from the disintegration of the SWP. This was Pokalat Zion Smol, heir to the Zionist segments of the defunct SWP and the affiliate in Palestine of the left wing of the World Pokalat Zion movement. 26 Pokalat Zion Smol occupied the far left end of the Zionist spectrum. Despite rejection by Moscow, it continued to regard itself as an authentic communist party, committed to world socialist revolution and profoundly loyal to Bolshevism, the Soviet Union, and the Comintern, except when it came to the question of Zionism, about which it deemed Moscow sadly misguided. Until the late 1930s, Pokalat Zion Smol refused to participate in the institutions of the Zionist organization, since it regarded that organization as an instrument of the Jewish bourgeoisie, with which it could never collaborate. It held fast to a pristine Boerkhoffist orthodoxy, arguing that the Jewish workers in Palestine must organize themselves and wage their class struggle independently. Like Boerkhoff, party ideologists were convinced that capitalism was inexorably developing in Palestine, leading to the growth of the working class and preparing the way for the ultimate triumph of socialism. 82. They therefore rejected Adat Hayavada's strategy of building up a C-pay-rate Jewish workers' economy under the auspices of the Histadrut. Not only was such a course foolhardy and a dangerous diversion of workers' energies from class struggle to economic construction, but it also entailed collaboration with the Jewish bourgeoisie, which through the Zionist organization and its institutions subsidized the Histadrut's enterprises and settlements. At the same time, Pokalat Zion Smol regarded itself as thoroughly Zionist. It encouraged Jewish immigration to Palestine and envisioned that land as the site of the future Jewish socialist state. Pokalat Zion Smol never succeeded in gaining a strong and durable base in Palestine. In the early 1920s, most of its members and sympathizers were recently arrived urban workers. As time went on, even left-wing Jews in Palestine came to see the party as rigid, doctrinaire, and sectarian, disconnected from much of what went on in the Yishuv and embarrassingly Eastern European in ethos and political style. By the 1930s, its place at the left end of the Zionist spectrum would be taken by a new socialist Zionist political formation with deeper roots in the Yishuv, while Pokalat Zion Smol would decline into marginality. Paradoxically, however, at least in the 1920s, its sister parties in Eastern Europe were often stronger than Adat Hayavada's sister parties, since the left wing of Pokalat Zion initially won the support of a larger segment of the movement's mass base than did the right wing, though of course the latter was much stronger among Jews in Palestine itself. As a party, Pokalat Zion Smol initially had little to say about the fate of Palestine's Arab majority. This silence was in part a product of its adherence to Orthodox Boerkhoffism, since as I discussed in Chapter 1, Boerkhoff himself had envisioned the disappearance of the indigenous population through assimilation into the immigrating Jewish population. As we will see, Pokalat Zion Smol partook of much of mainstream labor Zionist discourse on the Arab question, though always filtered through its own unique brand of Marxist Zionist dialectics. In some ways the party was even less willing than Adat Hayavada to acknowledge that the Arabs might have national rights in Palestine, insisting that capitalist development and class struggle would make the problem go away. However, in the workplaces where party militants agitated, things were different. Whatever the party's line on Arab national rights, it was strongly committed to working class unity across communal lines. 27 More significantly, as I discuss at greater length in Chapter 3, POLA/83. Zion Smol garnered considerable support among the Jewish railway workers in 1923-24, largely because its opposition to separate national sections for Arabs and Jews seemed to open the way for the establishment of a single union encompassing all the railway workers in Palestine. When Pokalat Zion Smol activists secured the leadership of the Jewish Railway Workers Union in 1924, they went even further in order to win over Arab workers already suspicious of the Histadrut's Zionist character. To the Histadrut leadership's horror, they not only declared the Union international but also launched an effort to induce the Histadrut to turn its settlement and cooperative functions over to a separate entity and transform itself into a territorial trade union center open to Arabs as well as Jews, a proposal that came to be known as separation of functions. This development intensified the debate over joint organization, and over relations between Jewish and Arab workers, that had long been simmering among left Zionists. Ben-Gurion and other Adat Ha'avada leaders were extremely distressed that the key railway workers' union had fallen into the hands of Poelet Zion Smol, whose commitment to Zionism they mistrusted. They were also concerned because their party's control over the labor movement seemed to be slipping, putting it on the defensive. 28 This was also a period in which a wave of Jewish immigration, largely from Poland and including many middle-class immigrants with some capital of their own, brought economic prosperity to the Yishuv but simultaneously strengthened the social and political weight of non-worker forces, to the detriment of the labor movement. 29 Adat Ha'avada leaders tried various means to reassert their party's influence, including an effort to improve relations with Hapasil Hatzisur. Efforts were also made to reassert control over the Railway Workers' Union, and as I discuss in chapters 3 and 4 these were ultimately successful. To thwart Poelet Zion Smol's demand for the restructuring of the Histadrut, which won some support elsewhere in the Zionist labor movement, J. Ben-Gurion proposed that the next Histadrut Congress, still some years off, establish an All-Palestine Workers' Alliance, in essence an umbrella organization that would include both the Histadrut and its as yet non-existent Arab counterpart. Unions in mixed workplaces would have separate national sections aided with their respective national organization. 30 Facing persistent criticism from Poelet Zion Smol that Adat Ha'avada had neglected joint organization, party leaders defended their record, largely through articles. 84 In Adat Ha'avada's weekly organ counters. They insisted that Adat Ha'avada had always taken the issue seriously and suggested that the Histadrut's failures in this arena were largely due to Arab workers' backwardness and incapacity for organization. 31 The terms in which this debate was cast well illustrate the contours of left Zionist thinking on the question of relations with Arab workers. The supporters of the Adat Ha'avada line accused the Railwaymen's Union leadership, now under the influence of Poelet Zion Smol, of neglecting or downplaying its national responsibilities. To even think of divesting the Histadrut of its responsibilities for immigration, settlement, and economic development amounted to liquidationism, that is, the abandonment of Zionism. Arab workers should be organized under Histadrut tutelage, but separately, in their own organizations and sections. This was, Adat Ha'avada supporters insisted, what the Arab workers themselves really wanted. In contrast, the partisans of Poelet Zion Smol argued that separate national sections were a barrier to joint organization. Many Arab workers were ready to join the Histadrut and its trade unions, and the only thing preventing the rapid realization of Jewish-Arab class solidarity was the obstructionism of the Histadrut leadership and its misguided policy. Yet despite their differences, both sides in this debate shared a common premise: the non-existence or illegitimacy of Palestinian Arab nationalism, especially as far as Arab workers were concerned. For Adat Ha'avada, the Jewish national sections in mixed unions would be affiliated to the Histadrut and be part of the Jewish national movement, but the corresponding Arab sections, and an Arab labor federation if and when established, were to be resolutely non-national, indeed even anti-national, in the sense that the Arab workers and their unions were to be under the tutelage of the Histadrut and allied to the Zionist movement rather than to the Arab nationalist movement. Poelet Zion Smol's demand that the Histadrut be open to both Arabs and Jews was also not neutral in national terms. Other exclusively Jewish institutions would carry on the national tasks taken over from the Histadrut, while the Arab workers were to have no such institutions, since their interests were defined as purely social rather than national. In fact, as I suggested earlier, it can be argued that Poelet Zion Smol's unreconstructed Baruchhoffism more completely delegitimized Palestinian Arab nationalism than Adat Ha'avada's social democratic pragmatism. But in this period both these parties largely excluded from thought the possibility that Arab workers in Palestine might in any legitimate way see themselves as MEM/85. Bears of a national community with interests and needs in conflict with those of the Jewish workers, whose Zionist commitments were simply taken for granted. Though the railway workers still held center stage in labor Zionist debates about relations between Arab and Jewish workers, by the middle of the decade relations among Arab and Jewish workers in other workplaces were also raising complex issues. This period witnessed the first significant manifestations of organization and action by Arab wage workers, for the most part in and around Haifa. Haifa was at this time experiencing rapid growth. Its population was almost 25,000 in 1922 and would double by 1931.32. In the interwar period, the city would become not only Palestine's main port but also its leading industrial center. The Palestine Railways built its main repair and maintenance workshops there, a new deep-water harbor was developed, the Iraq Petroleum Company completed pipeline facilities in 1934, an oil refinery began to function soon after the outbreak of the Second World War, and a substantial number of industrial enterprises were established in or near the city. Haifa would become not only Red Haifa, a bastion of the Jewish workers' movement and a base for its most radical elements, but also the cradle of the emerging Palestinian Arab working class and of its trade union movement. The new Nesher cement factory, located not far from Haifa, was the site of several of this period's most important and controversial struggles. Nesher was established in 1924-25 by Michael Pollack, a Jew who was born in Russian-ruled Georgia, made a fortune in Baku oil, and fled Russia after the revolution, eventually settling in Paris. The site chosen for the factory was close to the Arab village of Yajur, on the eastern slopes of Mount Carmel. In 1872 the Ottoman government had sold Yajur village lands to the Sursuk brothers and Salim al-Khoury, Lebanese businessmen who later sold them to Zionist land acquisition institutions. The Jewish settlement of Yajur was established on a portion of these lands in 1922, but the new cement factory itself seems to have been located on land traditionally belonging to the nearby village of Balad al-Sheikh, just to the north. Another Jewish settlement, named Nesher like the factory itself, was established nearby in 1925-33. Construction work for the Nesher factory was carried out by both Jewish workers supplied by the Histadrut and Egyptian workers brought in. 86/H/Lii by a local Arab contractor. The former, Histadrut members, received 20 piastres for an 8-hour workday, while the Egyptians received only 10 piastres for a 9 or 10-hour day. Such differentials in Jewish and Arab wage rates for both skilled and unskilled labor were to be typical in Palestine through most of the Mandate period. This was the first time these Jewish workers had worked alongside Arabs, if not their first experience of direct contact. Though Haifa was still a largely Arab city, it was already possible for Jewish immigrants to have only minimal contact with Arabs, and very easy to have no ongoing day-to-day engagement. Given that few if any of the Jewish workers at Nesher knew Arabic, and none of the Egyptians were likely to have spoken either Yiddish or Hebrew, the possibility of conversation was probably limited. But decent relations seem to have prevailed nonetheless among the 200 Jewish workers and the 80 Egyptians engaged in building the Nesher factory by 1924. Nothing is known about the Egyptian workers, but the Jewish contingent seems to have consisted in large part of recent arrivals. The great majority were likely to have inclined toward one of the labor Zionist parties or to have been apolitical Zionists, but a handful of members or sympathizers of the Palestine Communist Party were also employed at the Nesher site. Unlike many labor Zionists, who were usually prepared to set aside worker grievances and preserve labor peace in the interests of developing the Yishuv, the Communists had no hesitation about taking militant stands on workplace issues. At Nesher as elsewhere, the Communists also attacked the Zionist movement for displacing Palestinian peasants, claiming that the very land on which the Nesher factory was being built had been expropriated. The Communists may not have been correct in this instance, since the factory site seems to have been uninhabited wasteland, but the nearby village of Yajur and the Jewish settlement of Yagur certainly provided an example of one means by which Palestinian villagers had been deprived of land which ended up permanently in Jewish hands. As the factory approached completion, tensions rose between management and the Jewish workers. The latter resented management's adamant refusal to recognize or negotiate with either their own elected committee or the Histadrut to which they belonged. They also wanted an increase in wages to 25 piastres and a 1-hour reduction in the workday. Ultimately /87. The Jewish construction workers went on strike. They quickly realized that to win they needed the support of the Egyptian workers. Histadrut and Haifa Workers' Council officials opposed trying to get the Egyptians to join the strike, for fear that their participation might undermine the Histadrut's long-range goal of achieving exclusively Jewish employment at the site, in keeping with the Hebrew labor doctrine. But the Jewish workers decided to seek their support anyway, and the Egyptians, whose wages, working conditions, and treatment by foremen were much worse than those of the Jewish workers, quickly responded by joining the strike, to the astonishment of the contractor who had employed them. The strike dragged on for 2 months until finally Pollock himself sent a message ordering his agents in Palestine to reach a settlement. An agreement was quickly concluded between Nesher and the Haifa Workers' Council, which won for the Jewish workers some of their demands. The agreement said nothing about the Egyptian workers, however, and the Histadrut insisted that it had no responsibility for them. Defying their leaders, the Jewish workers voted 170 to 30 not to return to work unless the Egyptians were also rehired, which Nesher management refused to do. The Histadrut ignored the vote and successfully pressured the Jewish construction workers to abandon the struggle and resume work. Most of the Egyptians were deported to their homeland by the mandatory authorities. After Nesher actually began production in 1925, another struggle ensued which pitted Jewish against Egyptian workers. While only Jews were employed as production workers at the cement factory itself, Nesher's owner had given the contract for work at the quarry which supplied the factory with its raw materials to Musba al-Shakafi, a Palestinian Arab contractor who employed Egyptian workers. Michael Pollock resisted pressure from the Histadrut to replace the Arab quarry workers with Jews, insisting that because Nesher was Palestine's only cement factory and sold its output to Arabs as well as Jews, he was obligated to employ some Arab workers. In protest, the Histadrut ordered its members to go on strike against this use of what it called coolie labor, and they complied. The contrast with the solidarity the Jewish workers had displayed the previous year is striking. It may well be that the disobedient Jewish workers who had been employed to help build the factory were not taken on as production workers when the factory went into operation, or perhaps the Histadrut had managed to tighten its control over the workforce by some other means. Whatever the case, this strike, a classic manifestation of the Hebrew labor doctrine in practice, was unsuccessful, and until the revolt of 1936–39 the company's quarrying work remained the pre-serve of Arabs, though over time Egyptians were replaced by Palestinians, mainly villagers from the vicinity. 34 Curiously, even as the Histadrut and the Jewish workers at Nesher were seeking to force that company to get rid of its non-Jewish employees, they were supporting a strike for higher wages initiated by 25 Egyptian, 2 Palestinian, and 7 Jewish workers employed at another quarry in Yajur, run by a Belgian contractor connected with Nesher. In the latter case, the Jewish workers at Nesher provided the strikers with material and moral support, and the Histadrut intervened with the authorities when the Egyptian workers were threatened with deportation. That the Histadrut could simultaneously launch a struggle to deprive non-Jewish workers of their jobs while supporting another strike nearby by non-Jewish workers demanding higher wages might seem contradictory. But the contradiction is only apparent. For the Histadrut, the issue at Nesher was Hebrew labor. Jobs in the Jewish sector of the Palestinian economy should go exclusively to Jews. The Jewish labor movement, it was argued, was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with cheaper Arab labor and had the right to defend its standard of living, indeed its very existence. Commenting on the Nesher strike, David Ben-Gurion was prepared to admit that the Histadrut's struggle to displace Arab workers might contradict the personal interest of that number of Arab workers engaged in cement quarrying. But he insisted that the Jewish workers' struggle to secure jobs and increase their wages in the face of cheap local labor would ultimately improve the economic situation of Palestine as a whole, create new and better jobs in the Arab sector as well, and thereby benefit the Arab workers. The Nesher strike was therefore justified, Ben-Gurion argued, since this struggle completely conforms to the class interest of the Arab worker in Palestine no less than to the class interest of the Jewish worker. In any event, Ben-Gurion insisted, there was no ethnic or national discrimination involved. It is not by virtue of his being an Arab that the Arab worker endangers the Jewish worker's employment opportunities, but by virtue of his being unorganized and competing with others. What better proof could there be of this than the fact that the Histadrut supported strikes by non-Jewish workers when the question of Hebrew labor was not involved? Hence the proud publication in Kunters of a letter signed by two of the striking Egyptian workers at the Belgian contracting company in Yajur, thanking the Histadrut and the Nesher workers for their support. 35. 88/89. ORGANIZINGARABWORKERS. The events at Nesher, a number of other incidents elsewhere, and signs that the embryonic Palestinian Arab working class was beginning to stir, finally pushed the Histadrut to take action in the spring of 1925, after years of procrastination. In large measure its initiative was intended to preempt other projects and developments already underway. Some local unions had on their own already begun to informally admit Arabs, who thereby also became members of the Histadrut itself. From both Haifa and Tel Aviv came reports of Arab workers, attracted by the Histadrut's size, wealth, and apparent effectiveness, seeking admission to the organization, which also meant access to its various institutions, including its employment office, loan fund, and the Kupat Holim health clinics. Histadrut leaders were also concerned that their political enemies on the left might capitalize on this issue. They were well aware that Poelat Zion Smol, which was demanding that Arabs be allowed to join the Histadrut and whose members now led the Railway Workers Union, had already initiated an organizing committee in Haifa to develop links with Arab workers outside the railways. This initiative had made some headway. Party activists had begun to work with a group of some 24 Arabs who frequented the Railway Workers Club. The party had also established ties with a small group of Arab workers in Jaffa. There were also fears that the communists were gaining ground among Arab workers. The communists already enjoyed some support among the Jewish railway workers in Haifa, from which base they were reaching out to Arab railway workers involved in complex negotiations over the establishment of a joint union. In the fall of 1924 the party had begun to publish its own Arabic-language journal, under the name Haifa. Its efforts to win support in the Arab community were enhanced by a much stronger and clearer anti-Zionist stance, one of whose first manifestations was a campaign to support Arab peasants resisting eviction from lands near Siafola, in the Jezreel Valley, which Arab landlords had sold to the Jewish National Fund. The party was also trying to win over Jewish workers through a workers' unity movement, in keeping with recent Comintern directives instructing communist parties worldwide to overcome their isolation by seeking cooperation with left social democrats within the trade union movement. Though the communists had been expelled from the Histadrut the previous year, the party's strong advocacy of class struggle and trade union autonomy allowed it to retain some support among Jewish workers. In the December 1925 elections to the Yeshuv's Representative Assembly, the party's list won some 8% of the vote, and more than 10% in the big cities, an electoral success which communists in Palestine would never equal. 36 At the same time, an independent Palestinian Arab labor movement had begun to emerge, in the form of the Palestinian Arab Workers' Society, established in Haifa in the spring of 1925. As I discuss in Chapter 3, the pause emerged in the context of the secession of most of the Arabs who had joined the short-lived Arab Jewish Railway Workers Union. For a decade and a half its core and most stable component would consist of Haifa area railway workers, but from the outset it aspired to become the Arab counterpart of the Histadrut, a truly national labor organization encompassing all the Arab workers of Palestine. The emergence of the pause, whose leaders were rather conservative but clearly unsympathetic to Zionism and supportive of the Arab national cause, was yet another indication to the Histadrut leadership that the issue of organizing Arab workers could no longer be ignored. These developments took place in a changed economic climate, which also had an impact on events. In the middle of 1924, the Jewish population of Palestine was estimated at 94,945, a year later it had reached 121,725, and by the middle of 1926 149,50 c.37. This fourth Aliyah, the largest wave of Jewish immigration which Palestine had yet experienced, helped set off an economic boom in the Yishuv, both because of its size and because unlike earlier waves many of the new immigrants brought some capital with them. The immigrants settled overwhelmingly in the cities, especially Tel Aviv, whose population increased from 22,000 in 1924 to 40,000 at the end of the following year. The Jewish construction sector flourished as a result, opening up many new jobs. Jewish unemployment eased dramatically, creating a climate in which Jewish workers were better positioned to try to improve their wages and working conditions. The positive impact on Arab workers was much smaller, if at all palpable, but the Riyadh nonetheless witnessed unprecedented labor activism among Arabs as well as among Jews. By March 1925 the Haifa Workers' Council, on which Adat Hayavita was still the strongest party, had grown alarmed by Pocalat Zion Smol's effort to use its base among the railway workers in order to develop contacts with other Arab workers. To preempt that initiative, the council created a committee to recruit Arab workers into a separate organization, 90/, which was to have its own employment bureau, so as not to compromise the principle of Hebrew labor. When Histadrut officials in Haifa appealed to headquarters in Tel Aviv for the funds necessary to implement this effort, they received a positive response, for the Histadrut leadership was now finally convinced that the time had come to begin organizing Arab workers. 38 During 1925, with funds from its own budget and from the Zionist executive, the Histadrut launched two initiatives aimed at developing links with the Arab working class, an Arabic-language newspaper and a club in Haifa whose mission was to make contact with and then organize Arab workers. Zionist leaders had talked of starting an Arabic-language newspaper for years, as a means of propagandizing in favor of Zionism among the literate Arab public in Palestine and beyond, as well as of countering the strongly anti-Zionist stance of most of the country's Arabic press. Little progress was achieved, however, until Yitzhak Ben-Tzvi finally convinced the Zionist executive not only to subsidize the project but to allow the Histadrut to run it. The new newspaper, which began to appear in April 1925, was called Ittihad al-Kummel, which had also been the name of a workers' newspaper published the previous year by the short-lived Egyptian Labor Federation aligned with the nationalist Waft Party. At first Ben-Tzvi edited Ittihad A/C Ummel himself, later Dr. Nissim Malal, the Jerusalem-based publisher and journalist, took over. When Malal moved to Baghdad, his wife and later yet another Arabic-speaking Jew took charge. Ittihad al-Kummel had a clear political purpose, as one official Histadrut source put it. It sought to impart to the Arab proletarian reader general concepts from the international workers' movement and an understanding of the activities and position of the Histadrut in Palestine, and to develop his class consciousness. 39. There were therefore numerous articles setting forth the history, ideology, and achievements of the labor Zionist movement and explaining the structure and functions of the Histadrut and its various components. The newspaper also sought to introduce its readers to socialism by publishing in serial form classic texts by Ferdinand Lassalle and others, and to European literature through translations from such writers as Maxim Gorky and Oscar Wilde. It also featured extensive news of the Histadrut, its subsidiaries and trade unions, and the international labor movement, along with general political, economic, and social news and commentary. The impact of Ittihad al-Kummel on Arab workers seems likely to have /91. 92/ J been slight, given that most of its target audience was illiterate and that those who could read were also probably most likely to be hostile toward Zionism on nationalist grounds. In any event, the newspaper's press run was usually only about 500 copies, most of which seemed to have been distributed free of charge to Arab railway workers. Ittihad al-Ummel was never a money-making proposition. It survived thanks only to subsidies from the Histadrut and the Zionist executive. The crucial funding which the latter institution provided eventually allowed the centrist and middle-class general Zionists who still dominated the Zionist leadership to insist that their socio-political perspectives be better represented in the newspaper. Consequently, from the summer of 1926 it began to devote less attention to the labor Zionist movement and more to the Yishuv as a whole. This reorientation may also have reflected a desire to reach a broader section of the Arab reading public. At about the same time as it launched Ittihad al-Kumal, the Histadrut hired both a part-time Jewish organizer for Arab workers in Haifa and a full-time Arab assistant, both of whom would work under the supervision of the Haifa Workers' Council. The scarcity of suitable candidates made it be obvious from the start who would occupy these posts. Avraham Kalfan was born in Tiberias in 1900, into a Jewish family long established in Palestine. He grew up in Haifa, spoke fluent Arabic, and had extensive eye contacts with Arabs in that mixed city. In 1923 he was elected to the city's Jewish Community Council and soon thereafter, at the request of local Histadrut officials, began to devote several hours a week to assisting the Railway Workers Union make contact with and recruit Arab railway workers. A trusted labor Zionist and well known to Ben-Zvi, who was responsible for Arab affairs in the Histadrut Secretariat, Kalfan was the logical choice to take charge of the Histadrut's efforts to organize Arab workers outside the railways as well. To incite them to rebellion, to cause a disturbance in the business activity of Arab enterprises, to raise prices so that it will be easier for Jewish goods to combat and compete with the Arabs and take jobs from them. We warn the leaders of this movement against falling into a trap, even as we acclaim the workers' awakening, for we are disgusted that someone should enrich themselves from the sweat of the worker's brow. 41. Local Christian clerics echoed Al-Carmel and other Arab newspapers. The spiritual leader of Haifa's Maronite community, Father Francis, called in 20 of the strikers to warn them against cooperating with the Jews, who were spreading Bolshevism in Palestine, and appealed to them to form their own Muslim-Christian union which would be free of Jewish influence. According to the Histadrut's account of the meeting, the Arab workers replied that the Socialist International had delegated the task of organizing workers in the Middle East to the Histadrut and they must therefore affiliate with it. The International had of course done no such thing, but the claim does convey the sense of proletarian mission civilatris with which socialist Zionists in Palestine were often imbued. The strikers were also said to have told the cleric that there was nothing to fear from the Jewish workers because the latter would not accept the Mayager wages paid to Arab workers. 42 This was probably true in tailoring and carpentry, but of course one of the Histadrut's motives in helping Arab workers organize was to open up more jobs for Jews by raising wage levels. After meeting with a delegation of strikers, Najib Nasser, the editor of Al-Carmel, invited the two sides to meet at his newspaper's offices and resolve their conflict. The strikers insisted that Kalfan and Hassoun accompany them to the meeting. Nasser was unhappy that the two officials of what his newspaper referred to as the Zionist Workers' Association had come, but they were ultimately allowed to remain as observers. After 94/ several hours of negotiations an agreement was reached by which, after 2 weeks, the strike was brought to an end. The workers achieved gains that, given the miserable conditions that had prevailed until then, were not insubstantial: a 9-hour workday, a half-hour lunch break, and 7 paid sick days a year. 43 In its account of the strike's settlement, Al-Carmel expressed the hope that in every trade a guild of employers and workers could be established to deal with the workers' grievances and thereby block the involvement of Zionists in the affairs of Arab workers. 44. Nasser and his associates in the Arab bourgeoisie of Haifa were quite conservative on social issues and did not initially have much interest in the needs or interests of the emerging Palestinian working class. But events like the October 1925 strike pushed them toward greater awareness of, and interest in, labor affairs, mainly out of concern that the Zionists might promote and capitalize on class conflict within the Arab community. It was thus probably Al-Carmel's strongly anti-Zionist stance, rather than a newfound concern for social justice and worker empowerment, that led it and other conservative but nationalist newspapers to publish news of the new Palestinian Arab Workers' Society formed in Haifa a few months earlier, and more generally to take an interest in Arab workers and even to support the formation of labor unions. By the summer of 1927, Palestine, based in Jaffa, was expressing pleasure that Arab workers finally seemed to be heeding its frequent warnings that the Jewish unions got involved in workers' affairs only when it was in their own interest, in the interest of the Jewish workers, while the Arab worker was in their view only an instrument with which to threaten the government if it did not submit to demands to provide jobs for Jewish workers at high wages. The newspaper went on to call on Arab workers to quit Jewish unions and form their own labor organizations. 45 The Histadrut leadership was still not without misgivings about the idea of organizing Arab workers. On a visit to Haifa during the carpenters and tailors strike, Ben-Gurion congratulated Kalfin. The strike was a big achievement for which labor Zionism had been striving for many years. It would allow the Histadrut to prove to the international socialist movement that it was not only seeking to build an advanced Jewish society in Palestine but also looking after the Arab workers. But, Ben-Gurion warned Kalfin, do not go too far. You are their teacher, and you have taught them to strike. They have already made some large steps. The day will come, and it is not far off, when Haj Amin al-Husseini will come and collect these same workers whom you have led like laid eggs, in order to use them to fight against us with the same means you have taught them. Ben-Gurion urged Kalfin to accept Najib Nasser's proposal for negotiations with the employers and seek a compromise which would end the strike quickly. 46 Despite his rhetorical support for organizing Arab workers, the Histadrut secretary was clearly uneasy about the long-term political consequences of such a course, from an entirely realistic assessment that as they became more organized and class-conscious, Arab workers would also probably incline more strongly toward nationalism and against Zionism. As it happened, the October 1925 strike led by Kalfin, Hassoun, and their General Workers' Club marked not the beginning but the high point of the Histadrut's first attempt to organize Arab workers in Haifa. While some Arab workers are said to have attended the traditional May Day strike and rally organized by the Haifa Workers' Council the following spring, the influence of the General Workers' Club was in fact already on the wane. In part this was due to a deteriorating economic climate. The last months of 1925 witnessed the beginning of a severe economic downturn in Palestine that would last until 1929, resulting in high unemployment and depressed wages for both Arabs and Jews in many trades. The grim situation in the Haifa building trades, particularly hard hit, was exacerbated by an influx of carpenters and other craftsmen from Syria, where a nationalist uprising and massive repression by that country's French colonial rulers had disrupted normal economic life. In these circumstances, workers were less willing to take risks, and the General Workers' Club found it impossible to repeat the success it had achieved with the carpenters and tailors in October 1925. Its involvement in subsequent workers' struggles was restricted to a few isolated instances. 47 The decline of the Haifa Club was certainly also hastened by the barrage of criticism and hostility to which it was subjected from both Arab nationalists and Jewish communists. These groups were united in seeing the club as essentially an instrument by which the Zionists were surreptitiously and illegitimately seeking to infiltrate and dominate the Arab working class. As an Arab directly employed by the Histadrut and doing its work, Philip Hassoun was a prime target of nationalist invective, denounced as a lackey of the Jews and a traitor to his people. 48 By 1927 the club was virtually moribund, its organizing efforts had petered out, few workers frequented its premises, and the activities of Kalfin and Hassoun were largely restricted to arranging lectures and evening classes. Elsewhere in 96/97 Palestine, the Histadrut's efforts to develop links with Arab workers never even approached the level briefly attained in Haifa. After 2 years of effort, the Histadrut leadership could point to few successes that might justify the continued allocation of funds and staff to the project of organizing Arab workers. At the same time, it was increasingly preoccupied with other problems. The economic crisis had hurt the Yishuv badly. The unemployment rate in Tel Aviv reached 40% in February 1927, the Histadrut Solel Bona contracting company went bankrupt 4 months later, and that year more Jews left Palestine than entered it. Both the Histadrut and the Zionist executive were forced to cut their budgets, with the result that funding for organizing Arab work was sharply reduced. One consequence of these cuts, which can also be taken as an indication of the Histadrut's changing priorities, was the end of Avraham Kalfan's career as a labor organizer. In the spring of 1927, at the urging of Ben-Gurion and Ben-Tzvi, Kalfan left the General Workers' Club and moved on to a new job as the Jewish secretary at the Haifa municipality, from which post Histadrut leaders hoped that he would be able to get the municipality to hire more Jews. Over the following quarter-century Kalfan would ascend through the ranks of the local administration and ultimately attain the post of secretary of the municipality. Philip Hassoun remained in charge of the General Workers' Club after Kalfan left, but the club had accumulated large debts and Hassoun's job was itself precarious. Ittihad al-Ummel no longer appeared with regularity, and after several hiatuses it ceased publication altogether at the beginning of 1928, largely because the Zionist executive, facing its own budget shortfalls, cut the subsidy it had been providing the Histadrut for the newspaper. 49. WECANNOTBEYOURSLAVES. Though the Histadrut's first effort to develop a base among Arab workers had been unsuccessful and its leaders' interest in the project was waning, the question of relations with Arab workers did not completely disappear from the agenda of the labor Zionist movement. In fact, even as practical activity virtually ceased, the issue continued to garner attention, especially during the period leading up to the Histadrut's Third Congress, scheduled for the summer of 1927, at which the question would be discussed and policy set. In the process, Adat Hakavada was compelled to fend off criticism from its rivals on the left and right while clarifying its own position on the issue. 98/ Poelat Zion Smol was the chief source of criticism from the left, since the openly anti-Zionist communists were altogether beyond the pale. Poelat Zion Smol could by this point claim that it had living proof that Jewish-Arab solidarity was possible, in the form of a small group of Arab workers in Jaffa with which it had developed close ties. The leader of the group was a carpenter, George Nasser, who had become an enthusiastic and loyal adherent of Poelat Zion Smol and a protege of one of the party's top leaders, Moshe Aram. Once, when asked why he supported Zionism and whether that support did not make him a traitor to his people, Nasser responded that he supported Zionism precisely because I am a good Arab. I know and see with my own eyes that Jewish immigration improves the situation of the Arab masses, it contributes to raising the workers' wages in Palestine and his standing in society. And since I seek the welfare of the Arab worker, I am ready to support Jewish immigration to Palestine. 50. Very few Arabs in Palestine were prepared to embrace this logic, and it is not even clear that any of the Jaffa workers in Nasser's group shared his political vision. There is room for suspicion that the Poelat Zion Smol activists with whom these workers were in contact tended to emphasize the party's refusal to join the Zionist organization and its proletarian internationalist ideology rather than its strong Zionist commitments. Nonetheless, it does seem that in this period there were in fact Arab workers who sincerely wished to join the Histadrut, which they perceived as a powerful and wealthy organization, provided that it dissociate itself from Zionism. Poelat Zion Smol used this sentiment to bolster its demand for separation of functions in the Histadrut and its transformation into an Arab-Jewish trade union center, with Arab workers as full and equal members. In December 1925, Poelat Zion Smol leaders arranged a meeting between Histadrut Secretary David Ben-Gurion and George Nasser, accompanied by several of his co-workers. The meeting was not a success. The Arab workers heard the Histadrut leader reject their demand for Admis Zion, which Adat Hayavada regarded as a threat to the labor Zionist project and a provocation on the part of Poelat Zion Smol. In response, Nasser told Ben-Gurion that he and his comrades wanted to join the Histadrut as loyal members and rejected the proposal that they join a separate club, as in Haifa. "We cannot be your slaves," he told the Histadrut leader. "We want to be members and subject to discipline. All our comrades want to be members of one organization with you, they will pay dues and organize meetings everywhere. But Ben-Gurion stood /99 firm, we will not decide here. The members of the Jaffa Workers' Council will consult with other workers and inform you of their decision. We will not argue about membership cards. This is our rule, and until the next Congress we can decide nothing. 51. In the run-up to the 1927 Histadrut Congress, Poelat Zion Smol sought to step up pressure on the organization's leadership by circulating petitions to be signed by Arab workers demanding admission. Among those who signed were a group of several dozen workers at a building site in Nazareth, who had sent one of their number to Haifa to seek Histadrut support upon launching a strike. Local Histadrut officials promised help but failed to act. The Nazareth workers then linked up with Poelat Zion Smol activists in Haifa, and George Nasser traveled to Nazareth where he was apparently able to convince the workers still at their jobs to join the strike. With Poelat Zion Smol's encouragement, the Nazareth workers subsequently wrote to the Histadrut to demand that they be allowed to join. All told, Poelat Zion Smol leaders claimed that some 700 Arab workers had signed petitions asking to be allowed to join the Histadrut. 52. Criticism from the left was, however, less politically significant to Adat Hayavata than criticism from its rival on the right, Hapoel Hatzair. That party was much more straightforwardly nationalist than Adat Hayavata. Because it was not explicitly socialist, much less avowedly Marxist, had never professed allegiance to the principle of proletarian internationalism, and was able to concede the nationalist character of Arab opposition to Zionism, Hapoel Hatzair did not need to resort to the tortured dialectics to which Adat Hayavata had recourse when called upon to justify their positions. From Hapoel Hatzair's standpoint, the central task of the Histadrut was to realize the Zionist project through the construction in Palestine of a separate Jewish society and economy, and this alone was sufficient justification for such policies as Hebrew labor. As a party, Hapoel Hatzair was thus at best profoundly skeptical about, and at worst hostile to, what it regarded as utopian pipe dreams like joint organization in mixed workplaces and the organization of Arab workers elsewhere. In fact, it saw such projects as potentially dangerous, in that they diverted scarce resources better devoted to meeting Jewish needs and aroused false hopes. From Hapoel Hatzair's standpoint, too much concern for the well-being of the 2 Arabs or guilt and self-doubt over possible violations of their rights were manifestations of an unhealthy Gulu mentality inappropriate to the project of Jewish national reconstruction. Hapoel Hatzair's analysis of the problem was articulated by Hayim Arlazorov in a 1927 essay entitled On the Question of Joint Organization, published as an intervention in the debates on the question that preceded the Histadrut's Third Congress. Born in the Ukraine in 1899 and raised in Germany, where he studied economics, Arlazorov settled in Palestine in 1924 and became a prominent leader of Hapoel Hatzair. When MAPE was founded through the merger of Adat Hayavata and Hapoel Hatzair in 1930, he became one of the new party's top leaders. A year later he was chosen to direct the political department of the Jewish Agency, which had been established in 1929 to bring together Zionist and non-Zionist Jews in the project of developing the Jewish national home in Palestine. Though not formally a Zionist institution, the Jewish Agency was soon dominated by Zionists and became the institution through which resources were channeled to the Yishuv from Jewish communities worldwide. The Jewish Agency executive would come to function as the de facto leadership of the Yishuv, and Arlazorov's appointment to direct its political department, like Ben-Gurion's elevation to the executive and then to its chairmanship, signaled the ascendancy of labor Zionism in the Yishuv and the Zionist organization. Arlazorov's assassination on Tel Aviv's beachfront in 1933, a crime which most labor Zionists blamed on Jewish extremists linked to Vladimir Jabotinsky's right-wing revisionist Zionist party, ignited a bitter conflict between the left and right wings of the Zionist movement whose legacy is still discernible in Israeli politics today. In his essay, Arlazorov claimed to be undertaking a strictly realistic and rational economic analysis, unencumbered by the ideological considerations which, he argued, had distorted the thinking of Adat Hayavata leaders like Ben-Gurion. Arlazorov accused the latter of trying to theorize out of existence the real, everyday, and essentially national conflict between expensive Jewish and inexpensive Arab labor. He rejected the notion that joint organization could significantly raise the general wage level in Palestine and thus facilitate the struggle for Hebrew labor by making Jewish workers more competitive with Arab workers. He was also convinced that Ben-Gurion's portrayal of the nascent Palestinian Arab working class as Zionism's potential ally was nothing but a fantasy. Even in the form envisioned by Adat Hayavada, joint organization would lead to disaster for the Zionist project, for it would result in the deterioration of Jewish wages to the Arab level, making it impossible for European Jewish workers to survive in Palestine. To support his argument, Arlazorov cited the case of South Africa, where as he saw it conditions most closely paralleled those which confronted the Jewish workers in Palestine. The white workers there were unable to compete in a labor market dominated by abundant and cheap African and Indian labor. They had therefore organized and used their political clout to secure the imposition of a color bar which excluded non-whites from supervisory, skilled, and well-paid jobs. Similarly, if Jewish and Arab workers in Palestine competed within the same labor market, the result would be not only the cessation of Jewish immigration, for Jews would not come to or stay in Palestine if they could not find decently paid jobs there, but also substantial Jewish emigration, making realization of a Jewish majority unlikely. Joint organization could never overcome the dynamics of the capitalist labor market. The only way out of this dilemma, Arlazorov insisted, was for the Zionist labor movement to devote its resources and energies to developing a separate high-wage, high-productivity, and exclusively Jewish economic sector, which would coexist with an unproductive and low-wage Arab sector for decades to come. This was in fact already happening, but Arlazorov wanted the movement to be much clearer about its goals and methods, and above all to give up on what he saw as the dangerous delusion of joint organization. In addition to building up a separate Jewish economic enclave, the labor Zionist movement was also using political means to try to escape the constraints of a local labor market in which, as Arlazorov had demonstrated, its members found it difficult to compete successfully. For example, during the middle and later 1920s, the Histadrut pressed the Colonial Office and the government of Palestine to set a minimum wage for unskilled labor. This would have the effect of reducing the competition which Arab labor could offer Jewish labor, thereby preserving jobs for Jews and perhaps also opening new ones to them. The British authorities were not receptive to this demand, however, in keeping with their general policy of avoiding direct regulation of the labor market insofar as possible. 53 The Zionist organization and the Histadrut also sought to ensure that wage rates for unskilled Jewish workers employed on relief projects by the Pub 1 Lie Works Department during the post-1925 economic crisis were higher than those paid to Arab workers. British officials resisted this demand, too, because it favored Jewish labor over Arab labor and because it would increase their labor costs. Nonetheless, in 1928 a government wages commission reported that 4 wage levels for unskilled labor were in effect, /101. Rural Arab labor received 12 to 15 piastres a day, urban Arab labor 14 to 17 piastres, unionized Jewish labor 28 to 30 piastres, and non-union Jewish labor 15 to 30 piastres. 54 At the same time, as I will discuss later, Histadrut and Zionist officials incessantly lobbied the British authorities in both Jerusalem and London to ensure that Jews received as large a proportion as possible of public works jobs and contracts. For example, the Zionist organization demanded that Jewish workers be given 50% of the unskilled jobs created by the construction of the new deep-water port at Haifa and paid at standard Histadrut rates. Zionist leaders argued that this demand, and many similar demands raised with regard to other spheres of employment, were justified by the fact that the Jewish contribution to the government's tax revenues was proportionally much larger than the Jews' share in Palestine's population. Labor Zionists contributed to this lobbying campaign by utilizing their close connections with Trades Union Congress and Labour Party leaders in Britain to step up the pressure on the Colonial Office. British officials, especially in Palestine, opposed Zionist demands, on the grounds that it constituted favoritism toward Jews and because it would substantially increase the costs of the Haifa Harbor project. 55. By the second half of the 1920s, then, the mainstream of the labor Zionist movement was in practice firmly committed to a strategy based on both the struggle for Hebrew labor and the development of a separate Jewish economic enclave. Yet Ben-Gurion and his party found it difficult to accept this reality, which implied giving up on the vision of joint organization and Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity as a solution to labor Zionism's dilemmas. In October 1926, at Adat HaAvoda's Fifth Party Congress, Ben-Gurion acknowledged that the difficult situation in which the labor Zionist movement currently found itself was not conducive to a correct assessment of the question of joint organization. But, he insisted, both moral and other considerations required that the party and the movement it led continue to understand that the fate of the Jewish working class in Palestine was inextricably linked to the fate of the Arab working class. It is inconceivable, Ben-Gurion declared, that we should succeed in entrenching ourselves in Palestine, in creating a large Jewish working class, in putting masses of Jews to work, and in building a lasting Jewish economy if, alongside the Jewish worker and the Jewish economy, there will remain the downtrodden and unorganized Arab worker, who 102/103 will compete with us and see us as his enemy. Ben-Gurion reiterated his call for a Jewish-Arab Workers' 7 alliance, based on autonomous national organizations and separate national sections for mixed workplaces. 56 Ben-Gurion made his remarks in the context of a discussion about the general policy on joint organization and relations between Arab and Jewish workers which the forthcoming Histadrut Congress would adopt. Besides his own proposal, the party had before it a more complex scheme for an international Eretz Yisrael Workers' Alliance Eliomet Eretz Yisraelit, put forward by Yitzhak Ben-Tzvi, to be composed of the Histadrut, such purely Arab unions or labor federations as might be established, and international unions with separate national sections in mixed enterprises like the railways. 57 Ben-Tzvi's proposal was designed to deflect criticism from the left by demonstrating Adat HaAvoda's commitment to creating a framework for Arab-Jewish workers' solidarity, while at the same time protecting the party's right flank by barring Arabs from Histadrut membership, preserving the Histadrut's Zionist character, and ensuring that even Jewish workers in mixed unions would be able to participate in the effort to construct a separate Jewish society in Palestine. While more detailed than any previous proposal, Ben-Tzvi's scheme can also be seen as a manifestation of Adat HaAvoda's declining interest in organizing Arab workers. When Ben-Tzvi had first outlined his scheme for an Arab-Jewish Workers' Alliance 2 years earlier, it had been implicitly understood that the Histadrut should play a key role in organizing its sister organization for Arab workers. 58 By contrast, his proposal to the Fifth Party Congress made no mention of what Ben-Gurion had once called the Histadrut's historic mission. Nor, for that matter, did Ben-Gurion's own remarks at the Congress. They were rather vague and general, and though not without passion they seemed to imply that the Histadrut's responsibility was restricted to allying itself with the Arab working class once the latter had succeeded in organizing itself, rather than actively assisting it to do so. In effect, the leaders of Adat HaAvoda were moving away from their earlier emphasis on the importance of an alliance between the Jewish and Arab working classes in Palestine and toward Hapoel Hatza'ir's relegation of joint organization, and more generally of the question of Arab-Jewish relations, to the margins. This shift reflected the gradual ideological convergence of the two parties which a few years later would result in their merger and the creation of MAPE. Adat HaAvoda's drift in this direction was manifested in a much more modest notion of what joint organi 1 // 104/ Zashin might achieve for both Jewish and Arab workers, and greater emphasis on labor Zionism's own constructive efforts as the determining factor in Zionism's ultimate success. 59 The Histadrut's declining interest in organizing Arab workers and its move toward what might be called a policy of benign neglect also coincided with the launching of a campaign to compel Jewish citrus farmers in the Moshavot to dismiss their Arab workers and hire Jews instead. Most immediately, The Histadrut's rationale for renewing the struggle for Hebrew labor in the Moshavot was the urgent need to relieve very high urban unemployment in a period of severe economic crisis. But the campaign also served to deflect Jewish workers' anger and frustration about their plight onto Arab workers, with whom they were competing for scarce jobs and who could be depicted as taking the bread out of their mouths. In launching this campaign, the labor Zionist movement also gained an opportunity to assert its self-proclaimed role as vanguard of Zionism and the Yishuv, since it could cast itself as the defender of poor Jewish immigrants fighting for jobs and survival against the greed of the unpatriotic farmers, who preferred to employ cheap Arab labor even if that undermined the Zionist enterprise. This campaign dramatically heightened intra-Yishuv tensions, but it thereby also enhanced the power, moral authority, and vanguard status of the labor Zionist leadership and the institutions it controlled in relation to competing Jewish socio-political forces. Adat Hayavada's new orientation also reflected the growing strength and social weight of the Jewish labor movement in Palestine. The Histadrut had grown from 4,433 members at its inception in 1920 to some 25,000 members by 1928. Despite the economic downturn that had set in by 1926, the Yishuv seemed to be developing and labor Zionist leaders could envision continued slow but steady growth. Arab opposition to Zionism persisted, but in the later 1920s the national movement was factionalized and ineffective, and British support for the establishment of the Jewish national home seemed secure. In the second half of the 1920s, Adat Hayavada gradually abandoned the radicalism that had sometimes characterized its rhetoric earlier in the decade and gave up on the idea of building a socialist Jewish community in Palestine through the workers' efforts alone. Instead, it more wholeheartedly embraced the idea of an alliance with Jewish capital, and sought to exploit that alliance in ways that would enhance its own strength and that of the institutions it controlled. These trends and developments inter/105 acted with one another and contributed to the party's retreat from its earlier emphasis on the importance of Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity. The shift emerged clearly at the Histadrut's Third Congress, held in July among us. When the Arab workers approach the Jewish workers, their enemies say to them, "You are Zionists." And others say, "You are communists." And so the Arab worker is confused. We must unite and present common demands to the government, which ignores its obligations to the worker and instead sends in the police and puts him in jail. IO6I. As Hamdi saw it, the Jewish workers' movement as such was not Zionist, and that distinction should be made clear to all so that there would be no divisions between Arab and Jewish workers. 61 These remarks seemed to have aroused Ben-Gurion's ire, for he immediately rose to respond. The Histadrut secretary declared that while he welcomed any sign of awakening among the Arab workers, he wanted the Arab workers and intellectuals, at least those few who, Ben-Gurion said, had so far freed themselves from the enmity which the Effendis were sowing around the Zionist enterprise, to understand that the Jewish workers in Palestine are the Zionists, a remark which the delegates greeted with applause. Ben-Gurion went on. They came to Palestine only thanks to Zionism. Had it not been for Zionism, there would not be 30,000 organized workers in Palestine, there wouldn't be this Congress, nor the Histadrut, nor the movement which will raise the worker from his degradation. And I want to tell you, Comrade Hamdi, what the workers' Zionism is. You say that the Arab worker is oppressed and his situation is degraded. But our situation is even worse. If the Arab worker works in difficult conditions, the Jewish masses don't even have the opportunity to work. And Zionism aspires to bring the Jewish masses to Eretz Yisrael and to labor, to transform here the Jewish masses into workers, and they will also bring about the strengthening of the workers and Arab masses in Eretz Yisrael and the neighboring lands. This is Zionism, the return of the Jewish masses to Eretz Yisrael and their transformation into a productive workforce on which the country's one future regime will be based. That is why, Ben-Gurion argued, the Effendis were fighting Zionism. This new force would put an end to their plundering and exploitation. You, the Arab workers, must not harness yourselves to the cart of the Effendis in their war against Zionism, he warned. We believe that to the extent that our strength in the country grows, So will grow the strength of the working class which Hamdi and his comrades hope will liberate this country. 62. The main presentation on joint organization was given by Bentzvi, who criticized both Hapo el-Hatza'ir's insistence on a complete separation between Jewish and Arab workers and Poelatzion Smol's demand that Arabs be allowed to join the Histadrut, arguing instead for his rather complex scheme for an international workers' alliance in Palestine. There was also another resolution put forward by the kibbutz faction, representing new political forces based in the Third Aliyah which, in the form of Hashomer Hatza'ir, would eventually supplant Poelatzion Smol as the main party on the Zionist left. 63 in the /107. And, the Congress adopted what amounted to a rather vague statement of J principles, apparently the result of a compromise worked out behind the Zionist project. The Histadrut left's demand for the admission of Arabs which, along with a few dedicated but isolated individuals within MAPE, continued to regard them as vital missions. For Adat Hayavada and then for MAPE, this whole arena would come to be seen as a sideshow. As a result, though they were the culmination of years of debate within the Zionist labor movement in Palestine, the resolutions adopted at the Histadrut's Third Congress had virtually no immediate impact. Given their limited scope, the difficult economic situation, and the preoccupation of the Histadrut leadership with other problems, no new resources were devoted to organizing Arab workers. As I noted earlier, Ittihad al-Umal was allowed to fade out of existence in the half-year that followed the Third Congress, while the General Workers' Club in Haifa closed its doors sometime in 1928 or 1929. There is evidence of only one strike by Arab workers in which the Histadrut was involved in this period, and it is symptomatic that this was a spontaneous walkout which the Histadrut supported only after it erupted. 64 Poelatzion Smol maintained its links with George Nasser's circle in Jaffa, but this remained a very small and isolated group which exercised no influence on the growing Arab working class in that city. Other relationships which that party had sought to develop with groups of Arab workers failed to survive, much less thrive. 65. 108/109. During 1928 and into 1929 there was sporadic talk of reviving Ittihad al-Umal, reopening the Haifa Club, and devoting greater attention and resources to organizing Arab workers. Several factors helped keep the issue alive, including explicitly economic considerations. In May 1929 David Hakohen, a leading figure in the Histadrut's economic enterprises, warned the Secretariat that the government's Public Works Department was inclined to hire cheap contracted Arab labor, which would make it impossible for Histadrut enterprises to win contracts which provided jobs for Jewish workers at good wages. He proposed that the Histadrut begin organizing Arab workers, in order to show the Public Works Department that the path of pushing down wages for Arabs is not strewn with roses. While there was no immediate follow-up on Hakohen's proposal, the idea of securing more jobs for Jews by raising Arab wages through labor organizing would continue to influence Histadrut policy-making in Jerusalem. In August 1929 these tensions suddenly exploded into a week of countrywide violence on an unprecedented scale. 133 Jews lost their lives at the hands of Arab mobs, 116 Arabs were killed, and many hundreds were wounded. The heavy loss of life and the ferocity of the violence, after years of relative calm, came as a tremendous shock to the Yishuv and the Zionist movement and produced a variety of responses. The violence led Ben-Gurion to re-evaluate his attitude toward Palestinian Arab nationalism, which he had hitherto dismissed as a fraud on the part of the Effendis. Displaying his characteristic tactical flexibility, Ben-Gurion now began to tell his colleagues that it was a mistake to ignore or downplay the depth and strength of Arab nationalist sentiment in Palestine. Zionism had to come to some agreement with the Arab national movement, indeed with the very Effendis he had denounced for much of the previous decade as blood-sucking exploiters with whom the Jewish workers had nothing in common and could never compromise. This was something of a departure from labor Zionism's traditional denial of the authenticity of Arab nationalist sentiment, though not an irreversible one. However, this shift also implied abandonment of the notion, advanced by Ben-Gurion and his comrades earlier in the decade, that the Arab working class was the Zionist project's natural ally in the Arab community, and hence the loss of a prime ideological and strategic rationale for investing resources in organizing Arab workers under the Histadrut's tutelage. As a result, while the 1930s were to witness the intensification of labor Zionist efforts to organize Arab workers, these would be motivated by different goals, take place within a different organizational framework, and be informed by a different ethos than had been the case during the previous decade. 3. The Railway Workers of Palestine, The Struggle for Arab-Jewish Unity, 1919 to 1925. A visitor to Israel, or to the West Bank and Gaza, might be forgiven for completely failing to notice the existence of a railway system. Some of the oldest and historically most important lines today operate on a minimal schedule and carry few passengers and little freight, while others no longer function at all. In truth, motorized road transport won its lengthy struggle with the railroad as the preferred means of moving goods and people several decades ago. Despite sporadic discussion in Israel of reviving the existing rail system and even of building new lines, the railways are moribund and seem likely to continue to decline for lack of investment and interest. Yet the railways of Palestine have a long and memorable history. Proposals to construct a railroad in Palestine, a relatively underdeveloped region of the Ottoman Empire but one which was already attracting the special interest of Europeans, were put forward as early as the 1850s. But it was only in 1888 that Yosef Navon, a wealthy Jewish notably from Jerusalem, acquired from the government of Sultan Abd al-Hamid a concession to build and operate a railway line between Jaffa, Palestine's largest town and main port, and Jerusalem high up in the hill country. Navon Bey then sold the concession to a new company formed in France to raise the necessary capital and implement the project. The Jaffa-Jerusalem Railroad was completed in the summer of 1892, and in the years that followed it helped stimulate the economic growth of Palestine by facilitating the export of citrus and encouraging the tourist trade. 1. The Ottoman government also developed Palestine's railway system on its own, in connection with the Hijaz Railway. That project, implemented in 1900 to 1908 with German technical and financial support, was intended to strengthen Ottoman control of the Hijaz and its holy cities. 112/ and facilitate the annual pilgrimage by linking Damascus with Mecca, but the line reached only as far south as Medina. In 1905 a branch line was completed which linked the Hijaz Railway in southern Syria with Haifa on the Mediterranean, via Daraa, Samak, Bison, and Siafola, and a spur connecting Haifa with Acre to the north was opened in 1913. The First World War witnessed the rapid extension of Palestine's railway system, largely for military purposes. With German technical assistance and local conscript labor, mainly Arab peasants but also Jewish artisans and others, the Ottomans built narrow-gauge rail lines through the central hill country of Palestine, connecting the Haifa-Samak line at Siafola with Jenin, Nablus, and Tulkarm, ultimately reaching the town of Lydda, on the coastal plain southeast of Jaffa. Military railroads also extended onto Gaza and across the Sinai, to facilitate an Ottoman invasion of Egypt. The British forces which conquered Palestine from the Ottomans contributed several lines of their own which were abandoned once their military usefulness had ended, but the British also built a permanent new line along the Mediterranean coast of Sinai and Palestine, running from Alcantara on the Suez Canal to Haifa, via Gaza and Lydda. This latter town, which was also on the Jaffa-Jerusalem line, thus became the country's main rail junction. After the war's end, control of the country's railways as well as of the Sinai and Hijaz railways was transferred to the Palestine Railways, Telegraph, and Telephone, an agency of the Mandatory Government of Palestine. The new management shut down many of the little-used lines, but over the years it also upgraded several existing lines to standard gauge and constructed some new ones. Perhaps the most important of these was the extension in 1942 of the Alcantara-Haifa coastal line northward to Beirut and Tripoli in Lebanon, which Allied forces had just conquered from the forces of Vichy France. By the end of the British Mandate period there were 290 miles of railroad in Palestine, which in 1946-47 carried 1.9 million tons of freight and some 900,000 passengers. 2 Throughout the Mandate period, the Palestine Railways was one of the largest employers of wage labor in the country. The size of its workforce fluctuated, but at its wartime height in 1943 there were nearly 7,800 railway workers in Palestine. Most of these were unskilled Arab peasants hired to build and maintain roadbed and track, but a substantial minor ity more than 1,200 in 1943 were relatively skilled and permanent industrial workers concentrated in the railway workshops on the northern /1x3 outskirts of Haifa, while many others worked elsewhere in Palestine operating and maintaining railroad equipment, stations, and depots. 3. We know very little about the railway workers in Palestine before or during the First World War. At least initially, Europeans probably held a substantial number of the more highly skilled jobs on both the Jaffa-Jerusalem route and on the Hijaz Railways lines in Palestine, as well as at railroad repair and maintenance facilities. A small number of Jews, whether long-time residents or recent arrivals, were also employed on the railroads of Palestine, especially during the war when railway employment seemed a relatively safe and easy way of performing obligatory military service. But the majority of the permanent workforce certainly consist of Muslim and Christian Arabs, along with some Turks in supervisory and clerical positions and some members of indigenous but non-Arab minority groups like the Armenians. Not all the Arab railway workers originated from within the territory that would later become Palestine. Before the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, Palestine was a purely geographic term and there was considerable labor migration across Ottoman provincial and district boundaries. So, for example, the extension of the Hijaz Railway to Haifa in 1905 and the establishment in that town of its operational offices and other installations led to the settlement of some Syrian Muslim railway workers in the Wadi Salib neighborhood of Haifa. As we will see, several of the railway workers who in the mid-1920s would emerge as the founders of the Palestinian Arab Trade Union movement were Syrian-born veterans of the Hijaz Railway. 4 Considerably more information is available about the railway workforce in the period immediately after the end of the war, though major gaps remain. In these years the railways were transferred from military to civilian control, and both skilled and unskilled workers were needed to replace the departing soldiers who had helped operate the system during the war. A small number of non-Jewish Europeans were kept on or hired to fill skilled and supervisory positions. Not a few of the foremen at the workshops, for example, were Greeks, possibly from the large Greek community settled in Egypt, while senior officials were all British. But the great bulk of the railway workforce, then and through the Mandate period, continued to consist of Arabs, mainly from Palestine itself but also from Syria and Egypt, where there were more workers with experience in railroad work. A considerable portion of the railroad's unskilled manual labor, 114/, was initially performed by Egyptians, large numbers of whom had been conscripted by the British and brought to Palestine for labor service. A rudimentary mutual aid society seems to have emerged among the Arab railway workers as early as 1920, when a small group in Haifa began collecting funds with which to assist sick workers and the families of deceased workers. By 1923 this seems to have evolved into a somewhat more organized benevolent society for railway workers, formally registered with the government. As we will see, among those most actively involved in this society were a number of skilled workers and foremen who in 1925 would help organize the first purely Arab labor union in Palestine. Until then, however, they seem to have kept largely to themselves, refraining from any kind of overt trade union activity and from seeking any contact with Jewish railway workers. They will therefore not resurface in this narrative until we come to the events of 1925.5. From 1919 on, the railway workforce also included a small but growing number of Jews who had recently arrived in Palestine. Some were demobilized soldiers who had served with the British forces, but most were immigrants who came to Palestine as part of the Third Aliyah. They were initially channeled into railroad jobs by the Zionist Commission, sent to Palestine by the Zionist organization in April 1918 to help restore the Yishuv, which had been impoverished and partially dispersed by the war, and to prepare the way for the large-scale Jewish immigration which the Balfour Declaration had finally made possible. Jews were also recruited for railroad work through the employment offices run by the two rival labor Zionist parties, Adat Ha'avada and Hapoel Hatzair. Later these modes of recruitment were supplemented by personal connections, as newly hired Jewish supervisors, foremen, and workers got other Jews taken on. 6 For the Zionist Commission and the labor Zionist parties, placing the new immigrants in jobs on the railroads was of course a way of securing their individual livelihoods, since jobs were in short supply. As I discussed in chapters 1 and 2, however, it was also part of the broader campaign for the conquest of labor and the achievement of Hebrew labor. The creation of a strong cadre of Jewish railway workers was seen as a means of transforming those individuals into proletarians and of demonstrating that in Palestine Jews could successfully perform even the most strenuous kinds of physical labor. But it was also regarded as a way of securing for the Jewish working class a foothold in this important sector of Palestine's economy. It is not surprising, then, that labor Zionist leaders regarded the main task of the Railway Workers Association established by the Jewish railway workers in 1919 to be the conquest of labor on the railways. 7 The usual purpose of trade unionism, the improvement of workers' wages and working conditions, was not deemed unimportant, but in accordance with the ideology of labor Zionism it was considered to be secondary to broader national interests, a means to an end. By securing higher wages and better conditions for their members, unions would serve to strengthen Hebrew labor and further the goals of the Zionist project in Palestine. As we will see, however, not all the Jewish railway workers would always share this conception. The first wave of Jewish immigrants channeled into work on the railroad did not last long. Looking back on this period from the vantage point of January 1921, the Union leadership commented that the Zionist officials in charge of employment apparently intended mainly to provide work for the newly arrived young men, who had been looking in vain for jobs. They wanted to get rid of them, and so they sent them to the railroad. But in truth, this was not the human material needed to accomplish this great conquest of labor, and those who sent them did not take an interest in creating for these young people the conditions which would facilitate their entry into this work. And so from all those who were hired to work on the railroad, a few hundred in number, only a few remained, those who solely because of their aspiration to win for Jews a place in railroad work possessed enough patience to endure and suffer through the difficult conditions. 8. This problem was to plague the labor Zionist leadership throughout the mandate period. Few Jews were willing to endure for long the low wages, long hours, harsh conditions, and abusive treatment characteristic of railway work in Palestine, and whenever better jobs were available elsewhere they left. The leadership was thus continually confronted with a conflict between the material interests of individual workers and the strategic goal of strengthening Hebrew labor in this vital enterprise. Only by significantly improving wages and working conditions could they hope to diamond suit keep a significant number of Jews working as railwaymen. But the Jewish workers could only win such improvements by cooperating with the Arab railway workers who constituted the great majority of the railroad workforce. Yet the gains which such cooperation might achieve were likely to strengthen the position of the Arab workers and make the achievement of Hebrew labor even more difficult. This was a contradiction which labor Zionism never successfully resolved. In an effort to circumvent the problem, the Zionist executive lobbied the British authorities to dispense with the many Egyptians who were employed by the Palestine railways and on public works projects and replace them with Jews, or if not with Jews at least with local Arabs. It was hoped that this measure might open up more jobs for Jews. At worst it would mean that Palestinian Arabs would replace the Egyptians, whose wages were extremely low. British government and army officials initially resisted this demand, since replacing Egyptians with Jews or even with Palestinian Arabs would mean substantially higher wage bills, but by 1922 the government of Palestine was committed to phasing out Egyptian labor. This did not, however, open up any significant number of new jobs for Jews, since few Jews were interested in, or capable of, doing the kinds of work the Egyptians had done. 9. It was from the ranks of those few Jews who remained in railway work for more than a few weeks or months that the organizers of the first Jewish Railwaymen's Union were drawn. The RWA, whose first Congress was held in Jaffa in November-December 1919, a year before the founding Congress of the Histadrut, got off to a rocky start. In part this was a result of the instability caused by high turnover in membership as new immigrants entered and then quickly quit the railway workforce, but the fledgling organization was also weakened by struggles for control waged by the various parties. In 1919-21 the Socialist Workers' Party, still straddling the boundary between Zionism and Bolshevism, found considerable support among the Jewish railway workers, which led to conflict with Adat HaAvoda. There were also conflicts between the Union's Central Committee, elected by the workers themselves, and the official appointed by the Zionist Commission to supervise the Union and get more Jews hired as railway workers, in keeping with the campaign for the conquest of labor in this sector. In its early years the Union was financially dependent on the Zionist Commission, which supplemented the wages of Jewish railway workers and gave the Union money with which to provide them with such services as workers' kitchens, classes in Hebrew and English, and books and magazines. Even after factional infighting diminished and the Union's leadership managed to convince the Zionist Commission to remove the supervisor it had appointed, the organization remained weak. Contact with its /117 branches, especially those in distant stations such as Alcantara at the far end of the Sinai Line, was irregular, and the Union's main preoccupation seems to have been directing new immigrants to job opportunities on the railroad. A memorandum setting forth the grievances and demands of the Jewish railwaymen was drawn up and sent to the newly arrived High Commissioner, who headed the mandatory government of Palestine, but there was no response. 10 Even at this early stage, the question arose of how the Jewish railway workers should relate to their Arab co-workers. On the one hand, it was obvious to labor Zionist leaders that the Jewish railway workers, a few hundred out of a workforce of several thousand, could not hope, however well organized they may be, to improve their lot without the cooperation of their unorganized Arab fellow workers, and that only by achieving such improvements could the way be opened to strengthening Hebrew labor on the railroad. At the same time, there was considerable anxiety about the possible consequences of organizing Arab workers and the extent to which these might hinder achievement of Zionist goals. As I discussed in Chapter 2, this issue surfaced at one of the very first meetings of the Histadrut's Executive Committee, on December 30, 1920, only a few weeks after the organization's founding Congress. While some Histadrut leaders at the meeting argued that the Jewish workers must help their Arab co-workers organize themselves, they also expressed fears about the potential implications of such assistance for the Zionist project. It was also understood, even at this early stage, that organizing Arab workers might conflict with the goal of achieving Hebrew labor on the railroad. At the same time, many felt that the Histadrut could not remain uninvolved. In part this was for political reasons. If the Histadrut did not organize the Arab workers, anti-Zionist leftists or Arab nationalists might, with potentially dangerous consequences. But it should also be said that many of the labor Zionists took their internationalist and socialist principles seriously and felt a moral obligation to help those they perceived as their less Class I conscious and unorganized Arab brothers. This obligation could often take the form of paternalism, and ultimately it cannot be separated from the broader issue of the Zionist project in Palestine and its implications for the country's Arab majority. It would nonetheless be a mistake to lose sight of the subjective moral impulse involved, and of the humanitarian and socialist terms in which many left Zionists understood what they were doing. In the end, as we have seen, the Histadrut Executive Committee decided to procrastinate. It instructed its representatives to the Jewish Railway Workers' Union Congress to affirm the principle of Arab-Jewish solidarity but avoid any practical decisions pending further clarification of the issue. 11 As a result, the 30 or so delegates to the RWA's Third Congress, representing some 600 Jewish railway workers, devoted little or no attention to the question of relations with their Arab co-workers. Apart from deciding that the RWA would join the new Histadrut as a unit, their dis, or through contacts with non-Jewish European railway workers, mainly Greeks and Italians, who had their own mutual aid societies. In the summer and autumn of 1921 a series of meetings was held at the homes of Arab railway workers at which the Arabs expressed to Jewish union leaders their interest in participating in a joint union of all railway workers in Palestine, and even in joining the Histadrut, which offered its members a variety of services such as healthcare, loan funds, and consumer cooperatives. These initiatives induced considerable anxiety and confusion among the leaders of the RWA, who at first sought to dampen Arab interest by avoiding their questions and exaggerating the burdens of union membership. When the Arabs persisted and pressed for an unequivocal response, the RWA again turned to the Histadrut for guidance. Point 14 As I discussed in Chapter 2, the issue of relations between Arab and Jewish workers in mixed workplaces, usually referred to as the problem of joint organization, thus forced its way onto 120/ the agenda of the Histadrut leadership late in 1921 and became the subject of controversy and debate among the labor Zionist parties. In January 1922, spurred on by the need to provide guidance for the railway workers, the Histadrut Council endorsed Ben-Gurion's proposal that among the railway workers joint organization would entail organization of the workers on the basis of national sections and preservation of the Jewish Railway Workers Association as part of the Histadrut 15. Any Arab railway workers who joined the RWA would thus be consigned to a separate section, while the Jewish workers and their organization would remain tightly linked to the Histadrut. This conception of joint organization came under fire from left forces in the Histadrut and among the Jewish railway workers, countrywide but especially among those employed at the Haifa workshops, where both Poelate Zion Smol and the Communists had substantial support. In part this was due to the composition of the railway workforce, and particularly the workshop workers. Most Jewish railway workers were recent arrivals in Palestine, without deep roots in the country or strong links with the institutions of the labor Zionist movement. At the same time, many had been profoundly affected by the revolutionary upheavals in the Europe they had just left. Impoverished and exploited but also highly politicized, many of them came to feel that they had little hope of improving conditions except through joint struggle with their Arab co-workers. The emphasis which Poelate Zion Smol and communist activists and propagandists placed on class struggle and on internationalism, on unifying and mobilizing Jewish and Arab railway workers to fight for higher wages and better conditions, had considerable appeal for them. In contrast, the Histadrut leadership's constant exhortations to self-sacrifice and its insistence that the class struggle must be subordinated to the national tasks of immigration and settlement soon wore thin. Leftist activists accused the Histadrut of downplaying or even suppressing workers' struggles in order to accommodate the bourgeois leadership of the Zionist movement, and its preference for building up a separate labor economy, a policy leftists derided as the socialism of poverty could seem misguided, even delusional, in light of the acute deprivation experienced by significant sections of the urban industrial working class in a period of low wages, widespread unemployment, and even hunger. The circumstances of the Jewish railway workers also differed significantly from those of most other Histadrut members. The Histadrut included not only urban wage workers but also numerous people who, although officially classified as /12-1 workers, were in fact self-employed, whether individually or collectively. These included members of kibbutzim and moshavim, members of the Gdud Ha'avada who contracted themselves out collectively on public works projects, members of producers and consumers cooperatives, and so forth. The non-working spouses of Histadrut members could also join and vote in elections. The railway workers were by contrast proletarians in the classic sense, urban wage workers, while the workshop workers in particular lived and worked in a large, ethnically mixed seaport city which was on its way to becoming Palestine's major industrial center. While other Histadrut members might be in conflict with their relatively small-scale Jewish employers, or might be suffering because of general economic conditions, for the railwaymen it was clearly the colonial state, the mandatory government and its agency, the Palestine Railways, which was responsible for what they experienced as starvation wages and subhuman working conditions. They therefore tended to be much more receptive to the militant message of political forces to the left of Adat Hayavada than was the bulk of the Histadrut's membership. The railway workers also developed a strong tradition of independence. Many of them, including even some who agreed politically with Adat Hayavada, resented what they perceived as the domineering behavior and centralizing policies of the Histadrut leadership. Much of the latter consist of veterans of the pre-war Second Aliyah who, though only in their mid-30s, could now seem quite old and distant from the ethos of the younger and more radical new arrivals who made up most of the Jewish component of the railroad workforce. In the face of the Histadrut's efforts to establish its control over the trade unions, the railwaymen insisted on their organization's autonomy. At the same time, the railway workers had relatively weak ties with the rest of the Zionist labor movement. To the annoyance of the Histadrut leadership, many of them were remiss about paying their Histadrut dues, and the RWA had its own separate strike and mutual aid funds. By 1922-23 officials of the Adat Hayavada-controlled Haifa Workers' Council, the local organ of the Histadrut, had come to regard the Haifa branch of the union as a hotbed of opposition because it acted largely on its own and seemed to provide fertile ground for radicalism. However, it should also be noted that the Railway Workers' Union was in fact dependent on the financial support of the Histadrut, which paid the salary of its full-time secretary and kept a close watch on its affairs. This enabled the Histadrut leadership to apply pressure on the union and ultimately rein it in. 16. 122. The growing strength of the left among the Jewish railway workers ensured that there would be extensive debate on the question of joint organization when the RWA's Fourth Congress convened in Haifa in February 1922, a month or so after the Histadrut Council had endorsed the policy of national sections. All the delegates agreed on the urgent necessity of joint organization with the Arab workers, which increasingly looked like the only solution to the problems faced by the Jewish railwaymen, but a substantial minority rejected the Histadrut's directives on the form it should take. The Congress, dominated by supporters of Adat Hakavada and Hapoel Hatzair, ultimately endorsed the Histadrut's decision to establish national sections, with the Jewish section to remain part of to reflect its broader membership, although none of them actually joined as full dues-paying members. In addition to the union's own efforts to reach out to Arab workers, in which Poelat Zion Small members in Haifa took the initiative, the impetus for growing Arab involvement seems to have been the wave of layoffs which swept the railroad in 1922 and exacerbated the resentment of workers already suffering from poor wages and working conditions. These layoffs, part of a government-wide effort to reduce expenditures by shrinking its workforce, hit the railway workers particularly hard, in part because the great majority of railway employees were officially classified as daily paid staff and therefore enjoyed no security of employment or right to compensation for dismissal. This was also a period of high unemployment, which meant that the laid-off workers had poor prospects for finding other jobs. For the first time, the union and the Histadrut tried to intervene with management and the government on behalf of the Arab as well as the Jewish workers who had lost their jobs. Although only some of the dismissed workers were ultimately rehired, the union's efforts on their half enhanced its standing among Arab workers. The union also complained about harassment and persecution of workers by supervisory personnel, some of them Jewish. 18 By the autumn of 1922 there was widespread support among both Jewish and Arab workers for strike action to resist the layoffs and harassment, but the Histadrut Executive Committee, with which the union leadership consulted closely and to whose decisions it deferred, rejected the idea. In part this was because Ben-Zvi and his colleagues were not convinced that the Arab workers would actually join a strike, but larger political considerations were also involved. Let us suppose, Ben-Zvi told a meeting of the Histadrut Executive Committee, that they succeed, that a miracle occurs and not a single Arab accepts a bribe to betray the workers, that they all strike. Let us say that we succeed in everything, then what will we demand? That Moshlin be fired. And in his place will come an Arab or an Englishman. A few days ago the linemen demanded the hiring of a Jewish official, and now they will strike to demand the firing of a Jewish official? All the decisions about a strike are worthless, they cannot be considered. From every standpoint the thing is a total loss. Bentzvi told the union leaders, who were convinced that there was strong support for a strike and that they could paralyze the railways, to calm the workers down. 19 Nonetheless, 1923 witnessed the beginning of a new phase of organizational and political activity among the railwaymen. Unrest grew as management intensified its drive to cut costs. Workers were fired without notice or severance pay, the maximum allowable workday was increased to 16 hours, the workers' old employment contracts were cancelled and no new ones were issued, the right of workers to choose their weekly day of rest in accordance with their religion was revoked, and foremen and managers continued to fine, abuse, and harass workers under their control. Management ignored repeated requests by the union to discuss these and other long-standing grievances, insisting that it did not recognize the union as bargaining agent for the workers. When in January 1923 a group of dismissed Arab and Jewish workers formally authorized two Jews, presumably ERP leaders, to appeal to management for severance pay, the general manager of the Palestine Railways, RBW Holmes, responded with sarcasm. As far as I know, no offer was made to you by this railway to induce you to leave your homes in Europe and seek employment in Palestine. As presumably the workers you represent came to Palestine as emigrants under the aegis of the Zionist Commission, presumably that body will look after you until such time as fresh employment can be found for you, and you are, therefore, in a better position than your brother workers whose habitation has always been Palestine and who have no society to look after their welfare. It is regretted that it is quite impossible to consider the payment of gratuities to daily paid staff who have only served the railway for a short period. 20. This dismissive letter, quite typical of management's attitude toward its employees, only served to heighten their anger, which was manifested at large meetings of railway workers organized by the union in various parts of the country. As the months passed and the ERP came to be seen to be the only force trying to resist management, increasing numbers of Arab workers participated in protest meetings sponsored by the Jewish Union and signed its petitions, while a few Arabs began working closely with the union. 21 The union now wished to initiate more vigorous and systematic efforts to develop relations with Arab workers. Very few Jewish railway workers knew any Arabic, however, so the union turned to the Histadrut for help in finding someone with the requisite linguistic skills who could help it make contact with, and ultimately recruit, some of the more educated and politically conscious Arab railwaymen. As I discussed in Chapter 2, the union finally secured the assistance of Avraham Kalfan, a young Jew from a family long established in Palestine who had grown up in Haifa, had extensive contacts with Arabs in this mixed city, and now began to devote several hours a week to the union's drive to recruit Arab workers. As a way of establishing relations, Jewish railway workers would invite Arab co-workers to the union club, where Kalfan could meet them and talk to them about the union. These informal discussions might continue at a local Arab coffee house. One of the first Arabs with whom contact was made in this way was Ibrahim al-Asmar, a foreman in the freight car department. Al-Asmar eventually brought along another foreman, Kali al-Badal, a boilermaker by trade. The willingness of these men to associate with Jewish unionists and to advocate unionism themselves, despite reprimands and threats by management, signaled to the rank-and-file Arab workers that involvement with the union was relatively safe, and gradually significant numbers began to frequent the club. There the union began to offer lectures on trade unionism and talks by representatives of the various socialist Zionist parties, translated into Arabic, as well as language lessons in Hebrew and Arabic so that the workers could communicate more easily. The union also sponsored social events to bring the workers together and cultural programs that appealed to the tastes of the Arab workers. 22 The increasing involvement of Arab workers in the union and the upsurge of militancy among the railway workers in general, as well as wide/125 spread disappointment with the Histadrut, greatly strengthened the forces to the left of Adat Hayavata the Communists and Poalat Zion Smol, though the latter was still more of a loosened political tendency than a unified and disciplined party. As the left gained ground among the Jewish railway workers and as even some Adat Hayavata partisans among the railwaymen began to follow the left's lead, the Histadrut leadership grew increasingly nervous. In June 1923 Ben-Tzvi relayed rumors that the communists were trying to convince the railway workers to pull their union out of the Histadrut, and there were reports that the Arabs who were considering joining the union were also expressing opposition to affiliation with the Histadrut. In July Ben-Tzvi and Ben-Gurion intervened personally to delete a strike threat contained in the Arabic version of a letter of protest drawn up by railway workers in the Jaffa-Lida area. 23 The Histadrut leadership's concern about losing control of the railway workers' union was magnified by its perception that, despite its overwhelming majority at the recent Histadrut Congress, it was facing a growing threat on its left flank. For the growing strength of the left opposition among the railway workers was very much part of a general increase in support for the left among Jewish urban workers. Both the communists and left-wing Zionists were gaining ground in several of the large urban trade unions, and by organizing around the issue of unemployment, particularly acute as the Yishuv felt the effects of the economic crisis most strongly in 1923-24, they attracted support among the numerous new immigrants who earned starvation wages or could not find jobs. 24 The confrontation between the various forces contending for the allegiance of the railway workers came to a head at the Erbtus Fifth Congress, held in Haifa in September 1923. The outgoing Central Committee was at the end of its tether, at a loss to find some way to reverse the deterioration in the situation of the Jewish railway workers and their union, and it called on the Congress to resolve basic questions of organization, revitalize the union, and set strategy for the future. 21 Jewish delegates represented 200 to 250 unionized Jewish railway workers at the Congress. Of these, about 130 worked in Haifa, about 50 in Jerusalem, and the rest in Jaffa and Lydda, at smaller stations or as itinerant linemen. The total railway workforce at this time was about 2,000. The sharp drop in the number of Jewish railwaymen since 1920-21 probably strengthened the left forces in the Union, because it reinforced their argument that the only way out of the desperate situation the Jewish railwaymen found themselves in was Jewish-Arab solidarity. For the first time, two Arabs, Ibrahim al-Asmar and Ali al-Badal, also attended the 126th Congress, as observers. Although only 5 Arabs had actually joined the Haifa branch of the Union, these two delegates represented a much larger number of Arab workers in Haifa who were now in close contact with the Union. Several top leaders of the Histadrut and of the various parties active in the Jewish labor movement, among them Ben-Tzvi, attended and participated in the debates, a reflection of the importance they attached to this union, its political orientation, and its relations with Arab workers. The Congress focused on the Union's relations with the Arab railway workers and with the Histadrut. Left-wing delegates criticized the Histadrut's policy of national sections as unfeasible and a barrier to the successful organization of Arab workers. A demand by the Communists to rescind the decision of the Fourth Congress on national sections was tabled, however, and the Congress ultimately adopted a resolution calling for intensified organizational work among the Arabs without specifying the exact form it should take. The resolution was a partial victory for the left, given that it was passed in the face of appeals by Ben-Tzvi and others that the Union move cautiously on this question and abide by Histadrut guidelines. On the question of relations with the Histadrut, there was much criticism of that organization's alleged failure to support the Union, and especially its efforts to develop relations with Arabs. Some delegates argued that Arab workers were reluctant to join the Union because it belonged to the explicitly Zionist Histadrut. But the Communists' demand for withdrawal from the Histadrut won little support. Even delegates sympathetic to Poelate Zion Smol were aware that their union was heavily dependent on the financial resources of the Histadrut and its access to the British authorities, and in any case they still hoped to reform the Histadrut from within. The Congress ultimately adopted a Poelate Zion Smol resolution that reaffirmed the Union's affiliation to the Histadrut as an autonomous unit, but called on the next Histadrut Congress to restructure it so as to separate its cooperative from its trade union functions and establish the latter on an international basis. If the Histadrut did not implement the separation of functions, the railway workers would hold a referendum to decide on disaffiliation. 25 All told, the results of the Fifth Congress amounted to a victory for the left forces in the Union over Adat Ha'avada. The line of Poalat Zion Smol, with its emphasis on militant trade unionism, class struggle, and Jewish-Arab solidarity, was now setting the tone. This was manifested in the Union's new bylaws, which made no mention of national sections but did declare that the Union was based on class struggle. But Adat Ha/127 Avada was by no means powerless. The party still had many supporters among the Jewish railwaymen, some of whom also secretly served in the Haganah, the clandestine Jewish military organization controlled by the Histadrut. Moreover, if the Haifa branch was a hotbed of radicalism, the Jaffa branch tended to align itself more closely with the Histadrut leadership. The railway union was, despite its self-image as the vanguard of the radical Jewish proletariat in Palestine, still a weak organization, unrecognized by management and subject to the authority of the Histadrut Executive Committee, which also held the purse strings. In addition to appointing and paying the union's full-time secretary, Histadrut funding also made it possible for the union to publish its irregular journals in Hebrew and Arabic. 26 Nonetheless, in the year that followed the Fifth Congress, the left forces within the union would assume effective leadership, especially in Haifa, and seek salvation in joint organization. Strugglingforunity. In the aftermath of the Fifth Congress, the number of Arab workers who seemed ready to join the union rose sharply. A core group of Arab trade unionists with a substantial following were now prepared to discuss joint organization quite seriously, and for the first time the prospect of a joint Arab-Jewish union loomed large. The first manifestation of this new real ity, and of the contradictions it raised for those who wanted the union to be both a model of proletarian internationalism and an integral component of the Zionist movement, surfaced at the meeting of the Union's Council held in March 1924. Both Ben-Gurion and Ben-Tzvi were present as representatives of the Histadrut, again indicating the crucial importance the leadership attached to this union. 6 representatives of the Arab railway workers attended the council meeting, not as silent observers but as active participants determined to make themselves heard. One of them, Ilyas Assad, put their perspective forward bluntly in his address to the council. I am striving to establish ties between the Jewish and Arab workers because I am certain that if we are connected we will help one another, without regard to religion or nationality. Many Arab workers do not want to join nationalist organizations because they understand their purpose and do not wish to abet a lie. They saw on the membership card the words Federation of Jewish Workers and they cannot understand what purpose this serves. I ask all the Com. 128/J raids to remove the word Jewish, and I am sure that if they agree there will be a strong bond between us and all the Arabs will join. I would be the first who would not want to join a nationalist labor organization. There are many Arab nationalist organizations, and we do not want to join them, and they will say we have joined a Jewish nationalist organization. The thousands of workers who established the Histadrut have done nothing of benefit for the workers, and the reason is that inscribed on their membership cards is the word Jewish, and this leads to division and jealousy. If they take out this word we will unite and work together. 27. The other Arab delegates echoed Assad's demand that the railway union sever its ties with the Zionist Histadrut and become fully independent and international. Their perspective was thus close to that of the communists, whose activists within the railway workforce had for months been working to develop their own links with Arab workers and had been warning them about the problematic character of the union's link with the Histadrut. But it was also not too distant from that of Poalat Zion Smol, which was demanding that the Histadrut at least divest itself of its Zionist functions. Many of the Jewish delegates were not unsympathetic to the Arabs' concerns. 5 months earlier they had threatened to disaffiliate from the Histadrut if it did not radically restructure itself, and they understood that the Arabs regarded any hint of Zionism as an insurmountable barrier to their joining the Union. An alarmed and angry Ben-Gurion responded to the arguments of the Arabs and the Jewish leftists with a forthright defense of the Adat HaKavada perspective. Unity between workers of different nations can exist only on the basis of freedom and national equality. For the workers there are matters of common interest where there is no difference between Jew or Arab, Englishman or Frenchman. These are the things that concern work, hours, wages, relations with the employer, protection against accidents, the right of workers to organize, and so forth. In all these areas we work together, and there are interests which are specific to the workers of each nationality, specific but not contradictory interests which concern his national needs, his culture, his language, the freedom of his people, etc. In all these spheres there must be complete autonomy and equality for the workers of each nation. Comrade Ilyas said correctly that the Arab workers do not want to join nationalist organizations whose purpose would be false to the workers in terrorists. And we are not asking the Arab workers to join a Jewish nationalist organization, but rather to be connected to the Histadrut. We do not want the Arab worker to alienate himself from his people and his language. 129. He went on to argue that deprived of the support of the Histadrut, the ERP would be weak and without influence. 28 The delegates were in the end unwilling to accede immediately to the demand for disaffiliation, and the resolutions they adopted reflected the contradictions in the Union's position. On the one hand, the Council asked the Histadrut to set up a consumers' cooperative and a loan fund for the railway workers, to fund a paid staff of organizers fluent in Hebrew, Arabic, and English, to subsidize its publications, and to find jobs for workers who had been laid off. On the other hand, it demanded that the Histadrut executive convene a meeting at which its trade unions would establish a separate confederation, a variant of the Poelatzion Smol demand for the separation of functions. The Council also established a special committee, consisting of members of the Central Committee and the Arab workers' leaders, to negotiate an agreement on joint organization. 29 From the perspective of the Histadrut leadership, the situation in the Railway Workers' Union seemed to be going from bad to worse. After the March 1924 Council meeting, the Secretary of the Haifa Workers' Council, concerned over the growing strength of leftist forces in the ERP and the Union's apparent determination to admit Arab members, warned headquarters in Tel Aviv that it will likely be necessary to split the Railway Workers' Union. 30. By the spring of 1924 as many as 40 Arab workers had formally joined the Union's Jafalita branch, and the long-dormant branch in Alcantara, which consisted mostly of Egyptian workers, had been revived. Many Arab and Jewish railway workers participated in the traditional May Day work stoppage, despite management's threat to dock their pay. But in Haifa the crucial negotiations between Jewish unionists and the leaders of the Arab workers, better educated and more politically conscious than elsewhere, dragged on inconclusively. In a letter to their Jewish co-workers, the Arabs insisted that they could not join a union whose purpose is not just that of labor but also has other purposes which for you are more important than the interests of the railway, postal, and telegraph workers. They instead proposed the formation of a new union which would be unconnected with any federation or other organization, and whose activities, opinions, and ideas would be free from any outside influence. The ERP leadership rejected this proposal, and the Union secretary appointed by the Histadrut Pri1 Vadali argued that the Union should stop trying to reach an agreement with the activist foremen with whom they were negotiating and instead bypass them by seeking to recruit Arab members directly. This approach, which as we will see the Union would often adopt in later years, reflected Adat Hakavada's hostility to any form of joint organization that might involve a retreat from its conception of Zionist principles. 31 With talks between the Union and the Arab representatives at a standstill, the Jewish communists within the Union apparently decided to step up pressure on the ERP leadership to accept the Arabs' demand that the Union be non-Zionist, independent, and international. Communist activists charged that by giving priority to their commitment to Zionism, the Histadrut and the Union leadership were destroying any hope of Arab-Jewish class solidarity. Union leaders greatly resented these attacks, which they regarded as provocative and destructive of the Union's cohesiveness, but they resisted pressure from the Histadrut leadership to purge the Union of communists. Such a step would have brought the Railway Workers' Union into line with what was going on almost everywhere else in the Histadrut, For in April 1924 the Histadrut had declared the Communists to be enemies of the Jewish people and of the Jewish working class in Palestine and launched a vigorous and systematic campaign to expel them from the Histadrut, its trade unions, and the local workers' councils, and destroy their influence. 32 In part, the anti-communist purge was triggered by the Histadrut lead airships' fear that the Communists would find increasing support among hungry and desperate new immigrants as the economic crisis persisted, undermining the Zionist project when it was at its most vulnerable. The expulsion of the Communists was also legitimized by the increasingly explicit and vocal anti-Zionist stance adopted by the Palestine Communist Party, which had been formally accepted as the Palestinian section of the Communist International in February 1924. The Communists in Palestine, still virtually all Jews, were by this point openly calling for an end to Jewish immigration to Palestine and exhorting the Jewish workers to break with Zionism and seek a revolutionary alliance with the Arab workers and peasants. As I mentioned in Chapter 2, the PCP would that Otum play a key role in supporting and publicizing the resistance of Arab peasants near Afula, in the Jezreel Valley, to dispossession by the Zionist Land Purchase Agency which had acquired their land from absentee Arab landlords. The PCP's stance was prompted in part by a vigorous anti-Zionist campaign launched that same year by the Soviet government and Communist Party, a campaign which culminated in the arrest of large numbers of socialist Zionist activists and the suppression of their organizations, which had hitherto been tolerated. Both the Soviet campaign of vilification and repression and the PCP's total break with Zionism aided. 13.1. The Histadrut leadership's efforts to delegitimize the Communists in Palestine, who found themselves increasingly isolated and reviled in the Yishuv registered the Histadrut leadership's campaign to purge the Communists became entangled with the ERP's effort to achieve unity with Arab workers. In May 1924, a month after the anti-communist campaign began, communist activists in the Railway Workers' Union invited some of the Arab workers' leaders with whom the union had been negotiating to a meeting at the PCP branch in Haifa and declared that they accepted the Arabs' proposals for unity. The union's leadership would later claim that the communists had deliberately sought to give their Arab interlocutors the impression that they were speaking for the entire union. The truth of that allegation seems doubtful, since it is unlikely that the Arabs, who had been negotiating with union leaders for months, could have been so easily misled about whom they were dealing with. But it is true that Moshe Ungerfeld, a communist who served on both the union's Central Committee and the Special Committee on Joint Organization, was at the meeting in question, which may have imparted to it something of an official tone. Whatever the truth of the matter, the union's leadership was outraged by this apparent breach of discipline and usurpation of its authority. For organizing this unauthorized meeting with the Arab workers, 7 Jewish communist railwaymen were quickly brought before a union court and expelled from the union for 1 year. 34 Nonetheless, the ERP leadership, as always anxious to defend their union's autonomy, still steadfastly refused to take part in the Histadrut's purge of communists. However bitter their ideological conflicts with the communists and however angry they were at what they regarded as their provocations, Poelate Zion Smol leaders and activists, and many unaffiliated left-wing Zionists among the railway workers, were against wholesale expulsions without due process. 35 Even after the expulsion of the 7 communists charged with breach of discipline, the union continued to reject the right of the Haifa Workers' Council to expel from the Histadrut 2 communist activists who represented the ERP, especially as one of them was also a member of the union's Central Committee. ERP leaders persisted in this attitude despite heavy pressure from the Histadrut, protesting to Ben-Gurion and Ben-Tzvi that we do not expel MEM bears for their opinions, we are a trade union and have members who belong to various parties. We will not allow our autonomy to be reduced to nothing. 36. Though they refused to submit to what they saw as the Histadrut lead. 132. Airships dictates. Many ERP leaders in fact blamed the failure of negotiations with the Arabs on the Jewish communists, who had poisoned the Arabs' minds against the Union and the Histadrut and incited them to demand complete disaffiliation as the price and Hasada. Arabs were often perceived as passive subjects susceptible both to incitement and manipulation by unscrupulous outsiders and to enlightenment by labor Zionists who wanted to bring their less advanced Arab brothers class consciousness and authentic proletarian culture. 38 This conception rendered it difficult to think of Arabs as rational, thinking human beings who were capable, for example, of grasping on their own the problems involved in joining a union which belonged to the explicitly Zionist Histadrut and which was committed to strengthening Hebrew labor on the railroad. Ironically, the very meeting of the Union's Central Committee which heard the communist activist Moshe Ungerfeld denounce the tendency to blame Arab opposition on insiders went on, with a complete lack of self-consciousness, to call on the Histadrut to use its influence and connections to get more Jewish workers hired. There was also an important cultural dimension to the left Zionist perceptions of Arabs. Very few Jews in Palestine, including even those like the railway workers who were in daily contact with Arabs, took the trouble to learn Arabic, familiarize themselves with the ways of Palestine's indigenous majority, or develop personal relationships with Arabs. Yehey. /133. Kel Abramov, an Audit Hayavita loyalist who started work at the Palestine Railways in 1921 and served as the union's secretary for many years, complained that he was unable even to teach the Jewish workers to refer to Arabs by their proper names. Instead, in both private conversations and public meetings, individuals were routinely referred to, in the Yiddish which many of these recently arrived Jews still knew best, simply as der v Araber. Despite Abramov's admonitions to go sit with the Goyim at lunch breaks, his Jewish co-workers usually kept to themselves. 39 These attitudes, rooted in a perception of Arabs as not only irredeemably alien but also backward and culturally, intellectually, and morally less advanced one than these European Jewish immigrants, further reduced the likelihood that even those Zionists who in principle favored equality and brotherhood would be able in practice to treat their Arab co-workers with respect, confront differences openly, and eschew manipulation and dissembling. The Histadrut leadership eventually got its way on the purge of communists. When communist activists organized a meeting of railway work ERS to protest the expulsion of the 7 communist members, the Central Committee voted to suspend its one communist member. 40 This marked the end of effective communist influence in the union's leadership. However, PCP members and sympathizers continued to be active among the rank-and-file railway workers, agitating and propagandizing against the union leadership and the Histadrut. As relations between the communists and the labor Zionist movement worsened, the mutual recriminations grew more virulent and sometimes degenerated into violence. Open active JITY by communists now carried the risk of expulsion from the union and even dismissal from their jobs, and the communists grew weaker and more isolated among the Jewish workers. This reality, and the desire to transform their organization into a binational party, stimulated the communists to redouble their efforts to develop contacts and win support among the Arab workers on the basis of their opposition to Zionism and their championing of the Arab national cause, though with little immediate success. The removal of the communists from leadership positions in the railway union did not signal the eclipse of the left. On the contrary, in the second half of 1924, with the internal turmoil produced by the struggles with the communists largely over, the influence of Poelatzi Jan Smol increased and the union leadership devoted more attention and energy to joint orga. 134/nization than ever before. At its June 1924 meeting, the Union's Central Committee decided to dissolve the ineffective Special Committee on Joint Organization which had been formed a few months earlier and take upon itself the task of organizing Arab workers. The Union's leaders now gave this project serious and sustained attention. Leaflets and other propaganda material were issued in Arabic. Members of the Central Committee visited the branches to address meetings on the question, and Jewish workers were encouraged to extend and develop their contacts with their Arab colleagues, through personal conversations as well as public assemblies. All the branches established their own committees for joint organization which took responsibility for planning and implementing systematic efforts to recruit Arab workers. What actually seems to have opened the way to unity, however, was the leadership's abandonment of the idea of restricting Arabs to a separate national section, as Adat Hakavita and the Histadrut had long insisted, and its acceptance of the Arab demand that the union be purely unitary and territorial in structure. The Poelate Zion Smol activists who now set the tone for the union had long advocated these positions, and so negotiations between Arabs and Jews, stalled for many months, could now move forward. 41 We have no evidence of an explicit written agreement between the Arab workers' leaders and the Jewish officials of the railway union. It is likely, though, that the two sides came to an understanding that the union would be formally declared international and that Arabs would be incorporated into its leadership on the basis of parity. The Arabs probably also secured assurances that the joint union would be non-Zionist, although subsequent events suggest that the Arabs and Jews had different understandings of what this meant. In light of those events, it also seems likely that the Arabs who joined considered their adherence to the Railway Workers' Union to be conditional on the union's implementation of the decision of the Fifth Congress regarding relations with the Histadrut. That is, the union would demand the transformation of the Histadrut into a non-Zionist trade union federation based on mixed Arab-Jewish unions, and if that struggle proved unsuccessful it would secede from the Histadrut. Some Arab railway workers' leaders opposed unity on this basis, instead insisting on acceptance of the proposals put forward in the spring for an entirely new and independent union. But they seem to have become inactive after the expulsion of the communists, leaving the field to those still willing to seek common ground with the Jews and join the union before the question of its relationship with the Histadrut was definitively. 135. Resolved. Those Arab workers and foremen who had for several years devoted themselves to the Mutual Aid Society for Arab Railway Workers mentioned earlier in this chapter simply continued to refrain from any association with Jews, though it is unlikely that they welcomed the apparent realization of Arab-Jewish unity. On the basis of this tacit understanding between the Arab and Jewish unionists, an unprecedented influx of Arab workers into the union took place. By the end of November 1924 several hundred Arabs had joined the THIRD-WORLDISM. The available figures are not entirely reliable, but it seems that at the end of 1924 the union comprised some 529 Jewish and Arab railway workers, out of a workforce of almost 2,400. Almost all the Jews employed on the railroad belonged to the union, but only 10 to 15% of the Arab employees. In the Jaffalita and Jerusalem branches, membership was more or less evenly divided between Arabs and Jews. In Alcantara, nearly all the members were Egyptians, and in Haifa Jews outnumbered Arabs 2 to 1. Whatever the precise numbers, a union which had since its inception been virtually all Jewish had now become roughly half Jewish and half Arab. 42 In October 1924 the union leadership, still at this point entirely Jewish, began to fulfill another part of its bargain with its new Arab comrades. As I mentioned in Chapter 2, it launched a campaign to restructure the Histadrut. In a circular to all the branches, the Central Committee announced that the ERP would lead a struggle to separate the Histadrut's Zionist settlement and cooperative functions from its trade union functions, establish the latter on a purely territorial basis, and make joint organization a key priority. Considering the present structure of the Histadrut, there is no possibility of the Arab worker organizing himself in an organization of Hebrew workers until the necessary changes have been made in it. Even today a large number of Arab workers refuse to join our union as long as it is connected with the general organization of Hebrew workers. As long as our union did not have many Arab members who belonged to the Histadrut and were bound by all the decisions of our union, this question was not posed sharply and we did not have the right to demand changes. Now that we are confronted with the living fact of our union being truly international, it is impossible for it to be part of a general organization of Hebrew workers. Therefore, in order to achieve unity with the Arab workers in all branches of work, we deem it desirable that first of all the name of the Histadrut should be changed. 43. This circular touched off a heated debate in the Histadrut on the issue of joint organization, and on separation of functions as a way of achieving 136/ that goal. Supporters of Adat Hayavada accused the ERP leadership of being so blinded by the prospect of Jewish-Arab unity that it had forgotten its national tasks and obligations. One Adat Hayavada loyalist offered a sociological explanation for the strength of radical forces among the Jewish railwaymen. The worst thing about railroad work, as a result of which we have come to this proposal which undermines and endangers the foundations of our enterprise in this country, is that this occupation was almost entirely abandoned by elements bearing any pioneering, national, or social aspiration. The element which ended up here was influenced rather by those parties which have no support in the established workplaces and labor enterprises of the Jewish worker, because the pioneering tendency is a fatal potion for them. 44. The Union leadership and its supporters tended to respond to criticism with pragmatic arguments, insisting that without joint organization our union cannot survive and that the idea of national sections had simply proven unworkable. 45. Within the union itself, the influx of Arab members led to restructuring. In November 1924 it was formally agreed that all elected union bodies would be half Arab and half Jewish, with each group choosing its own representatives, and Arabs were co-opted onto the Central Committee. A plan for representation at the upcoming Union Council was formulated which balanced the number of delegates to which each group would be entitled, with a slight majority for the Jews. The process of achieving unity was not entirely smooth, however, for the issue of Zionism soon surfaced once again. At the very first joint meeting of the Central Committee, one of its new Arab members, Hassan Fahmy, an Egyptian railway clerk, posed two questions to his Jewish colleagues. Was there, Fahmy asked, a connection between the Railway Workers' Union and the Zionist movement, and were the Jewish members of the Central Committee themselves Zionists? Fahmy's motives in asking these questions are not difficult to fathom. An Arab who joined what might be generally perceived to be a Zionist organization ran the risk of being attacked as a traitor to his people and their national cause, of allying himself with the foreigners who were seeking to take Palestine away from the Arabs and make it their own. The Arab nationalist leadership had little interest in social issues in general or even if such participation might in some way benefit the Arabs concerned. Furthermore, for months the PCP members inside and outside the union had been warning the Arab railwaymen not to trust what the union and Histadrut leaders were saying and encouraging them to ask precisely these questions of the union leadership, in order to expose their Zionist affiliations and loyalties. After some consultation among themselves, the Jewish Central Committee members responded that the union was economic in purpose and non-political, with no connection with Zionism. Anyone who wanted to introduce politics would be expelled. To Fahmy's second question they replied, just as we do not ask you who you are, to which party you belong, what one are your political opinions, so you have no right to ask us about these things. The Jews felt that their response had made a good impression on their Arab colleagues, but in fact it was disingenuous and evasive and seems to have been received as such by Hassan Fahmy. Through its affiliation to the Histadrut, which was a key Zionist institution, the ERP was in fact linked to the Zionist project in Palestine. And even if the more left wing of the union's Jewish leaders sincerely believed that the proletarian Zionism they professed eliminated any possible contradiction between the interests of Jewish and Arab workers in Palestine, from the standpoint of the indigenous Arab population they were no less involved in a settler colonial endeavor than the Histadrut mainstream. No Arab railway worker possessing any degree of national consciousness could avoid these issues or entirely separate them from purely class considerations, for the logic of the conflict between Zionism and Palestinian Arab nationalism constantly and inevitably raised them. A few days later Hassan Fahmy, apparently less than satisfied with the answers he had received, published a letter in the Arabic-language newspaper Al-Nafir in which he reiterated his questions and called on the Arab railway workers to leave the union because it was in reality a Zionist organization. 46 Only a minority of the union's new Arab members seemed to have followed Fahmy's advice and quit at that point, but the issue was, clearly on the agenda once again and must have influenced the deliberations of the Union Council when it convened in January 1925. That crucial meeting was preceded by an event which seemed to bode well for the Union's future. For the first time, union representatives were granted an interview with the general manager of the Palestine Railways. Until this point, management had consistently refused any formal contact with the union, despite persistent lobbying of the mandatory government and the colonial office by the Histadrut, Zionist leaders, and sympathetic 138/ officials of the Trades Union Congress and the Labour Party in Britain. The formation of a Labour Party government in Britain the previous year certainly helped induce railways management to agree to the meeting. Indeed, Histadrut officials commented, it had produced a distinct improvement in management's attitude toward the railway workers, manifest in somewhat improved working conditions. Little was accomplished at this session, but the fact that it had taken place at all was held to signify official recognition of the union. In fact, formal recognition was not to be granted for years to come, although meetings between union officials and Palestine Railways managers would henceforth take place at irregular intervals. After the Labour government fell, conditions palpably worsened as management reverted to its hardline approach. 47 The 25 voting delegates who participated in the January 1925 meeting of the ERP Council, held in Haifa, comprised the 9 members of the Central Committee along with 9 Jews and 7 Arabs representing the branches. 3 of the Histadrut's top leaders, Ben-Gurion and Ben-Tzvi of Adat HaKavada, and Hayim Arlazorov of Hapasil Hatza'ir also attended, in the hope of countering the influence of their rival on the left, Pakalat Zion Smol, and its new Arab allies. The agenda was dominated by the question of the union's relations with the Histadrut, with most of the Jewish Council delegates demanding the separation of functions. For many in the organization this had come to seem a question of life and death. Some number of the union's Arab members had recently heeded Hassan Infami's call and quit over the issue of Zionism. For those who remained and for the left-wing Jewish activists it was crucial that the Railway Workers' Union either convince the Histadrut to transform itself into a non-Zionist entity to which the Arabs could belong as equal members or disaffiliate from it. The Histadrut leaders were dismayed by the radicalism of some of the Jewish delegates, one of whom went so far as to dissociate the proletarian Zionists from the bourgeois Zionists who plundered the Arabs. 48. One of the Arab delegates, Ahmed al-Nimr, declared that the promises of the Executive Committee to resolve the question of joint organization are like the promises of Balfour, a formulation which implicitly raised the issue of Zionism and must also have infuriated the Histadrut leaders. In response, Ben-Gurion directed his remarks primarily to the Arab delegates. His speech was translated into Arabic by Avraham Kalfin, who 50 years later would admit that his translation altered Ben-Gurion's speech completely. 139. Because if I had translated what he said, I was sure that 90% of the Arabs would have fled. He spoke in a very extreme way. From a Jewish standpoint it was excellent, but whether it would have attracted or repelled is another matter. So I changed it, I watered down the contents. I saw how long he spoke for, and then I spoke for half an hour too. During the break Ben-Tzvi came to me and kissed me. Bravo, thank you. Neither Ben-Gurion nor Arlazorov knew that I had changed anything, but Ben-Tzvi sensed that I had. 49. Kalfin's admission raises some important questions about the character of the Jewish Unionists' relationship with their Arab colleagues. Ben-Gurion's speech was not in fact particularly extreme, it was a straightforward exposition of the Histadrut's position favoring separate national sections within mixed unions and separate labor federations. As if talking to children, Ben-Gurion explained in very simple terms that beyond the common interests which all workers shared, Jews and Arabs had their own special needs which required separate organizations. Perhaps Kalfin thought that Ben-Gurion's explicit references to Jewish immigration and settlement, and the Hebrew language, as examples of the needs which made it necessary that the Histadrut remain an essentially Jewish organization were extreme. If so, one can only wonder what it was that he had been communicating to the Arab Unionists for whom he had been translating over the previous year or so and how much they really understood about the aims of the Jewish labor movement in Palestine. 50 This incident, like the evasive response of the Jewish Unionists to Hassan Infami's pointed questions the previous November, suggests that even left-wing Zionists were willing to deceive, or at least to mislead, the Arabs by downplaying their commitment to Zionism and using vague or even obfuscatory language. In so doing they took advantage of the fact that the Arabs knew little or no Hebrew, had only a vague grasp of the ideological differences among the parties of the Yishuv, and lacked the political sophistication and experience typical of their Jewish counterparts. The council ignored the pleas of the Histadrut leadership and by a vote of 18-7 proclaimed the establishment of a territorial and international trade union open to all railway, postal, and telegraph workers regardless of race, religion, or nationality. The majority favoring this decision, as well as a second resolution demanding that the upcoming Histadrut Congress require all trade unions to be international and establish a labor federation open to all the workers of Palestine, consisted of the 9 Jewish members of the Central Committee, the 7 Arab delegates, and 2 Jewish branch delegates. In other words, an alliance of the Arab Dili. 140/ Gates and the Jewish adherents of Poalat Zion Smol controlled a major ity of the votes at this crucial meeting. To Ben-Gurion and his colleagues the council's decisions and the composition of the majority that made them were outrageous. The Histadrut leaders fumed that only Jews should have had the right to vote on the union's connection with the Histadrut and rejected the council's decisions as invalid. But Yehezkel Abramov pointed out to Ben-Gurion that it was unfair to have allowed the Arabs to vote and then denounce the council's decisions because Arabs contributed to the majority that endorsed them. 51 Audit Hayavata still had cards to play, however, for the left lacked a firm majority among the Jewish railway workers outside Haifa and most of the Jewish delegates from the branches had voted against the resolutions that so infuriated Ben-Gurion. Moreover, many of the postal and telegraph workers who made up a significant minority of the union's Jewish membership were uneasy about the union's new course and were talking of seceding to form their own independent union. The council passed a resolution denouncing this tendency and promised to redouble efforts to incorporate them more fully into the union. On one issue, at least, there was hardly any disagreement. The delegates, including all the Arabs, voted to confirm the Central Committee's decision to expel Moshe Ungerfeld, the communist activist. At the end of the meeting, 7 Arabs, 5 from Haifa, including Ibrahim al-Asmar and Kali al-Badal, 1 from Jaffa Lida, and 1 from Alcantara were formally elected to the Union's Central Committee. 52. NARRATIVESOFFAILURE. When the January 1925 meeting of the Union Council adjourned, it probably seemed to the participants that the way was now open for a new era of cooperation between Arab and Jewish railway workers within the framework of a joint union. In retrospect, this meeting actually marked the high point of joint organization in this sector. In the months that followed, most of the Arab workers who had joined the union left it, and a new and exclusively Arab union of railway workers emerged in Haifa. The circumstances surrounding these developments are complicated and in some details unclear, but there can be little doubt that the main issue which undermined the joint union and divided Arab from Jew was the URP's continuing Zionist affiliations. There are several versions of what happened in the first half of 1925, some of which tell us more about the perspective and conceptions of the /14-1 narrator than about what actually took place. The Jewish Union leadership blamed the communists for sabotaging the unity that had finally been achieved after overcoming so many obstacles. The Union charged that the Jewish communists had told the Arabs that the Union was Zionist chauvinist and that its Jewish leaders were double-dealing. The communists had sown lies and mistrust, had spread false rumors and forged embarrassing letters, and had even employed physical violence against their opponents. This campaign of slander and harassment allegedly induced the Arab workers to leave the Union in large numbers in the first half of 1925. In August 1925 the Union permanently expelled 13 communist activists, arguing that its tolerant attitude toward the communists had been repaid by betrayal and subversion. 53 There is no doubt that the PCP had been sharply critical of the Union leadership and its loyalty to the Histadrut and to Zionism. Moreover, its members and publications had seized every opportunity to denounce what the communists regarded as the leadership's betrayal of the workers' interests and proletarian internationalism. It is also quite possible that the communists at times employed underhand tactics to expose and harass their enemies. It is nonetheless clear that the departure of most of the Arabs who had recently joined cannot be attributed mainly to agitation by communist activists. That agitation had been going on for many months, if not years, and communist attacks on the Union leadership as Zionist cannot have come as much of a revelation to Arab workers in the first half of 1925. The communists' tactics may have become more provocative and their propaganda more virulent as they were purged from the Histadrut and its unions. Their increasingly open support for the Palestinian Arab nationalist struggle against Zionism certainly deepened their isolation from the Yishuv and made them the object of bitter hatred among most Jews. But while the Union's leaders may have felt themselves under siege by the communists inside and outside the Union and may have convinced themselves that everything would have been fine had the communists not poisoned the minds of the Arabs, this explanation says more about their perception of Arabs as guileless, passive, and easily manipulate than it does about what actually happened. It certainly exaggerates the influence of the communists and denies the Arab workers any capacity for rational reflection and self-interested decision-making. This explanation, which is fairly standard in the labor Zionist literature on this episode, is further undermined by the fact that at the end of 1924 and through the first quarter of 1925, the communists were in fact not calling on Arab workers to leave the THIRD. On the contrary, the Jewish 142 Communists repeatedly and forcefully exhorted the Arab workers to remain within the Union and struggle against its Zionist leadership in order to make it a truly international union oriented first and foremost toward the class struggle. For example, in December 1924, before the collapse of the Joint Union, articles in the PCP's Arabic language bi-weekly Haifa noted that both Zionists and Arab nationalist effendis were upset that Arab workers had joined the Railway Workers Union. The two groups, Haifa declared, were perfectly matched in their campaign against the workers' unity and solidarity and their splendid organization which has replaced the old enmity and division, now completely gone. 54. A month later, in January 1925, an article signed by railway workers specifically rejected Hassan Infami's appeal to Arab workers to leave the THIRD. By withdrawing from the Union we strengthen the position of the Zionists within it. They welcome our withdrawal so that they will have no internal opposition to their political activities. We must endeavor to take over the leadership of the Union and make of it an organization which will defend the interests of all the workers whether Arabs or Jews. There are a large number of Jewish comrades with considerable experience in running a union who are ready to help us loyally and sincerely. 55. A few months later, after most Arab Union members had quit and after Haifa had reported favorably on the establishment of a separate Arab Railwaymen's Union, it published a letter by Moshe Ungerfeld rejecting separatism, insisting that it was incorrect to term the old Union Zionist just because its present leadership was Zionist, and calling on the Arab workers to join progressive Jews in fighting for control of the THIRD. 56. Some Jewish observers also blamed the management of the Palestine Railways for undermining Arab-Jewish unity. According to this explanation, by the end of 1924 management had realized that the joint union was gaining strength and decided to adopt a new and more sophisticated strategy to destroy it. Instead of outright and total hostility to the union and blanket rejection of the workers' demands, management agreed to meet with union representatives and for the first time acknowledged that many of the workers' grievances might be justified. At the same time, however, it made skillful use of its power to reward and punish to divide the workers and undermine the union. Instead of a general wage increase, for example, management granted selective wage increases to those workers favored by the foreman. The clerks as a group were granted a substantial increase in order to alienate them from the other employees. Arab /143. Workers who kept their distance from the union were also rewarded with higher wages and freedom from the threat of dismissal. On the punishment side, management underlined the weakness of the union by dismissing a worker who refused to work overtime and ignoring the union's appeals to rehire him. The workers cannot have missed the message management's new policy was intended to convey. 57. However, This explanation of why the joint union failed is not convincing, though Palestine Railways management was certainly likely to have desired the collapse of unity between its Arab and Jewish workers and may indeed have sought to deepen divisions within its workforce. The departure of the Arabs from the joint union cannot reasonably be attributed in any large measure to management's actions. While communist propaganda and agitation, and management's divide and rule straitgems, may indeed have contributed to the union's problems in 1925, they do not provide anything approaching a complete explanation of why most of its Arab members quit. For that we must pay attention, as the labor Zionist sources generally do not, to what the Arab workers and unionists themselves were saying and doing. The Arabic language sources are unanimous in specifying the union's persistent Zionist affiliations as the fundamental issue that induced most of the Arabs who had been elected to the union's Central Committee at the January 1925 council meeting to quit soon thereafter. Apparently, Hassan Infami's questioning of the Jewish unionists in November 1924 and the letter he published in Al-Nafir had touched off a crisis in the union which the Zions of the January council meeting were ultimately not able to dispel. The scantiness of the sources makes it difficult to determine precisely how and why the Arab unionists came, at this particular moment, to conclude that the union was irretrievably Zionist and that they had no place in it. It seems that at some point most of the Arab leaders came to feel that they were not being dealt with honestly, that the Jewish unionists were in effect deceiving them about their Zionist affiliations, and that even the left-wing Jews placed their commitment to Zionism above the welfare of the railway workers. They came to believe, as one article in Haifa put it, that the foundations and principles of this union were not based on the interests of the worker and the improvement of his life but rather on the implementation among the workers of the goals of Zionism 58. The feeling that they had been deliberately deceived and misled, and their good faith betrayed, by their Jewish colleagues seems to have especially rankled with the Arab unionists. Arab accounts of the split make frequent reference to the prevarications and duplicity of the Jewish union leaders. An article in Haifa published in late April 1925 makes explicit reference to Avraham Kalfin, who as we saw had deliberately mistranslated Ben-Gurion on at least one occasion, suggesting that the Arab unionists had come to feel that were being deceived by their Jewish colleagues. The difference in language between Arabs and Jews, Haifa noted, had necessitated the employment of a translator in order to solve the problem, but this employee, who was not of the working class, curried favor for Zionism in the performance of his duties and abetted the spread of its influence and introduced it into the union's affairs. More generally, the article went on, whenever made even the most minor proposal to facilitate mutual understanding and unity, they encountered only opposition and contradiction from the Zionists regarding everything which might lead to success and to the establishment on a strong basis and with a program of action capable of achieving the rights of the oppressed workers. 59. The issue which was most likely to have convinced the Arab railwaymen of their Jewish colleagues' bad faith and which made the issue of Zionism most concrete for them was that of Hebrew labor. Getting more Jews hired on the railroad had been one of the union's chief goals since its inception, and the communists had made a point of telling the Arab workers that this was still the case, regardless of what the Jewish unionists claimed. In his memoirs, Bulis Farah quite plausibly contends that Arab workers in the Haifa workshops felt strongly about this issue. According to Farah, a supervisor named Moshlin, whom we have come across earlier as a foreman disliked by the workers but who the Histadrut wanted to keep on the job because he was a Jew, was regarded by the Arab workers as a Zionist who would give every job that opened up to a Jewish worker without regard for seniority or professional skill, or would hire new Jewish immigrants at high pay for jobs they were not competent to fill. The Arab railway workers refrained from joining the Histadrut, and those who did join quit as a result of their bitter experience, after they observed that the Histadrut's trade unionism consisted of discrimination against Arab workers. They inst at first hand how stole jobs from the Arab workers and gave them to the Jewish workers, and how it used them in the international labor movement to conceal its Jewishness while at the same time ridding the horse of internationalism. but the Arab workers felt the need for separate trade union organization because the professed internationalism of the Histadrut had been exposed as having been exploited by Zionism. 60. 144/145. It is certainly true that in this period the Histadrut continued to use its influence with the Jewish foremen to get more Jews hired. 61. The disillusionment of the Arab Unionists who had joined the joint union coincided with another development among the Arab workers which probably also contributed to their decision to quit and go their own way. Toward the beginning of 1925 a new group coalesced at the Haifa railway workshops, led by a number of skilled workers who had been involved with the Mutual Aid Society for Arab Railway Workers established a few years earlier and had never displayed any interest in sharing a union with Jews. Building on their earlier experience with their benevolent society and on widespread resentment about the Hebrew labor issue, they now sought to establish an independent and purely Arab organization of railway workers. The leaders of this group included several young men who originally came from what had become, after the First World War, the separate one French-ruled state of Syria. Abd al-Hamid Hamer, a boilermaker by trade, was a fervent Muslim and Arab nationalist with a thin face and a wispy beard who continued to dress in the style of his native region, a long overcoat over pants and a cloak decorated in the Shami style. A man of few words who preferred to avoid the limelight, Abd al-Hamid Hamer worked behind the scenes for many years as one of the most important leaders of the young Palestinian Arab labor movement. His brother, T.D. Salim Hamer, worked in the Palestine Railways wagonage department. Their colleague Sassid Kawaz was a turner, short and slight, who wore Western-style clothing and a tarbush, in the style of the young intellectuals of those days. He was described by Bulis Farah as a man of broad culture. Both Abd al-Hamid Hamer and Kawaz had previously been employed on the Hijaz Railway. 62 The Hamer brothers and Kawaz found a substantial number of other Arab workers in the Haifa workshops angry about what they perceived as discrimination in employment in favor of Jews and receptive to the idea of their own separate trade union. At the end of February 1925 they organized a meeting at which some 200 Haifa railwaymen elected a committee to represent their interests. This new movement from below, organized by skilled workers who had never joined the Jewish-led union, probably helped stimulate the departure of most of the Arabs who had. 146/ joined, led by some of the foremen. The two groups, whose motives for independent organization may initially have differed but who were now brought together by circumstances, soon merged into a movement of several hundred Arab railway workers in Haifa, out of which there emerged the first purely Arab labor organization in Palestine. Though it seems to have originally styled itself a benevolent society and may have been a continuation of the organization which the Hamer brothers and their colleagues had led for some years, by the summer of 1925 this new formation was calling itself the Palestinian Arab Workers' Society, and it formally registered under that name with the British authorities. It consisted almost exclusively of Arab railway work ERS in Haifa, but its new name and its program indicated its ambition to make of itself the Arab counterpart of the Histadrut, an organization which would eventually encompass all the Arab workers in Palestine and seek to advance their interests. 63 The leadership of the new PAS included men drawn from both the groups which had contributed to its formation. Ilyas Assad, Kali al-Badal, and Farid Kamel had long been involved in negotiations with the Jewish Unionists, and Kamel and Badal had briefly been members of the Joint Union's Central Committee, while Said Kawaz, Abd al-Hamid Hamer, and his brother T.D. Salim Hamer were skilled workers who had been involved with the old Mutual Aid Society. 64 Given the situation in Palestine, the emergence of a separate Arab Railway Workers' Union was probably inevitable. Relations between Arab and Jewish railwaymen could not remain unaffected by the deepening conflict between Zionism and the Arab national movement, recently manifested in the struggle at Siafola and other incidents. A stratum of relatively well-educated and increasingly self-confident skilled workers and foremen who had assimilated the model of trade unionism as the form of organization most appropriate to their circumstances had emerged among the Arab railway workers. When members of this stratum lost faith in the possibility of participating in a union dominated by their Jewish co-workers and tainted by its association with Zionism, the establishment of a union of their own seemed the only reasonable alternative. The Arab Unionists were no longer willing to submit to what they perceived as Jewish tutelage, especially as they came to perceive that tutelage as serving goals which harmed their interests as both Arabs and workers. The survival of the URP as an Arab-Jewish union would have required its transformation into a completely international organization by severing its links with the Histadrut and the Zionist movement, renouncing the struggle for He/147 Brew labor, and accepting that the organization would be largely Arab in membership, leadership, and orientation. This was the course the Jewish communists advocated, but it went well beyond what even the most radical Poalitzion small activist or leader could accept. When the Arab Railwaymen's leaders grasped this, most of them quit and joined up with other Arabs who had never taken any interest in the prospect of a joint Arab-Jewish union. As a result, from 1925 until the end of the British Mandate, two unions were to be active among the railway workers, one exclusively Arab, the other overwhelmingly Jewish in membership and Zionist in political orientation. Nonetheless, as the next chapter will explore, not only did the conditions of the railwaymen's working lives push the two unions toward cooperation, but the dream of unity would remain very much alive among both Arab and Jewish railway workers for years to come. At the same time, various dynamics produced estrangement and conflict between the organizations and their members. Relations between the two unions would thus always be complex, in ways that tell us a great deal about the parameters and character of the matrices of interaction among Arab and Jewish workers in Palestine. For the railway workers of Palestine, cooperation and conflict, 1925 to 1939. Relations between the new Palestinian Arab Workers' Society, whose stable core and largest component would for many years consist of Arab railway workers in Haifa, and the older, Jewish-led Union of Railway, Postal, and Telegraph Workers were never uncomplicated and rarely smooth. At times, recognition of the vital necessity of concerted action and strong pressure from the rank and file induced the two unions to cooperate. At other times relations between them were characterized by friction and conflict, as competition within the workplace and tensions stemming from the political situation in Palestine set the two organizations, and the workers they represented, against one another. Over the years, a web of personal, social, and political relations developed between some Arab and Jewish railwaymen, particularly veteran workers and union activists, and in the right circumstances this tended to promote a desire for cooperation. But even when cooperation was impossible, these relations engendered a knowledge of the other side and a high degree of political awareness which helped the railway workers avoid being sucked into the maelstrom of intercommunal hatred and violence that ultimately engulfed much of Palestine. ON? WORKFORCE, TWOUNIONS. The events of the spring and summer of 1925 did not result in an immediate division of the railway workforce into two unions organized along exclusively ethnic lines. Instead there ensued a period of confusion characterized by further initiatives to achieve Arab-Jewish unity, competition between the unions for the allegiance of the Arab workers, and movements by those workers between the two organizations. 148/149. At its founding the PAS had only about 150 members and few financial or organizational resources. Its leaders felt threatened by the larger, stronger, and more experienced URP which, through the backing of the Histadrut, could offer its members far greater material benefits. The new union's vulnerability and the URP's ability to attract Arab workers were graphically demonstrated when a number of the workers who had joined the PAS in the spring of 1925 made their way back to the Jewish-led union a few months later. 1. To protect itself and hold onto its membership, the PAS initially sought to emphasize its Arab and patriotic character. As a result, when several Jewish communist railway workers sought to join, insisting that they were committed anti-Zionists, they were rejected on the grounds that the organization's bylaws allowed only Arabs to become members. The PAS also sought to offset the attractive services and benefits which the ERP could offer by asking progressive Arab nationalist professionals in Haifa to provide its members with medical and legal services at reduced cost. 2 Not all the PAS leaders agreed with this nationalist orientation. Fareed Kamel, who had served on the Central Committee of the ERP and was now a leader of the PAS, continued to argue for the kind of apolitical and internationalist trade unionism which the Arab workers' leaders had originally demanded of the ERP. He went so far as to propose that Jewish workers be accepted as full and equal members of the new organization. He failed to convince his colleagues, however, and ultimately resigned or was expelled from the PAS. Kamel took some of his supporters with him when he left, suggesting that there was still some support among the Arab workers for the idea of bringing the Arab and Jewish railway workers together in a single organization. To achieve that one end, Kamel apparently rejoined the ERP, but later he returned to the PAS, where he remained. Despite the failure of Fareed Kamel's initiative to overcome the breach between the two organizations, the PAS would in subsequent years come to adopt his perspective. With a fair degree of consistency, it expressed willingness to dissolve itself into a new unitary organization comprising all the railway workers, providing that it was truly international and unattached to the Histadrut. 3 Even after it lost most of its Arab members, the ERP continued to regard itself not merely as a mixed union with a commitment to joint organization but as the sole legitimate representative of all the railway workers, Arab and Jewish, and the only authentic union at the Palestine railways. Its claim was bolstered by the fact that for a number of years it actually did retain a not insignificant number of Arab members, since not 150/ all of those who had joined in late 1924 or early 1925 quit, and others joined later. In 1926 the ERP would claim to have 780 members, 422 of them Arabs. The number of Arab members is obviously very inflated, however, because it includes all those Arabs who had registered with the Union at any point from 1922 onward but had not notified the Union in writing when they quit. The number of Jewish members may well be inflated for the same reason, since we know that turnover was high in railway work and it is safe to presume that not all those who quit bothered to notify the Union formally. A total membership of 300 to 400 in 1926, most of them Jews and not all of them actually dues-paying, seems a safer estimate. At least one of the original Arab Central Committee members, Ibrahim al-Asmar, also remained in the ERP. 4 The ERP and the Histadrut attacked the new PAS as a separatist and exclusionary organization and therefore subversive of the workers' unity. They also claimed that it was a trade union in name only, that it was really a tool of rich Arab nationalist effendis and reactionary Muslim clerics, a product of communist incitement, a quasi-religious organization, and so on. 5 Since they regarded the Arab organization as neither legitimate nor viable, the ERP's Jewish leaders did not give up hope that the Arab workers who had left could be brought back into the fold. They therefore persisted in efforts to hold on to, and if possible expand, an Arab membership. This generally meant raiding the PAS membership or trying to attract the same unorganized Arab workers the Arab Union was also trying to recruit. The ERP was least successful at retaining and recruiting Arab members in Haifa, where the PAS influence and base of support was strongest. It had somewhat greater success elsewhere in Palestine, especially in the Jaffa and Lydda areas. The ERP's persistence in trying to recruit Arab workers engendered tremendous bitterness among Arab unionists still very much on the defensive and unsure that their new union would survive. Their resentment was clearly manifested in a lengthy article by the union's secretary, T.D. Salim Hamer, published in Philastin on June 4, 1926. Entitled The Indigenous Workers Between Zionism and Communism, it portrayed the Arab Railwaymen's Union as the target of incessant efforts to undermine it by both the Zionist Union and the Jewish communists. Some of T.D. Salim Hamer's allegations are plausible, but others are outlandish and would seem to reflect his frustration at the Union's weakness and the defection of Arab workers from it. For example, his claim that the Jewish Union had sought to attract Arab workers by exempting them from paying monthly dues rings true. But his claim that The traders Ibrahim al-Asmar and Philip Hassoun were paid 15 piastres for each Arab worker they recruited seems far-fetched. Hints of a perceived insult to conservative cultural and religious sensibilities surface in T.D. Salim Hamer's claim that the Zionists had tried to ensnare innocent Arab workers by plying them with wine at union meetings and providing them with Jewish women to dance with. As a result of these ploys, T.D. Salim complained, the PAS had no more than 90 members a year or so after its formation. 6 If the PAS was in a bad way by the middle of 1926, the ERP/ could hardly be described as thriving. The traumatic events of the previous year had left many Jewish railway workers without much faith in joint organization and solidarity with the Arabs as the solution to their problems. Jews now accounted for 12.7% of the Palestine Railways workforce, 405 out of 3,182 workers, though they made up almost 30% of those employed at the Haifa workshops, which had 408 Muslim workers, 264 Jews and 228 Christians, some of the latter were probably non-Arabs. By this point the majority of the Jewish railway workers had as much as 6 or 7 years service behind them. These veterans had been hired as apprentices when Jews first entered railway work in 1919-20, had become assistants when apprentices with 4 years of service were promoted in 1923, and had been promoted to full-fledged workmen in 1925. At 28 to 30 piastres a day, their wages were still unsatisfactory, as were their working conditions. The Jewish workers also cannot have regarded the future prospects for Jewish employment in railway work as particularly promising. The new apprentices, forced to work for a 6-month trial period without pay, were all Arabs, as were most of the foremen, and management was not anxious to hire more Jews, since they were seen as potential troublemakers. 71 Some Jewish workers responded to the failure of the joint union, and to their generally demoralizing situation, by leaving railroad work alto and the guaranteeing of the free development of every people on the basis of equality and autonomy. This formulation, with its implicit acknowledgement of the primacy of the Jewish labor movement's Zionist tasks, was a break with the ideas put forward by Poelet Zion Smol and until recently dominant within the Union. 10 However, these victories for the Adat HaKavod line did not solve the serious problems facing the Union. At a meeting with the Histadrut Secretariat in July 1926, the Union's leaders stressed their organization's weakness and complained that the Histadrut had not provided the funds it had promised to support the Union's work and allow it to serve its members effectively. Reflecting the shift in the Union's orientation over the previous year or so, they made their appeal for Histadrut support largely in terms of their organization's key role in the struggle for Hebrew labor. One union leader told Ben-Gurion and his colleagues that the union's importance lies in the conquest of government jobs by Jews, while another attributed the union's weakness primarily to the failure to get more Jews hired. The Histadrut ultimately promised to increase its monthly $153 subsidy to the union, which was still incapable of maintaining itself without outside financial support, and also stepped up its efforts to get more Jews hired as railway workers. The Zionist executive also pitched in by intensifying its lobbying of British officials in Palestine and London, directly and through Zionist sympathizers in the Labour Party, on the issue of Jewish employment by government agencies, insisting that a higher percentage of jobs should go to Jews. 11 One aspect of that July 1926 meeting between ERP leaders and top Histadrut officials merits special attention. For among the union leaders who sat in on the discussion of how to strengthen Hebrew labor on the railways was Ibrahim al-Asmar, an Arab who served on the ERP Central Committee. Al-Asmar does not seem to have uttered a word at the meeting. It is likely that he knew little if any Hebrew and did not understand what his Jewish colleagues were talking about. He was probably invited mainly for propaganda purposes, so that the ERP could portray itself as including Arabs in leadership roles and thereby enhance its standing among the Arab workers. But both his presence at the meeting and his silence tell us something about the place of Arabs in the Jewish Union. 12 Though the left within the ERP had grown weaker, it remained a significant force, especially in Haifa where Jewish leftists often received backing from the branch's remaining Arab members. Moreover, the left's argument that Arab-Jewish solidarity was the only means by which the Jewish railway workers' problems could be solved was bolstered in the summer of 1926 by an upsurge of militancy among the workers, accompanied by renewed pressure for unity radiating upward from the Arab and Jewish rank and file. Frustration over long-standing grievances had been growing among the railway workers for some months, and this finally led the two unions to look for ways to overcome the bitterness between them and cooperate with one another. Early in June 1926, leaders of the PAS and the ERP met in Haifa and agreed to join together to press the government to issue a law to protect the workers' rights. 13 The path of cooperation was not always smooth. T.D. Salim Hamer's article attacking the Jewish-led union, discussed earlier, was published shortly after this initial meeting, but many workers still felt that no progress was possible unless Arabs and Jews set aside their differences and worked together. A series of joint meetings was held, setting the stage for concerted action when two separate official decisions sparked off widespread unrest. 154 The ERP had long sought official recognition as representative of the Palestine Railways workforce, but management, backed by the government of Palestine and the Colonial Office, had first equivocated and then imposed harsh conditions for recognition. In order to satisfy those conditions, the union leadership overrode internal opposition and agreed even to turn over its membership lists, after extracting a promise that management would not use this information to punish union members. Nonetheless, at the end of July 1926, the Chief Secretary of the Government of Palestine informed the Histadrut that the government would not recognize the ERP as representative of the railway workers, a decision which came as a bitter blow. 14 Even more bitter, however, and even more crucial in arousing and uniting the railway workers, was a decree issued in mid-July 1926 which unilaterally revoked the workers' right to 7 days of annual vacation and another 8 days of vacation on official holidays. This arbitrary act outraged the workers and touched off a campaign to resist management which, while initiated by both unions, also gave evidence of persistent tensions between them. The campaign was to have been launched at a mass meeting of Arab and Jewish railway workers at the Eden Cinema in Haifa. The Arab Union, apparently concerned that the stronger ERP might exploit the situation and win over some of its members by taking sole credit for calling the meeting, insisted that the leaflet issued to publicize the event not carry the name of either union. The Arab Unionists soon discovered, however, that the leaflet calling the meeting was signed by the ERP. They took this to be a violation of their agreement and blamed the Jewish-led union for sabotaging the workers' unity. The Arab Unionists' version of this incident is plausible, since we know that they were fearful of losing their membership and that the ERP continued to insist that it alone represented all the railway workers, Arabs and Jews. Significantly, the Arab Union took the trouble to argue its case in a Hebrew-language leaflet addressed to all the workers of Palestine. 15. The Arab Unionists' insistence on placing their version of the facts before the Jewish workers and arguing that the ERP bore responsibility for disunity among the railway workers indicates a continuing concern to cultivate Jewish opinion and a continuing openness to cooperation with their Jewish co-workers. Despite such incidents and the tensions they engendered, neither union could afford to give up all hope of cooperating. This was a period of Rex Zion and high unemployment in Palestine, and conditions were worsening for the railway workers as well. Management was threatening layoffs, and /155. From the fall of 1926 until the spring of 1927, the Haifa workshops operated only 5 days a week. The two unions could not hope to defend their members unless they worked together. The railway workers component of the PAS had been reduced to a small and largely inactive core of loyal members, while the ERP was also weaker than it had been a few years earlier. Only 250 dues-paying members, nearly all of them Jewish, participated in elections for the union's 6th Congress, held in the summer of 1927. The previous year's tensions notwithstanding, relations between the two unions were by now good enough that Sid Salim J. Hamer and Kali al-Badal were invited to appear at the opening session of the ERP Congress and greet the delegates on behalf of the PAS. Al-Badal told the Congress that he had joined the Arab Union in order to find an appropriate form for joint organization of all the workers. The Arab workers all seek peace, and what they promise they will carry out. 16. This Congress, like its predecessors, devoted much of its time to the question of joint organization. As I discussed in Chapter 2, in July 1927 the Histadrut's Third Congress had ratified Ben-Gurion's proposal on relations with Arab workers, which called for a separate Arab labor organization which would federate with the Histadrut. As usual, the debate among the railway workers revolved around the question of national sections, favored by the partisans of Adat Hayavada who were especially strong in the Jafalita branch. For their part the supporters of Pakalitsa Jan Smol still insisted that the union be unitary and international, although their arguments were not always entirely principled. For example, Naftali Panini, a leftist from the Jerusalem branch, attacked the Jafalita branch for allegedly sabotaging the union's efforts to organize Arabs in 1924-25, but his argument against national sections evoked the very fears which Adat Hayavada played on to argue in their favor. From the moment we create a special organization for the Arabs, Panini argued, we no longer have control over it. The Arabs will distance themselves from us, and who knows in what direction their work will develop. The Jaffa Lita delegates defended themselves against their left-wing critics by claiming that their efforts to recruit Arabs had succeeded but that the Arab section had disintegrated after its treasurer absconded with the funds entrusted to him. By a small margin the Sixth Congress voted to adopt the principle of joint organization on the basis of national sections, signaling a triumph for Adat Hakavada and yet another defeat for Pakalitsa Jan Smol, whose influence would continue to decline. In February 1928 new bylaws formally established separate national sections, effectively reversing the will be done by other hands. Calls for a merger came not only from the rank and file and from the AURW but also from the IU's remaining Arab members, who saw unification as a way to escape their isolation and subordinate status within the Jewish organization. In certain situations, their symbolic importance and propaganda value to the IU and the Histadrut allowed them to exert a degree of pressure on their Jewish leaders that was highly disproportionate to their small numbers. In August 1934, after months of stalling, the IU was compelled to grudgingly accept the principle of a single union, although it continued to insist on Arab-Jewish parity in leadership positions regardless of the composition of the membership. 38 However, relations between the two unions soon took a downward course. By the end of 1934 the Joint Committee was foundering, with each side blaming the other for its lack of success in winning gains for the workers, and by January 1935 the IU was ready to break it up, much as it had done in 1928. Michael Dana privately told the Histadrut leadership that all our comrades are of the opinion that now we have the opportunity to strike at the Arab Union by appearing in public before the Arab railway workers, which will prove with facts that all the activities of the Joint Committee were carried out essentially by us and that the Arab Union terminated those activities out of ambition and a desire for power. Dana believed that with a little daring and adequate funding from the Histadrut it would be possible to split the AURW and win over many of its members, as well as the unorganized Arab work ERS. 39 His plan to break up the Joint Committee while making the AURW appear responsible was, however, delayed by an upsurge in worker militancy elsewhere in Haifa which galvanized the railway workers into action and enabled them to win significant gains. As I will discuss in greater detail in Chapter 5, at the end of February 1935 hundreds of Arab and Jewish workers employed at the Iraq Petroleum Company's facilities in Haifa went on strike for higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions. Their militancy inspired other workers to emulate their example, so that the spring of 1935 witnessed an unprecedented wave of industrial unrest. Haifa area railway workers were particularly affected, perhaps because they had long been in direct daily contact with IPC workers, most of whom reached their jobs by train. The 166/IUAURW Joint Committee quickly put out a leaflet expressing solidarity with the IPC workers, and on March 4, 1935, 1,000 exhilarated railwaymen gathered at their usual site for mass meetings, the Café Central, and voted to strike unless their demands were fulfilled. In the workshops a flurry of brief partial strikes broke out. The government, surprised by this sudden upsurge of militancy and fearful of the political and economic consequences of a railroad strike, responded 3 days later by announcing the appointment of a special committee, headed by Major Campbell, the District Commissioner of Jerusalem, to investigate the workers' grievances and recommend improvements. 40 weeks passed as the committee heard testimony, investigated, deliberated, and then submitted its recommendations to the government in Jerusalem and to the Colonial Office. The long delay led to growing unrest and resentment among the rank and file over the Joint Committee's cautious, even passive attitude and its refusal to initiate immediate strike action. Supporters of Omer Hatzair, a new tendency to Mappe's left which I discuss at the end of this chapter, had gained a foothold in the Haifa branch committee of the IU, and they complained that the union leadership was failing to do all it could to pressure the government for a rapid and satisfactory response. The ongoing unrest was also expressed by the workshop workers' strong participation in the traditional May Day strike. Over 700 railway workers, among them 113 Jews, struck that day, and many of them gathered at the Café Central for a rally which the participants concluded by singing a rousing hymn composed by a railway worker. Management's nervousness about unrest among the workers was such that it promised not to punish anyone who failed to come to work on May Day. By mid-May the Joint Committee had been compelled by rank-and-file agitation to set a strike deadline. 41 Faced with this deadline, the High Commissioner finally issued the long-promised official communiqué specifying the improvements that were to be made in the railway workers' pay and conditions of service. The communiqué, dated May 17, 1933, came as a great disappointment to the workers because it went only a small part of the way toward resolving their long-standing grievances, and they responded with partial Pirktis strikes at the Haifa workshops, continued unrest elsewhere, and demands for a meeting with the High Commissioner. In an effort to restore calm, the High Commissioner took the unprecedented step of agreeing to meet a delegation of railway workers. The delegation, which consisted of 4 Arabs and 3 Jews 167, Kel Abramov of Lydda, made its way to Jerusalem by train, accompanied along the way by railway workers' cheers. At their June 17, 1935 meeting with the High Commissioner, the delegates criticized the inadequacies of the communiqué. Acknowledging that the workers' demands had not been met in full, the High Commissioner announced some additional concessions but insisted that he could not forget the interests of the taxpayers. 42 The meeting with the High Commissioner marked the high point of cooperation between the two unions, and old tensions soon resurfaced. As earlier, the Histadrut's prioritization of Hebrew labor played a key role in undermining good relations between the IU and the AURW. Before, during, and after the upsurge of militancy in the spring of 1935, the IU and the Histadrut had continued to cast about for ways to get more Jews hired. At a meeting with Histadrut officials in Tel Aviv in early May 1935, just as the railway workers' mobilization was approaching its height and a strike seemed to loom, IU leaders expressed their concern that many veteran Jewish workers were on the verge of quitting railway work. The union proposed that they might be induced to stay if the Jewish agency allocated 50 immigration certificates to railway workers so that they could get family members still in Europe into Palestine. At the same time, the IU leaders reported that there is now an extraordinary opportunity to get many Jewish workers into the railway because one of the Jewish foremen at the Haifa workshop stood ready to help get more Jews hired. The real problem, however, was that there were too few Jews willing to work in this sector. In its search for recruits, the Histadrut had earlier gone so far as to prepare lists of Jewish railway workers in Iraq who could be brought to Palestine if jobs were available for them, but nothing had come of this. Now it responded to the IU's complaints by issuing a circular which alerted its trade unions and the local workers' councils to the fact that Jews were leaving the railways, undermining the conquest of labor in this sector, and called on them to channel veteran workers and new immigrants into railway work. The circular also provided for sanctions. A worker who leaves his job on the railway will not be hired anywhere else unless he can produce a letter proving that he quit with the approval of the IU 43. In the long run, the Histadrut's efforts were partially successful. Overall, it managed to get some 120 to 150 Jews hired on the railway in 1934–36, although not all of them stayed. This brought the proportion of Jewish employees, which had been 12.6% in 1933 but had fallen to 8.2% in 1934, back up to just under 10% by 1937. At the end of 1935, the Palestine Railways employed 171 Palestinian Arabs, 168/345 Jews, and 1,307 others, most of them Egyptians employed on the Sinai Line but also a number of Turks, Greeks, Armenians, Syrians, and British. The Jewish workers were concentrated in the workshops at Haifa and Lydda, where they held a large share of the skilled jobs. All told, 52% of the railway's Arab employees earned less than £50 a year, as compared with only 5% of the Jews. 44 These gains in Jewish employment seem to have strengthened the hand of those IU leaders who wanted to terminate the alliance with the AURW. Just a week after the railway workers' delegation met with the High Commissioner, IU Secretary Michael Dana was again pressing for the dissolution of the Joint Committee. By comparison with March 1934, he told the Central Committee, the number of Jewish workers has grown. In order to carry out effective organizational work, we will have to attack the Arab Union. Dana proposed that the IU insist on full freedom of action, by which he meant the right to organize Arab workers. The Joint Committee, he argued, should be restricted to representing the workers in talks with management, and eventually it should be abolished. But Histadrut leaders were fearful that an influx of newly recruited Arab members might flood the union and perhaps take it over, since there were currently no established national sections within which they could be separately organized, and they refrained from endorsing Dana's strategy. 45 Having won limited but not insignificant gains in May–June 1935, the Joint Committee began ex oppress management to translate its promises into reality and make further concessions. Ongoing talks with management, and relations between the two unions, were soon complicated by a spontaneous strike that erupted in late July among the running department workers, who had gained nothing from the May 1935 communiqué and the subsequent meeting with the High Commissioner. Both unions opposed this upsurge of militancy from below, since it threatened to undermine their authority and disrupt negotiations with management, and they quickly induced the strikers to go back to work. The leaders' rapid intervention discredited them in the eyes of many rank-and-file running department workers, who felt that their strike had been sabotaged. This episode also precipitated mutual recriminations between the IU and the AURW, a breakdown in relations and, finally, open competition to win over Arab workers. In the summer of 1935 the Joint Committee ceased functioning effectively and thereafter met only sporadically, a situation for which each union blamed the other. The IU charged that the AURW was sabotaging the committee's work, while the AURW claimed that the IU was failing to keep it informed about contacts with management, was putting out separate leaflets, and was poaching on its territory by recruiting Arab workers. 46 Yet a complete break between the two unions was averted for another 6 months, mainly because neither was in a position to negotiate effectively with management on its own. In the end it was the AURW which, at the end of February 1936, took the initiative in formally declaring the Joint Committee dissolved. The immediate cause seems to have been the IU's refusal to stop recruiting current and former AURW members, some of whom apparently went over to the IU. But many additional reasons were set forth in a lengthy and often bitter statement which the AURW published, in Arabic, in March 1936 to explain its decision to the Arab workers. Among other things, the AURW accused the IU of bad faith, of repeatedly violating the agreement governing the functioning of the Joint Committee, and of sabotaging the running department workers' strike. What made the Arab Unionists most bitter, however, was what they regarded as the IU's underhand efforts to take jobs away from Arabs and, with the help of sympathetic Jewish foremen, give them to Jews, its campaign to entice Arab workers to join by offering them loans, health care, and other benefits which the Arab Union could not match, and its claim to be the sole legitimate representative of all the railway workers in Palestine. The statement explicitly attributed these actions to the IU's Zionist character, which resulted in its giving top priority to the building of the Jewish national home rather than to the workers' interests. 47 Some of the AURW's accusations were exaggerated or tendentious, but many were accurate. As we have seen, the IU did give priority to the goal of expanding Jewish employment. It had used its connections with Jewish foremen to get more Jews hired. It had for over a year been seeking a suitable pretext to break up the Joint Committee, and it had been trying to recruit Arab workers, despite the strong objections of the AURW. A day or two after the AURW informed the IU that the Joint Committee was dissolved, IU leaders, not at all unhappy about this development, met with the Histadrut's committee that oversaw Arab affairs to plan a renewed effort to recruit Arab railway workers. 48 Remarkably, despite this bitter break, neither the desire for cooperation nor even the dream of unity were yet dead among the railway workers. Within a few weeks of the dissolution of the Joint Committee, a group of Arabs and Jews from the Haifa workshops were meeting to discuss its restoration, and AURW Secretary T.D. Salim Hamer, perhaps under pressure from his own rank and file, was making conciliatory statements. By April 1936 the AURW was ready to go even further, despite its recent I-169. 170 / the Railway Workers of Palestine. Bitter experience of joint work with the Jewish Unionists, it formally proposed to the IU that both unions be dissolved and replaced by a unitary organization. Given the popularity of unity among the rank and file, and among its own Arab members, the IU could not afford to reject such a proposal out of hand. Instead it stalled for time as its leaders consulted with the Histadrut about how to respond. As previously, the Jewish Zionists insisted that unity be based on Jewish-Arab parity in all institutions and the right of Jewish members to belong to the Histadrut. These were the same conditions that had frustrated earlier attempts at unity, but the IU saw them as necessary to prevent an Arab majority in a shared union from gaining control. To buy time, the IU eventually proposed that the Joint Committee be reconstituted in Haifa and that broader organizational questions be deferred for the time being. 49. These efforts at reconciliation and unification came to a sudden halt when in mid-April 1936 violent clashes erupted between Arabs and Jews in various parts of Palestine. Within a matter of weeks these escalated into a 6-month general strike by the Arab population against British rule and Zionism, the first stage of the Arab Revolt of 1936–39. For 3 years Arab and Jewish railwaymen found themselves on opposite sides in the bloody conflict that now engulfed Palestine. This situation not only made overt cooperation extremely difficult but also led to serious tensions between Jewish and Arab workers as well as sporadic incidents of violence. The IU's remaining Arab members quit, leaving it an entirely Jewish 11 organization which would never again succeed in attracting Arab workers. Many of the key leaders of the AURW and the PAS were arrested by the British and held in detention for long periods, leaving those organizations paralyzed and the Arab railway workers without effective representation or leadership. Yet even during this bleak period some Arab and Jewish workers remained on good terms, and some even sought to cooperate in their common interest. As late as November 1936, IU Secretary Michael Dana was discussing with Histadrut officials how the union should respond to Arab workers who were still pressing for the formation of a single union for all the railway workers. 50 Despite pressure from the Arab nationalist leadership, the Arab railway workers did not join the general strike. Only in August 1936 did many of them walk off the job, and then only carried for 10 days. Unlike other Arab workers, most of whom were employed 17-1 by Arabs who were themselves participating in the general strike, the railway workers risked immediate and permanent dismissal if they failed to report for work. They knew that British security forces stood ready to help break any strike, and they also had good reason to fear that if they joined the general strike their jobs would be taken by Jews. As I discuss more fully in Chapter 6, the Zionist leadership was ready and willing to supply Jewish workers who could help keep the railways running if the Arab workers went on strike, and in fact they hoped that the general strike would lead to the hiring of more Jews. Addressing the Royal Commission sent to investigate the situation in Palestine, the director of the political department of the Jewish Agency, Moshe Shertok, argued that the presence of a substantial number of Jews would have acted as a very effective deterrent. There would have been no incentive to agitation, and the organizers of the disorders would not have derived so much encouragement from the prospect of being able to bring the railways to a standstill. When the crisis did occur on the 9th August and hundreds of Arab railwaymen walked out, there were many factors which militated against it and brought them back to reason and to work, but one of the factors was that we mobilized a few dozen Jewish engine drivers whom we placed at the disposal of the government, and they were ready to step into the breach. That was one of the factors that liquidated that very dangerous situation which existed for a few days. Shertok demanded that Jews constitute 30 to 33% of the workforce in all government departments. But Palestine Railways management continued to refuse to give preference to Jews, in part for fear of further alienating the already agitated Arab workers. The proportion of Jews in the railway workforce actually declined somewhat during the course of the revolt. 51 The central concern of the IU during the revolt was security. Tensions between Arab and Jewish workers in the Haifa workshops and at stations and other installations across Palestine sometimes ran high, especially during the insurrection's more intensely violent phases, and Jews working in relatively isolated places were sometimes the target of attacks. Altogether, 8 Jewish railway workers were killed in the course of the revolt. All were apparently the victims not of fellow workers but of armed Arab insurgents from outside the railway workforce. The IU and the Histadrut continually complained that the Palestine Railways was not adequately protecting its Jewish employees and demanded the assignment of more guards. When the armed revolt reached a new peak in September 1938 and 2 Jewish railroad clerks were killed in Lydda, the Jewish work 172/ERS there refused to report to work for 2 weeks. Eventually the Jewish railway workers and clerks at Lydda were all transferred to Tel Aviv, as were the Jewish postal workers normally stationed in Jaffa. The British also established special units of Jewish auxiliary police to patrol railway lines and installations, frequently targeted by the Arab insurgents, and British soldiers were stationed in the Haifa workshops to supplement the Arab watchmen. To discourage Arab insurgents from mining railroad tracks and blowing up trains, British security forces adopted the practice of forcing Arab hostages to sit on a special wheeled platform attached to the front of the locomotive. 52 Arab railway workers also suffered during the revolt. British railway officials noted in the fall of 1938 that railway staff are now being brutally treated, and are working under the greatest difficulty. They are being attacked by both sides. Through their allegiance to the government, the staff are generally so unpopular that cases of refusal to sell food and necessaries to them and to help in any way are daily occurrences. On the other hand, they are being treated with the greatest suspicion by the police and troops. The officials cited numerous instances in which security forces had without cause arrested, beaten, or shot at loyal Arab employees, simply because they were Arabs. This harassment prompted a brief protest strike in Lydda in October 1938. 53 The revolt hurt both Arab and Jewish workers economically. Sabotage by Arab guerrillas forced reductions in service and the closing of several lines while greatly increasing costs. Revenues dropped sharply as both passenger and freight traffic fell off. As a result, management laid off some workers and imposed short hours on others. But at the urging of Ben-Zvi, and perhaps of British security officials as well, the government sought to avoid large-scale layoffs, for fear that unemployed Arab railway workers might strengthen the ranks of the insurgents while the laid-off Jews would never return to railway work. 54 Nonetheless, circumstances in this period were not such as to allow the workers to make further gains in wages or working conditions. They were primarily concerned with getting through very difficult times and holding on to what they had. The revolt had an important impact on the sites and forms of interaction between Arab and Jewish railway workers outside the workplace. For example, it led to greatly increased residential and social segregation in mixed cities like Haifa, as Jews moved out of predominantly Arab neighborhoods and into safer Jewish ones. Arabs and Jews became less likely to frequent markets, cafes, movie theaters, clinics, and other places located /173 in what was now perceived as hostile and dangerous territory. As a result, Arab and Jewish railway workers became less likely to have much contact outside the workplace. Nonetheless, the security situation did not completely preclude the maintenance of personal contacts between Jewish and Arab railwaymen. Their long experience of interaction and even cooperation, as well as friendly relations developed on the job, enabled at least some of the railwaymen to avoid succumbing to the hatred and estrangement between Arabs and Jews that became much more widespread in this period. Although some especially dangerous workplaces became wholly Arab as Jews were transferred to safer places, others remained mixed. There is also evidence that some Arab railway workers sought to protect their Jewish co-workers. Ephraim Schwartzman, a locomotive engineer and longtime IU leader, reported that even during the disturbances there were numerous instances of Arab railway workers saving Jews many times from very difficult situations. I was one of those who was twice saved by Arabs, when I was very close to being killed. I remember one of the incidents. One day 2 or 3 Arabs entered the locomotive shed in Lydda and murdered 2 Jews in the Ufis. I ran in the direction of the shots, because I didn't know where they were coming from. And an Arab saw me heading there and ran to save me, and thanks to that I was saved. Many times there were instances of the Arabs warning the Jews not to travel on the workers' train, because in the village of Safariyah, which is today Kfar Habad, they were preparing to attack the train with bombs and guns. Jews were frequently saved because the Arabs warned them, out of friendship. There was one Arab who was my assistant, and is today a locomotive engineer. I remember that, during the disturbances, when we were pulling trains and there were often mines on the tracks, he would travel with me as my assistant and would always check at each station if all was well, because I watched over me a lot during the disturbances. 55. On rare occasions, cooperation between Arab and Jewish railwaymen seems to have gone even further. In the spring of 1938, for example, efforts were made in Haifa to put together a joint delegation to management, and it is likely that there were other similar initiatives. But the resumption of overt ties and a serious effort to recoup losses and gain new ground were impossible until after the end of the revolt. 56. HASHOMERHATZACIRANDTHERAILWAYWORKERS. As I mentioned in passing earlier in this chapter in connection with the upsurge of militancy among the railway workers in the spring of 1935, A. 174/the RAILWAYW Orkers of Palestine. New political movement to Mappe's left had begun to make its presence felt within the Jewish working class and labor movement in the early 1930s. This was Omer Hatzir, which in the second half of that decade won significant support among Jewish railway workers, especially in Haifa, and would come to play an important role in the labor Zionist movement, in the wider Yishuv, and in the arena of Arab-Jewish relations in Palestine. Omer Hatzir originated as a Zionist youth movement in Habsburg-ruled and then Polish Galicia during and immediately after the First World War. Members of the youth movement who immigrated to Palestine in the 1920s eventually founded their own kibbutzim, which in 1927 federated into the Hakibbutz Ha'artzi Federation, with its own increasingly ramified network of economic, political, social, cultural, and educational institutions. 57 In the late 1920s and into the 193 OS, Omer Hatzir and Hakibbutz Ha'artzi were as a movement rather introverted, devoting itself primarily to establishing and strengthening its kibbutzim and institutions and working out its own distinctive socialist Zionist ideology. That ideology ultimately took the form of a unique blend of pioneering Zionism and revolutionary socialism, situating Omer Hatzir on the labor Zionist political spectrum between Mappe and Poelet Zion Smol. Its inward focus notwithstanding, already by the early 1930s the membership base and resources provided by its network of kibbutzim enabled Hakibbutz Ha'artzi Hashomer Ha'oizasser to emerge as the strongest force to Mappe's left within the Hista/Drud, eclipsing Pokalat Zion Smol, which gradually drifted toward marginality and ultimately, in the 1940s, absorption by other parties. Unlike Pokalat Zion Smol, Omer Hatzair participated fully in the institutions and activities of the Zionist organization and served as a kind of loyal opposition to Mapei within the Histadrut. It rejected Pokalat Zion Smol's call for divesting the Histadrut of those functions which were not strictly typical of a labor federation and, abandoning orthodox Baruchhofism, gave primary emphasis not to class struggle but to workers' immigration and settlement on kibbutzim, which Omer Hatzair regarded as the nuclei of the future Jewish Socialist Commonwealth in Palestine. At the same time, Omer Hatzair criticized Mapei for its close working relationship with bourgeois Zionists, its virtual abandonment of class struggle in both principle and practice, its undemocratic control of a bureaucratized Histadrut, and its lack of interest in Arab-Jewish joint organization in mixed workplaces. As I discuss more fully in the next /175 chapter, on the issue of Hebrew labor, Omer Hatzair staked out ground halfway between Mapei and Pokalat Zion Smol. Rejecting both the former's call for 100% Hebrew labor in every sector and the latter's opposition to the Hebrew labor campaign, Omer Hatzair proposed that Palestinian Arab workers permanently employed by Jews be allowed to keep their jobs. 58 As we will see, Omer Hatzair would later develop its own distinctive approach to the question of Palestine's future, an approach which rejected exclusive sovereignty for either Arabs or Jews but also partition, and instead proposed that Arabs and Jews share the land as equals, regardless of their numbers. Omer Hatzair saw itself as first and foremost a kibbutz-based and kibbutz-oriented movement, and it therefore initially displayed little interest in the urban working class. So even though collectives of Omer Hatzair members awaiting permanent settlement in kibbutzim might live and work in cities or moshavot, sometimes for years, they were primarily oriented toward their future status as kibbutz members and did not regard themselves as prospective urban proletarians. Nonetheless, by the mid-1930s the presence of Omer Hatzair members in the cities was beginning to allow the movement to exert an influence among urban Jewish workers. Omer Hatzair members tended to be concentrated in poorly paid and undesirable jobs, such as the railways and the ports, partly because they volunteered to put themselves on the front lines of the struggle for the conquest of labor but also because the Mapei-controlled workers' councils tended to reserve the best jobs for party loyalists. In these workplaces Omer Hatzair members and sympathizers constituted a vigorous new source of opposition on Mapei's left flank, irritating party and Histadrut officials with their militancy, their criticisms of bureaucratic control, and their advocacy of Jewish-Arab solidarity. Though most Omer Hatzair members sooner or later left for permanent settlement in the kibbutz to which they had been assigned, they often left behind them an important legacy of organizing. Moreover, a few activists remained in the cities and created urban nuclei of Omer Hatzair supporters. In 1936 the movement finally accepted and institutionalized this development by creating the Socialist League as a political framework within which Jews who agreed with Omer Hatzair's politics but were not current or potential kibbutz members could organize themselves. This I1 1 helped enhance the movement's status as the main opposition to Mapei within urban workplaces and within the Histadrut at large. These developments are well illustrated by the career of Ephraim Krischer, who would become a key leader of the left among the Jewish 176 railway workers in Haifa. Born in the Galicia region of Poland in 1909, Krischer joined Omer Hatzair and emigrated to Palestine in 1934. He belonged to a group which was slated to settle at Kibbutz Ein Hamifratz, finally established near Haifa in 1938. Soon after his arrival in Palestine the future members of this kibbutz responded to the Histadrut's call for recruits to reverse the decline of Hebrew labor on the railroad by sending him to work at the Haifa workshops. Krischer formally remained a kibbutz member until 1941, but instead of joining his comrades when they left Haifa to establish their kibbutz, he stayed in the city and remained a railway employee and union activist until his retirement in the 1970s. 59 Krisher quickly became a popular and trusted figure in the Haifa branch of the IU. As we saw, in the 1920s this branch had been a stronghold of the left, and especially of Poalet Zion Smol. That party, or more precisely the various factions into which that party was split, had long since become marginal to the political life of the Yishuv, while many of the radical railway workers had moved on to other jobs, leaving the branch and the union solidly in the hands of Adat Hayavada and then Mappé loyalists. Now, thanks to the departure of many Mappé MEM bears for better jobs elsewhere and an influx of young militants like Krisher, the left re-established itself as a force in the Haifa branch of the IU. By the spring of 1935 Krisher was already a member of the branch committee in Haifa and one of those urging the IU leadership both to greater militancy and to greater receptiveness to cooperation and even unity with the Arab workers. In January 1937 he was re-elected with the greatest number of votes, and the new committee, now dominated by leftists, promptly chose him as secretary of the Haifa branch. The election of this Hashomer Hatzair activist greatly displeased the Mappé loyalists who still controlled the IU's Central Committee. They were unwilling to surrender control of a key branch of this important union, and they were particularly alarmed by the fact that in April 1936 Krisher had apparently been willing to accept the AURW's proposal for the formation of a new joint union. Mappé used its domination of the Histadrut bureaucracy to nullify Krisher's election, but it could not prevent the left from gaining ground in Haifa and elsewhere. Wages had been stagnant for years, working conditions had deteriorated, and the union's leadership was widely perceived as not only passive and ineffective but also unrepresentative of the rank and file, since elections had not been held since 1931. All this benefited the left, and when elections to the IU's 8th Congress were finally held in the summer of 1939, Mappé had only a 3-vote edge over Hashomer Hatzair and its ally /177. The Socialist League in the Haifa branch, while in the workshops Hashomer Hatzair won a solid majority. Because Mappé remained much stronger in other branches it was able to retain control of the union, but the IU was in a parlous state on the eve of the Second World War. It had only 401 dues-paying members, of whom 186 were railway workers and 215 were postal and telegraph workers, and although it continued to style itself an international union, it no longer had any Arab members whatsoever, while Jews now constituted only 8% of the railway workforce. 60 These realities enhanced the prospects of the new left opposition within the union. As I discuss in chapters 7 and 8, during and immediately after the Second World War militants who belonged to Hashomer Hatzair or to its urban-based sister party would play a major role in fostering and leading workplace activism, among the railway workers and elsewhere. They would also inherit the mantle of the defunct Poalet Zion Smol as the chief advocates of Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity while going even further by advocating a solution to the Palestine problem that rejected the mainstream Zionist goal of exclusive Jewish sovereignty. The years between the collapse of the short-lived joint union in 1925 and the outbreak of the Arab revolt against British rule and Zionism in 1936 witnessed many twists and turns in relations between the Arab and Jewish railway workers and their organizations. It seems clear that unification within a single organization was never really in the cards, though Arab unionists favored unity in principle. They insisted on terms that the Jewish unionists could never accept without compromising their Zionist commitments. Nonetheless, it is striking that the dream of unity remained alive as long as it did and that time and again rank and file pressure compelled the Arab and Jewish leaderships at least to go through the motions of seeking to achieve it. The conditions in which the Arab and Jewish railwaymen found themselves certainly seemed to provide daily lessons in the vital importance of cooperation and unity. But it would also seem that the notion of integral unity, rather than just cooperation between separate Arab and Jewish unions, was nourished by the web of personal relations that developed among these workers, who made up Palestine's oldest, largest, and most stable mixed workforce, especially at the Haifa workshops. Of all the workforces in mandatory Palestine, This one had the longest and perhaps also the densest in the sense of most complex experience of interaction and interrelationship. This seems to have not only helped moderate con. 178/ flicks between the two unions but also to have nourished a unique sense of possibility among the workers themselves. This would continue to be the case during the war and in the final years of the mandate, which would witness unprecedented episodes of working-class militancy and Arab-Jewish cooperation, often spearheaded by Arab and Jewish railway and postal workers. In the end, of course, the Zionist-Palestinian conflict would engulf these workers too, leading to a denouement in which the traumas of partition and war would culminate in the virtual elimination of Arab workers from the scene. 5 Arab workers and the Histadrut, 1929 to 1936. As I discussed at the end of Chapter 2, in the late 1920s the Histadrut had essentially abandoned the notion that the success of the labor Zionist enterprise in Palestine was closely linked to Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity. However, the bloody events of August 1929 and their aftermath compelled all Zionists to give more serious attention to the Arab problem. Ben-Gurion and some of his colleagues now began to talk of the need for an agreement with the leaders of the Arab community, whom they had denounced through much of the 1920s as reactionaries with whom labor Zionism could never compromise. At the same time, those events and several related developments induced the Histadrut leadership to renew its attention to the question of relations with Arab workers. That leadership was now firmly in the hands of MAPE, formed in 1930 by the merger of Adat Ha'avada and Hapoel Hatzair. MAPE's platform addressed the question of Arab workers only by asserting that the United Party establishes comradely relations with the Arab worker and fosters relations of peace and understanding between the Hebrew people and the Arab people. 1. This vague and non-committal formulation was much closer to Hapoel Hatzair's line than to that of Adat Ha'avada. On the other hand, when it suited its purposes, MAPE's leadership continued to use Adat Ha'avada's old rationale for organizing Arab workers. For example, in a December 1929 letter to the Palestine Zionist executive requesting funding for an Arabic-language periodical, Clubs for Arab Workers, and a renewed propaganda effort aimed at British and international public opinion, the Histadrut Executive Committee declared that an agreement with the Arab inhabitants cannot be effected through political compromises with those. 179. 180/ sections of the population that aspire to destroy our undertaking in Palestine, but rather through a systematic cultural economic activity among the masses of the Arab workers in town and village, which in the course of time will bring about our desirability to the masses, on the basis of the great good that Jewish settlement showers also upon them too. In January 1930 the Zionist executive agreed in principle to subsidize the Histadrut's activities oriented toward Arab workers. But actually finding the necessary funds was a much more difficult matter, since any large sum would have to be raised outside the regular budget, from wealthy donors abroad. In the interim, the Histadrut decided to allocate a small amount of money from its own budget £P20 a month to reopen the Haifa Club. Philip Hassoun, who during the club's first incarnation, between 1925 and 1928 or 1929, had served as Avraham Kalfan's assistant and then took over the club's management when Kalfan moved on to other things, seemed the only person available to start the club up again, though Histadrut leaders had doubts about his abilities as an organizer. But in the tense political climate then prevailing, Hassoun was nervous about the club being openly identified with the Histadrut and insisted that the connection be kept secret. Despite misgivings, the Histadrut executive acceded to Hassoun's request, because it was clear that for the moment very few if any Arab workers would be willing to join a club openly funded and run by the Histadrut. The club finally opened in the fall of 1930.3. THERENEWALOFARABWORK. Several developments prompted the Histadrut to renew and escalate what was now coming to be called Arab activism or Arab work. 4 As I mentioned in Chapter 4, in January 1930, after years of inactivity, the Palestinian Arab Workers' Society had succeeded in organizing the first countrywide Congress of Arab Workers. 61 delegates gathered in Haifa, claiming to represent some 3,000 workers. Almost half the delegates came from Haifa itself, and nearly half of those represented the railway workers there who constituted the PA's main base of support. But there were also smaller contingents from Jerusalem, Jaffa, and other towns representing workers in a variety of trades. Though a number of Arab Unionists who belonged to or sympathized with the Palestine Communist Party helped organize the Congress, it was largely under the control of the more conservative and non-communist Unionists who had originally founded the PAs in 1925. The Congress resolved to set up a nationwide labor movement which would lead. 181. The struggle to improve the wages and working conditions of Arab work, ERS, and secure their rights. It also declared its opposition to Jewish immigration and Zionism and its support for Palestine's independence as an Arab state. In response to Zionist efforts to secure a large percentage of government jobs for Jews, on the grounds that Jews paid a disproportion .8 over the next 2 months, Ahavit Po'alim sought to push the Histadrut to take a more active stance with regard to Arab workers. It insisted that the events of the past year had demonstrated the vital importance of joint organization in order to combat the efforts of both the Arab Effendis and the Jewish bourgeoisie to incite hatred and promote discord, and to improve the lot of both Jewish and Arab workers. Ahavit Po'alim complained that the Histadrut not only remained closed to Arab workers but had done virtually nothing to help Arab workers organize themselves. Yet the new organization's insistence that Arab and Jewish workers in Palestine had completely compatible interests entangled it in some of the same contradictions which had long plagued Po'alet Zion Smol. For example, even as Ahavit Po'alim called on the Histadrut to admit Arab members and do more to foster joint organization, it was publicly protesting the British government's decision to restrict the immigration to Palestine of Jewish workers. The organization's first membership meeting adopted a resolution which recognized both the full right of the Arab working masses to free social and national development in Palestine and the right of unlimited Jewish immigration and Jewish social and national development. While this formulation seemed to recognize Arab national rights, its insistence on unlimited Jewish immigration inevitably infringed those rights, since such immigration would ultimately lead to a Jewish majority and the transformation of Palestine into a Jewish state. Yet without large-scale Jewish immigration the Zionist project lacked any prospect of success. 9 The ranks of those dissatisfied with the Histadrut's failure to initiate an active program of Arab work were further swelled as Hakibutz Ha'artzi Hashomer Hatza'ir, which I discussed at the end of Chapter 4, emerged in the Histadrut and the Yishuv as an increasingly significant force to Mapei's left and began to address itself to the question of joint organization. As I mentioned, Hakibutz Ha'artzi joined Po'alet Zion Smol in berating Mapei and the Histadrut it controlled for their inaction with regard. 183. To Arab workers in the cities and in calling for a much more serious commitment to joint organization. But the movement's leadership was divided over whether or not to join Ahavit Po'alim. Meir Ya'ari, Hakibutz Ha'artzi's preeminent leader, argued that the new organization was too far from the socialist Zionist mainstream, while Mapei now seemed to be taking a greater interest in joint organization. Leaders of the left wing of Hakibutz Ha'artzi argued that if Hashomer Hatza'ir got involved, Ahavit Po'alim could be taken out of Po'alet Zion Smol's control and developed into the nucleus of a broader movement to foster Arab-Jewish workers' cooperation and pressure the Histadrut into action. 10 The question soon became moot. However, in the middle of July 1930 Ahavit Po'alim was dissolved by the mandatory government, which was one never enthusiastic about initiatives to foster Arab-Jewish workers Solidar, ITY, and especially those sponsored by Po'alet Zion Smol, which was born in Jerusalem to a family that had moved from Izmir to Palestine in the 17th century. Trained as a teacher, he spent most of his life up to 1948 working in Hebrew language schools in Damascus and then in Palestine. His main claim to fame, however, is as an author. He was the first modern Hebrew writer whose stories and novels focused on the lives of Jews of Middle Eastern origin, though some of his romantic fiction featured Bedouin characters. After his stint at the Histadrut he returned to teaching, then worked for the Karen Hayeside, and after the establishment of the State of Israel served as a middle-level government official. 13 As the Histadrut's Arab secretary, Berla worked under the supervision of those few top leaders of the Histadrut who took an interest in Arab affairs. Among them was Yitzhak Ben-Tzvi, who, as we have already seen, had worked closely with the Jewish railway workers through the 1920s and had been very involved with the question of joint organization. Though preoccupied with his duties at the Viet Leumi, the nominal leadership body of the Yishuv whose chair he assumed in 1931, Ben-Tzvi participated sporadically in Histadrut leadership discussions on Arab affairs. Another leading Histadrut and Mappé official involved in this sphere was Dov Haas. Haas had arrived in Palestine in 1906 and held various senior labor Zionist movement leadership posts until his untimely death in an automobile accident. Yet another personality who at this time began to play an increasingly important role in the Histadrut's Arab activism, mainly in Haifa but also nationally, was a young man who adopted the Hebrew name Abba Hashi. Born in Galicia, Hashi came to Palestine in 1920 as a member of Hashomer Hatzair. After a stint on a kibbutz, he settled in Haifa in 1927 and worked his way up through the local Histadrut and Mappé hierarchy, assuming the powerful post of Secretary of the Haifa Workers' Council in 1931. His rather domineering and abrasive personality led many of his colleagues to find him difficult to work with. Hashi became very much the labor boss of a cosmopolitan port city, with a finger in even the most sordid of local pies. It was said, for example, that he was on good terms with members of Haifa's Jewish criminal underworld. Hashi's efforts to learn Arabic and organize Arab workers in Haifa, especially dock workers, were in keeping with his desire to be top dog in Haifa. After 19 years as chief of the Histadrut in Haifa, Hashi became the city's mayor in 1951, a post he retained until his death. The new Arab department's first and main preoccupation was funding. 185. The Histadrut's resources were limited, and because many of the organization's leaders were highly skeptical about, if not opposed to, efforts to organize Arab workers, the Arab department enjoyed a rather low priority, especially in periods of austerity when the budget allocation for Arab work was often reduced. The department was therefore always short of money and in search of additional funding, from the Palestine Zionist Executive and then from the new Jewish Agency, established in 1929 as a vehicle through which non-Zionist Jews could participate in the development of the Jewish national home in Palestine. 14 In their appeals to Zionist leaders for funding, Berla and his colleagues usually played on two themes. On the one hand, they argued that Arab and Jewish workers had common economic interests which could serve as a basis for building friendly relations. On the other hand, as Berla put it in January 1931, if we do not see what is coming and take the initiative, others will appear and organize the masses against us, in order to make us fail. And then, if the Arab people in their broad masses will be organized against us, our situation in Palestine will be 100 times more difficult than it is today. 15. As had been the case during the first phase of activity in the mid-1920s, the Histadrut's Arab activism was in this period virtually restricted to Haifa, where though desperately short of funds the Arab Workers' Club claimed a membership of 138 in February 1931. Almost all of these were skilled workers, mainly carpenters, stonecutters, and blacksmiths, most of whom were employed at the city's larger enterprises and earned from 15 to 40 piastres a day. The predominance of skilled workers was no accident. With the endorsement of Histadrut officials, Club Secretary Philip Hassoun deliberately sought to exclude unskilled workers or those without steady employment, for fear that the club might acquire the reputation of an employment agency through which Arab workers could find jobs in Jewish enterprises. In addition, the club served the Arab members of the Histadrut-affiliated International Union of Railway, Postal, and Telegraph Workers. Though most of the club's members possessed basic reading and writing skills, few could read books or even newspapers. The club provided language courses in Hebrew, English, and Arabic, made books and newspapers available, sponsored lectures and discussions, and had a football team and an exercise program. but probably most attractive to its members were the services it offered: access 1 to the Histadrut's Cup at Holem health clinics for the modest sum of 15 piastres a month, and a revolving loan fund whose initial capital had been provided by the Jewish Agency and by a Histadrut credit cooperative, and 186/ from which some 50 workers had borrowed sums ranging up to £P5 by February 1931.16, but the club's meager budget did not long suffice even for this level of service. Hassoun repeatedly complained to his superiors at Histadrut headquarters in Tel Aviv that the club's activities had to be cut back because the money had run out, while Berla was constantly beseeching the Jewish Agency for additional funds. At the same time, Berla had to allay the suspicions of conservative Jewish Agency officials that the Histadrut might be using Zionist funds to implant socialist ideas among Arab workers. In their appeals for funding and their discussions of Arab work, Histadrut officials never lost sight of the political implications of this sphere of activity, the possibility that organizing Arab workers would benefit the Zionist project by weakening Palestinian Arab nationalism. 17. THEDRIVERSSTRIKES. Even as the Histadrut's Arab department was trying to get its still relatively small-scale effort off the ground, Arabs and Jews were cooperating in an unprecedented display of militant and effective action in defense of their economic interests. In July 1931 and again in November, Arab and Jewish taxi, bus, and truck drivers launched joint strikes which paralyzed motor transport in Palestine. These were not really instances of worker solidarity. Most of the participants were not wage workers but petty proprietors, as a whole industry mobilized to demand redress of its grievances from the mandatory government. Nonetheless, these strikes attracted widespread public attention and sympathy, and for a moment seemed to underscore the possibility of Arab-Jewish cooperation in pursuit of common economic interests. Drivers of motorized vehicles constituted a new social category in Palestinian society. They and their vehicles transformed local travel and transport and embodied new modes of communication that linked even remote parts of the country. As elsewhere, drivers in Palestine acquired a certain reputation as independent loners, tough guys braving life's obstacles and the dangers of the road, and were incorporated as such into Arab popular culture. This self-image and social representation may have enhanced both the drivers' solidarity and the sympathy with which much of the public regarded them. Copyright motor transport had developed very quickly in Palestine during the late 1920s and early 1930s as the government built new roads and improved existing ones. 19 A substantial number of Arabs and Jews purchased 187 cars, buses, or trucks and went into business carrying passengers, freight, or both. The majority of these were individuals who owned and operated only a single vehicle, but a few Arab businessmen established larger companies which employed drivers to operate more or less regular taxi and one-bus lines linking Palestine cities, towns, and villages, along with buses for tourists and trucks to carry freight. Efforts had been made to reduce fierce competition among the Jewish owner-drivers by allocating fixed routes, and the Histadrut had through its cooperative center sought to establish a cooperative of Jewish drivers. But these initiatives were largely unsuccessful, and motor transport remained largely unregulated, even anarchic, with too many owners and drivers competing for too few passengers and too little freight. By 1930, all three categories of those who made a living from motor transport: owners who employed drivers for wages, those wage-earning drivers themselves, and those who owned and operated a single vehicle, had come to share a common set of grievances, largely directed at the government. The owners, drivers, and owner-drivers complained bitterly that gasoline prices, already kept high by the two companies which controlled the Palestinian market, were jacked up even more excessively by government taxes. A tin of gasoline, they claimed, cost 405 milliems in Palestine but only 240 to 260 milliems in Syria, Iraq, and Egypt. The government of Palestine also imposed an annual license fee of £PIOI2, while licenses were free in Egypt and Syria. Customs duties on tires were also very high, as were the fines for traffic violations which the drivers claimed were being unjustly and arbitrarily imposed on them. And as if the government were not satisfied with all these troubles and thinks that there is still some breath of life left in us that can suffer even more, declared a public statement issued in the name of the drivers and owners in June 1931, it enacted a new law called the Road Transport Act of 1929, inserting conditions and rules which will bring ruin to us and to our trade forever and will leave us no hope in life. 20. At the end of 1930, a group of Arab owners and drivers asked Hassan J. Sidkai al-Dajani, a handsome young lawyer from a prominent Palestinian Arab family, to present their demands for lower prices, taxes and fees, and relief from fines, to the petroleum companies and the government. When all these talks failed to yield results, discontent among both Arab and Jewish owners and drivers grew, and al-Dajani began to work closely with Shraga, director of the Histadrut's Cooperative Center, who claimed to speak for the Jewish drivers. By June 1931 there was 188 growing sentiment, especially among the more militant owner-drivers, for a strike of motor transport that would compel the mandatory government to meet their demands. On June 2, 1931, al-Dajani announced the formation of a strike committee composed of both Arabs and Jews and declared that a countrywide general strike of all motorized vehicles carrying passengers and freight would begin on July 1, to be accompanied by peaceful protest caravans of vehicles in Jerusalem, Jaffa, Tel Aviv, and Haifa. The goals of the strike were a 50% cut in the gasoline tax and in customs duties on tires, the abolition of license fees, and revision of the Road Transport Act. The strike committee appealed to owners of private automobiles to respect the strike as well, but promised to make vehicles available in each of the major cities to transport physicians in cases of medical emergency. In internal discussions, the Histadrut leadership opposed a strike for one fear that it might get out of control and result in violence, or take on geopolitical dimensions, in either case the security of Jewish settlements and the ability to get Jewish produce to market might be compromised. Some Histadrut officials professed to see the hand of the Arab nationalist movement or even the communists behind the drivers' militancy. Behind the scenes, the Histadrut pressed the Jewish owners and drivers to oppose the one strike, but it was unable to prevail. The Arab drivers were solidly for action and many of the Jewish drivers supported them. Unable to prevent the strike, but also fearful of the consequences of opposing it publicly and one thereby breaking with the Arab drivers, the Histadrut was reluctantly compelled to endorse the proposed action. 21 The Histadrut was not alone in regarding the drivers' militancy with unease. The Arab executive, the nominal leadership of the Arab national movement in Palestine, cannot have been too happy about the emergence of an active Arab-Jewish alliance of this sort. For one, it tended to blur the lines that divided Arab from Jew and undermine the claims and demands of Arab nationalism. Second, this was a movement directed squarely against the policies of the British administration in Palestine, and the Arab executive at this time still hoped that it could peacefully secure a change in British policy which would bring a quick and easy end to the Zionist project. Finally, the Arab executive was controlled by the dominant faction within the nationalist movement, led by the Husseini family and its allies, while Hassan Sidkai al-Dajani was the scion of a prominent family opposed to the Husseinis and usually aligned with their chief rival, the Nashashivi family. The Nashashivis were regarded as pro-British and sympathetic to Britain's client Abd Allah, the ruler of Transjordan, who /189 had long-standing ambitions in Palestine. It may well have appeared to the Husseinis that by organizing the drivers, their rivals for the leadership of the Arab community had acquired a new constituency of considerable economic and political importance. But like the Histadrut, the Arab Execu/Tiv could not afford to defy public and press opinion, which largely sympathized with the drivers. On June 29 it issued a statement signed by its president, Musa Kazim al-Husseini, which expressed support for the drivers and hoped that their grievances would be resolved without a strike. Interestingly, the statement made no reference to Arabs or Jews but spoke only of vehicle owners and drivers. 22. As it turned out, A last-minute concession by the government, a month's hiatus in the collection of license fees, caused the strike to be postponed. In the weeks that followed, the drivers formally organized one themselves into a Vehicle Owners and Drivers Association, with an elected executive committee comprised of equal numbers of Arabs and Jews and chaired by Al-Dajani, with Gorokhovsky as vice chair. The committee entered into negotiations with the government, which offered concessions that fell short of the drivers' demands. Though Al-Dajani was hesitant and Gorokhovsky strongly opposed a strike, the other members of the association's executive committee, under pressure from the rank and file, pushed for a renewal of the strike threat, and a new strike date was set for August 7. Government officials were divided over how to respond, some favoring concessions and others advocating a hard line. Among the hardliners, motives were mixed. The Director of Customs opposed any concessions that might reduce customs revenues, while the General Manager of the Palestine Railways seems to have hoped that a firm stand by the government would cause a prolonged strike, thereby enhancing the revenues of the ailing railways. 23 After urgent appeals from the Arab and Jewish chambers of commerce and the leaders of the Yishuv, anxious to avoid any disruption of motor transport, the government offered to appoint a committee which would investigate the drivers' and owners' demands and issue a report by the end of October. The Drivers and Owners Association accepted the offer, called off their open-ended strike, and organized a 24-hour stoppage in Karat stead. The strike came off peacefully and was deemed a success by the Histadrut had done after the lightermen's strike at the port of Haifa. Happily for the Histadrut, an Arab lighterman was on hand to deny this accusation, although as we have seen the allegation was in fact not entirely inaccurate. Taking the initiative, Hushi and Agassi sent 2 letters directly to the PAS, suggesting that either the PAS declare a strike, with the Histadrut's support, or that the 2 organizations meet and plan a strike together. There was no reply, and the refusal of the PAS to cooperate with the Histadrut made the latter look reasonable. However, the Histadrut was unable to take advantage of these circumstances, because just as the Arab building workers had contacted both the JPAS and the Histadrut to achieve their ends, they had also appealed for help to the British authorities, in the person of the local district Commis-Zionur, the chief British administrator in that part of Palestine. The commissioner rejected the workers' demand for an 8-hour day, insisting that Palestine was not like England or other European countries, but he did secure the agreement of Kayet and other contractors to reduce the workday by 1 hour, to 11.5 hours. Some of the building workers favored accepting this proposal, while others rejected it as inadequate. We do not know for certain how things ultimately turned out, but because there is no further evidence of unrest among this particular group of workers, it seems likely that most if not all of them ultimately accepted Kayet's offer or quietly found jobs elsewhere. 50 What we do know about this incident nonetheless tells us some important things about relations among Arab workers, the Histadrut, and the Palestine Arab Workers' Society. For one, it suggests it is not at all useful or accurate to characterize Arab workers who were not unaware of the Histadrut's Zionist commitments yet nonetheless chose to cooperate with the Histadrut and its emissaries as gullible dupes. As we will see in other cases as well, Arab workers possessed a capacity for agency, for making their own sense of complex situations, and for acting to further their interests as they saw them, though their perceptions and actions did not necessarily coincide with those of middle or upper-class nationalists. They were often willing, or more precisely compelled, to seek the help of any organization, institution, or individual that might help them in their grossly unequal battle with their employers, including even Zionists or officials of the colonial state, whose intervention they not infrequently sought when they thought it might be of some use. Hence the inadequacy of labeling such interactions simply as instances of manipulation or even collaboration, as if these terms were not embedded in a particular nationalist discourse and did not themselves require elucidation and contextualization. I will return to this issue later. This episode also helps us understand the PAS attitude toward the Histadrut more clearly. In Chapter 4 I showed that while the leaders of the Arab railway workers who constituted the core of the PAS were willing to work with the Histadrut as the representative of the Jewish railway workers, They adamantly rejected the right of the Histadrut to recruit or represent Arab railway workers. The case of the building work ERS demonstrates that the PAS applied the same principle in other SEC tours as well. Thus, in its efforts to recruit Arab workers in Haifa, the Palestine Labor League had always to contend with the hostility and rivalry of the PAS, which though small and weak was very much part of the local labor scene. Wherever the PLL developed ties with Arab workers and sought to represent them in a labor dispute, the PAS was sure to show up, denounce the PLL as Zionist, try to take charge of handling the dispute, and seek to recruit the workers involved. The workers themselves seem to have been aware of this rivalry and were sometimes able to take /205 advantage of it in ways that pleased neither the Histadrut nor the PAS. In its rivalry with the PAS, the PLL had some important advantages. Backed as it was by the Histadrut, whose achievements in winning higher wages for Jewish workers and building up a powerful network of economic, social, cultural, and political institutions and enterprises were plain to see, it seemed to offer Arab workers a stronger position from which to bargain with employers, useful connections, and access to a broad range of services. The PAS sought to counter these advantages by developing its own connections with non-worker personalities, particularly locally prominent lawyers, who could bargain on the workers' behalf from a position of relative equality and impunity. One of these lawyers was Hannah Asfer, who served as the PAS legal counselor for much of the 1930s and 1940s. Born in Shafaa Camr in 1902, Asfer attended schools in Palestine and Lebanon, held a clerical job at the Palestine Railways, and then served as a court translator in Haifa. He graduated from a local law school and opened his own office in Haifa in 1929.51. Later other lawyers, linked to different factions within the Palestinian Arab elite and nationalist movement, would develop ties with various segments of the fledgling Arab labor movement. The Histadrut frequently denounced these lawyers as self-interested and opportunistic outsiders, contrasting their role in some of the Arab unions with the purported independence of the Jewish unions, led by authentic workers. This depiction was not altogether inaccurate. Some of these outsiders, like Hassan Sidki al-Dajani in 1931 and Fakhri al-Nashashivi a few years later, did try to use the labor movement as a base from which to further their political ambitions. But from the standpoint of the rank-and-file Arab workers and the leaders of a weak Arab labor movement, they could often be quite useful allies, and the workers who ran the PAS may have seen themselves as using these lawyers and notables every bit as much as the latter were exploiting the workers. Moreover, the Histadrut's claim to be an independent labor movement interested only in benefiting the workers was belied by an easily observable fact. The PAS could and did point to the Histadrut's status as a central institution of the Zionist project, whose ultimate goal was the creation in Palestine of a Jewish majority and the country's transformation into a Jewish state. It also pointed out the obvious contradiction between the Histadrut's professed commitment to worker solidarity across national lines on the one hand, and on the other its unrelenting struggle for Hebrew labor, which often meant, or was taken to mean, displacing Arabs from their jobs. As the case of the building workers outlined above makes clear, at 206/. Attacking the Histadrut on these grounds was not automatically effective. Arab workers might choose to ignore the appeal of nationalism and work with the Histadrut, or even join the PLL, if they felt it was to their advantage. But the Zionist commitment of the Histadrut, and by extension the PLL, gave the PAS and later other Arab labor organizations a potent weapon. While its contacts with the building workers did not result in a sustained relationship, the PLL did in the summer and fall of 1932 develop ties with other groups of Arab workers in Haifa. The case of 7 Arab workers at a Haifa bakery is typical. These workers approached their employer to seek a reduction in their work week from 80 or 85 hours to 60, a wage increase, and free bread, as was the custom at other bakeries. When he refused, they turned to the PLL and joined its newly formed Union for Arab Workers Employed in European-Style Baker IES. Though the PLL cautioned them against hasty action, the owners' intransigence and abusiveness ultimately led the workers to strike. Hushey and Agassi saw this as a test case. In a letter to the Histadrut Executive Committee, they insisted that on this occasion, the first instance of an organized strike by Arab workers connected with it, the Histadrut must demonstrate its organizational power, the solidarity of its members, and its readiness to stand by the Arab worker and help him materially and morally. The Haifa Workers' Council provided the workers with strike pay and issued a Hebrew-language leaflet to publicize their cause. But the bakery owner brought in strike breakers, Haifa's German community supported him, and the strike ended in failure. When the workers could not find new jobs, the Haifa Workers' Council helped them organize a cooperative bakery. However, within a few months internal conflicts led to the transformation of the cooperative into a private business. The small PLL-affiliated Union of Bakery Workers survived this failure, but only barely. 52 In October 1932, the General Workers' Club in Haifa was reopened after half a year's hiatus. It was intended to serve as a meeting place and cultural center for the workers organized into trade unions under the AUSPSs of the PLL, and a framework within which individual workers not yet organized into unions could associate. In a report to the Histadrut leadership on activities among Arab workers in Haifa, the lack of an Arabic language organ which would carry and reinforce the PLL's message received special emphasis. There was, the report noted, a reading room at the club which featured Egyptian illustrated weeklies and the /27 Cairo Daily Alarum, but the Palestinian Arab press is out of the question, because it is likely only to poison the minds of the workers. 53. The PLL also established a cell among the workers of the vacuum oil company in Haifa and made contact with various groups of workers in Jaffa and Tel Aviv. Among the latter were drivers, mostly Greek Orthodox and Armenian, who had organized independently of Hassan Sidkai al-Dajani's organization. 54. The most important and best publicized struggle in which the PLL was involved in this period was at the quarry attached to the Nesher cement factory at Yagur on the outskirts of Haifa. As I discussed in Chapter 2, Nesher had been the site of a series of important struggles in 1924-25. At the factory itself, still Palestine's only producer of Portland cement, the principle of Hebrew labor was strictly observed, with the Jewish workers earning 30 to 35 piastres for an 8-hour workday. The quarry concession, however, was in the hands of a Palestinian Arab contractor, Musbah al-Shakafi, who employed only Arabs. By the early 1930s these were recruited mainly from villages in the area. The Histadrut had never been happy about the employment of Arabs at the quarry but had been unable to do much about it. The quarry workers received 8 to 12 piastres for a one-workday of 12 or 13 hours, low even by the miserable standard for unskilled manual labor in Palestine at the time. They lived in company-owned shacks at the worksite while their families remained behind in their home villages, and they were compelled to buy their groceries at inflated prices from a store owned by the contractor. At the end of September 1932 al-Shakafi announced a wage cut and some 150 quarry workers, pressed beyond the limits of endurance, went on strike. Their main demands were a 9-hour workday, a daily wage of 15 piastres, and the closing of the employer-owned store. The strikers immediately contacted the Nesher Yagur Workers' Council, which not only had never previously sought to organize the Arab quarry workers but in principle opposed their employment, and asked it to negotiate on their behalf. When al-Shakafi refused to make any concessions, local Histadrut officials, with the support of headquarters in Tel Aviv, organized picket lines, held daily meetings, and sent strikers to the villages from which they had come to spread word of the strike and warn off potential strike breakers. Though they believed that this was a strike which had to be won, Histadrut officials at Yagur confessed that it had caused confu. 208/ Zion among the Jewish workers in the factory itself. For some of the latter the quarry strike seemed a golden opportunity to introduce Jewish workers into the quarry, and it was not clear whether or not the Jewish factory workers would refuse to accept materials quarried by any strike breakers the contractor might bring in. To Histadrut officials' relief, however, Nesher's management kept to its previously arranged schedule and shut down the cement factory for the holidays just a few days after the quarry strike began, thereby avoiding conflict between the Arab and Jewish workers. The PAS responded to the Histadrut's involvement by sending representatives out from Haifa to ask the strikers to sever their connection with the Jewish organization, but they were unsuccessful. When the contractor sent one of his clerks to offer a small wage increase, he was set upon by the strikers and was spared a beating thanks only to the intervention of a Histadrut official. The strikers' large numbers, their solidarity, and the support they received from the Histadrut deterred al-Shaqafai from trying to bring in strike breakers, and after 18 days he was compelled to offer more substantial concessions to end the strike. The workday was reduced to 9 hours, the daily wage was raised to 12.5 piastres, with a further raise to 15 piastres promised after 3 months, and the workers would henceforth be free to spend their wages wherever they wished. Al-Shaqafai was also forced to negotiate with the workers' elected committee and to agree to the establishment of a committee composed of representatives of labor and management which would resolve future disputes. Out of the strike there emerged an organization of some 140 Nesher quarry workers allied with the Histadrut. 55 This victory proved short-lived, however. Al-Shaqafai had no intention of respecting the agreement he had been compelled to sign and quickly moved to regain the upper hand. In an effort to undermine the Histadrut's influence over his employees, he hired a large number of new workers and got them signed up as members of the PAS. It is not known whether PAS leaders were entirely happy to play this role, but they were certainly anxious to eliminate the PLL's base among the Nesher quarry workers. In the months that followed, al-Shaqafai favored the newly hired PAS members while harassing the veteran workers who belonged to the PLL. This campaign reached its high point in April 1933, when the 130 PLL-affiliated workers at Nesher returned to work after having spent a holiday in their home villages. They found that al-Shaqafai had replaced them. He offered to take them back on condition that they purchase the implements they needed for work with their own money and submit to a /209 medical examination at their own expense. When they refused, al-Shaqafai locked them out. Picket lines went up, but with the help of the police and the cooperation of the workers affiliated with the PAS, al-Shaqafai was able to keep the quarry operating. The Histadrut weighed in on the PLL's side by authorizing the 70 Jewish workers employed at a department of the cement factory connected with the quarry to refuse to handle materials supplied by workers they defined as strike breakers. In a statement defending their case published in Palestine, the Arab strikers denounced al-Shaqafai's many abuses and expressed their appreciation for the Jewish workers' solidarity. 56 Given the circumstances, the Histadrut's action was probably not motivated by solidarity alone. The struggle at Nesher now pitted those workers who belonged to the PLL against al-Shaqafai and the workers who supported the PAS. The influence of the PLL and the Histadrut at this large and important workplace was at stake, and it would not bode well for the Histadrut's reputation and its ability to organize Arab workers elsewhere if an Arab employer allied with the strongest Arab labor union succeeded in driving the PLL out. The struggle at Nesher dragged on inconclusively for some 6 weeks. For most of that period al-Shaqafai refused to negotiate, and for a time he even went into hiding in Nazareth in order to avoid pressure to begin talks. Nesher management initially denied that the strike was its affair, but ultimately it compelled al-Shaqafai to negotiate by threatening to cancel his contract for the quarry. The police seemed to have cooperated with al-Shaqafai by protecting the non-striking workers while harassing and arresting picketers and strike leaders. At one point the police even arrested Eliyahu Agassi after an informer swore that Agassi had given him a pistol. Fortunately for Agassi, he was able to provide a credible alibi and was released. At the beginning of May 1933 the Histadrut agreed to end the strike, with all outstanding issues to be referred for arbitration to a British official. The arbitrator ordered that the contractor restore almost all of the strikers to their jobs and later ruled in favor of the strikers on some of their economic demands, but he did not require al-Shaqafai to recognize the PLL as their bargaining agent. During the strike, the Histadrut leadership came under fire from both the Palestine Communist Party and Poalat Zion Smol. The former insist in leaflets that the Zionist Histadrut was once again betraying the Arab and Jewish workers alike and called for an independent strike committee which would lead a joint struggle to equalize Arab and Jewish wages. Poelet Zion Small publications complained that the Histadrut 210/ was not aggressive enough. Instead of focusing on improving the workers' wages and working conditions, it had given priority to the more modest goal of getting the locked-out workers reinstated. It seems clear that the Histadrut very much wanted to hold on to its base at the Nesher quarry, but its commitment there also seems to have had limits beyond which it hesitated to venture. In any event, the strike of April-May 1933 marked the beginning of the end of the PLL's influence at Nesher. Over the following months, harassment and firings by al-Shaqafai, who ignored most of the arbitrator's rulings, along with pressure from the PAS, destroyed the PLL's local base, and its organization of quarry workers disintegrated. 57 The PAS did not fare much better. In January 1936 it led a one-week strike of Nesher quarry workers against the same oppressive contractor, Musba al-Shaqafai, demanding that wages be raised to 16 piastres for an 8-hour day, that the system of heavy fines for infractions of work rules be abolished, that al-Shaqafai's harassment of the workers come to an end, and that the workers be allowed to live wherever they wished. This last demand reflected the workers' long-standing desire to live not in company-owned barracks but with their families, hitherto compelled to remain behind in their home villages. Al-Shaqafai signed an agreement with the PAS but as in the past failed to honor it. Another very brief strike therefore erupted in mid-February 1936, and then yet another at the end of that month, as the 325 quarry workers tried to force al-Shaqafai to pay what was in fact still a substandard wage of 16 piastres a day and grant some reduction in their 14-hour workday. This last strike dragged on until mid-March, but it too ended inconclusively. As I discuss in Chapter 6, the general strike that erupted in April 1936 would finally make possible the realization of the Histadrut's long-standing goal of achieving Hebrew labor at the Nesher quarry, just as it would at Haifa Harbor. 58. During this same period, the PLL also developed links with other groups of Arab workers in and around Haifa, including stevedores at the port and barrel makers at Shell Oil, as well as with workers in Acre and Nazareth. 59. These relationships were all short-lived, however, and neither the fledgling Harbor Workers Union nor the other workplace-based nuclei established in 1932 succeeded in transforming themselves into stable trade union organizations. In fact, the PLL was never really able to consolidate. 211. A stable base of support among Arab workers. Apart from a very small number of loyal members in various trades, its relationships with any specific group of workers never lasted for more than a few months before fading away. The sites at which it was active were always shifting, and whatever continuity the PLL possessed as an organization in Haifa was imparted by Eliyahu Agassi and Abba Hushi. As we have seen, the PLL's efforts in Haifa were often hindered or undermined by the PAS, which while only sporadically capable of taking the initiative nonetheless did its best to intervene wherever the PLL was active and keep its pro-Zionist rival away from the Arab workers whom it saw as its exclusive constituency. In this struggle, sometimes waged in temporary alliance with Arab employers, the PAS could make effective use of the argument that the Histadrut was really seeking to push Arab workers out of their jobs and replace them with Jews. Histadrut officials also blamed the Jewish communists for the PLL's lack of success, seeing them as traitors always on the lookout for opportunities to disseminate their anti-Zionist poison and mislead naive Arab workers. There is little doubt that the communists did seek to undermine the Histadrut's efforts to organize Arab workers, but the party's weakness, and the wariness with which most Arab workers regarded communism, suggest that the PLL's difficulties cannot really be accounted for by communist sabotage. 60 Another significant factor in the PLL's inability to consolidate a stable base was the character and circumstances of the Arab working class in Palestine at the time, which of course also hindered the organizing efforts of the PAS and other Arab unions. Many if not most of the workers with whom the PLL came into contact in 1932-33 were relatively recent recruits to the urban wage-earning workforce, peasants who found it difficult to support themselves and their families in their villages and were attracted to the rapidly growing towns by the availability of jobs there. They were largely illiterate or semi-literate, and many of them retained close ties with village life and the agrarian economy. At Haifa Harbor and at Neshur, for example, much of the work was seasonal, and in the slack season workers would usually return to their home villages. Because much of the urban labor force was unskilled, there was also high turnover, which made it very difficult to create stable organizations. Unskilled workers at some site who had developed a connection with the PLL might well move on after a few months, to be replaced by new workers who had no such ties. The abundance of cheap unskilled labor also made it easy for employers to dismiss troublesome workers. 212 Combat the growth of trade unions, and find strike breakers when necessary. Moreover, while these workers were often quick to go on strike, they were much less interested in paying dues, attending meetings, or submitting to organizational discipline. As for skilled workers, as the case of Kazai's Kayat in June 1932 showed, during good times when their skills were in demand they might find it to their advantage simply to leave an oppressive employer and hire on elsewhere rather than assume all the costs and risks of involvement with a trade union. But the PLL's lack of success is also attributable to the low priority assigned to organizing Arab workers by the Histadrut's leadership and one membership. The resources at the disposal of the PLL were minuscule. In effect, Agassi was the PLL, as the organization did not really exist outside, and the unfamiliarity with organization, high turnover, and vulnerability of the Arab workers it was seeking to reach, made it difficult to create a solid core of members, much less a cadre of Arab trade union organizers who could eventually work on their own. In numerous cases, Arab workers came to Agassi and Hushi after having already declared a strike, and Hushi was constantly scolding Arab strikers for what he saw as their impetuousness and their failure to prepare adequately before doing so. The Histadrut often found itself leading strikes under circumstances which did not allow much room for maneuver or much prospect of victory. But even when workers achieved some short-term gains from the Histadrut's intervention, an organizational connection with the PLL did not necessarily follow, and even when the PLL succeeded in organizing workers who approached it for help during a strike, the new PLL cell rarely lasted for long. The parties to Mapei's left were not hesitant about denouncing the Histadrut leadership for the PLL's rather poor showing. In March 1933 Poelatsa Jan Smol warned of the consequences of Mapei's failures. Thousands of Arab workers in the government sector, in the citrus groves, in construction and crafts, in the municipal and international SEC tour will rise up, emancipate themselves and organize despite all the obstacles. With us, if we bring them into our camp as equals, without us and against us, if we stand apart or become an obstacle to their organization. 61. While Omer Hatza'ir denounced Poelatsa Jan Smol's approach as a serious danger to the realization of proletarian Zionism, it too criticized Mapei's insistence on total Hebrew labor, its policy zigzags, its undemocratic domination of a bureaucratized Histadrut and its failure to pursue joint organization with the seriousness it deserved. 62 Not surprisingly, the PCP went much further in its denunciation of the Histadrut. After strangling strikes by Arab workers, the Histadrut's leaders are trying to channel a small number of Arab workers into a Histadrut organization. The purpose of the PLL, which has been resurrected in Haifa, as well as of the International Union of Railway Workers, is to organize a certain portion of Arab workers in an organization whose function is to provide the Histadrut's efforts at conquest and internationalist cover, and to divert the Arab worker from the path of establishing his own class organization in order to hitch him to the cart of chauvinism and Zionism. 63. The Histadrut leadership was accustomed to such attacks, which Mapei's domination of the Zionist labor movement allowed it to ignore for the most part. But the PLL's apparent inability to establish a durable base in Haifa, and especially its failure at Neshur, the most important struggle in which it had been engaged so far, led to a decline in its activity in that city, and the enthusiasm and sense of possibility which had characterized the PLL's work there in the summer of 1932 evaporated. By the spring of 1933 funds for Arab work were again virtually exhausted. Yehuda Berla had left his post as secretary of the Histadrut's Arab department, and by November Abahashi was reduced to threatening the Histadrut Executive Committee that he would terminate his efforts to organize Arab work ERS in Haifa unless the Histadrut provided adequate funding and gave some serious attention to this project. The rent on the Haifa club was by then 3 months in arrears and the landlord was about to shut it down. The Histadrut seems to have come through with some money and the /213 214/ARABW Orkers and the Histadrut Club remained open, but the PLL continued to stagnate through 1934, claiming no more than 200 members scattered among small workplaces in and around Haifa. 64. ARABWORKERSANDHEBREWLABORINTHEMOSHAVOT. As we will see, the PLL would soon strike roots in another urban center, Jaffa. But before that, a strike by Arab agricultural workers attracted widespread public attention and sparked an intense debate within the labor Zionist movement over Hebrew labor and policies toward Arab workers, especially agricultural workers. Early in June 1934, some 250 Arab work ERS in the citrus groves in and around the Mosheva of Nes Ziona, on the coastal plain west of Ramla, went on strike against both Arab and Jewish farmers to secure an increase in their wages from 12 to 17 piastres a day. Some of the strikers were Palestinians, but many were migrant laborers from Egypt and the Hauran, attracted to Palestine by the country's relative prosperity and higher wage levels. Poelat Zion small activists in the Mosheva immediately contacted the strikers and offered their support. Anxious to head off its rival on the left, the Histadrut leadership quickly dispatched Eliyahu Agassi and other Mappé loyalists to the scene to find out what was going on and take charge. The Nes Ziona strike, and a number of similar strikes that erupted at Petah Tikva and other Moshavot soon thereafter, confronted the Histadrut with a dilemma. That spring the Histadrut had launched a new round in its campaign to pressure Jewish farmers to employ only Jewish workers, focused on the citrus groves in and around Kfar Saba. This campaign in the countryside was later to be supplemented by a renewed effort to enforce Hebrew labor in the cities, especially in construction. The Histadrut justified this renewed offensive by claiming that the boom in citrus cultivation had brought many more Arab workers from Palestine, Egypt, and the Hauran into the sector, but it also had roots in political struggles between Mappé and its rivals within the Yishuv. The campaign was not, however, going very well. Despite picketing, harassment, and heavy political and moral pressure, the farmers were resisting the Histadrut's demand that they replace their Arab workers with Jews. Moreover, with easier and better paying urban jobs relatively plentiful, the Histadrut found it impossible to mobilize sufficient numbers of Jews to move to the Moshevot and replace Arabs in the citrus groves, even though Jewish workers earned up to twice as much as Arab workers. Asterisk in this context, Histadrut leaders feared that support for the Nessi/215 Yonah strike might imply recognition of the right of Arab workers to employment in the Jewish sector, which would undermine the struggle for Hebrew labor. However, open opposition to the strike and a move to displace the strikers would damage the Histadrut's reputation, bolster Mappé's opposition on the left, and strengthen the Arab nationalist movement, which made considerable political capital out of the Histadrut's Hebrew labor campaign. As a result, though the Histadrut Executive Committee decided to endorse the Nes Ziona strike, publish a leaflet supporting it, and contribute money for a strike fund, these decisions do not seem to have been implemented. This led Hashomer Hatzair and Poelat Zion small members to charge that Mappé, which controlled the Histadrut apparatus as well as the Nes Ziona Workers' Council, had once again failed to honor its promise to support a strike by Arab workers. The strike seems to have petered out in a rather disorganized manner after a week or so, with some of the workers winning a wage increase and returning to their jobs while others found work elsewhere. A number of the Arab workers at Ness Zayona subsequently formed their own organization which alternately approached the Histadrut and Arab labor organizations linked to the nationalist movement for support, suggesting once again that Arab workers were quite capable of maneuvering in their own perceived interest. 65 The wave of strikes in the Moshavit and its aftermath again put the question of the Histadrut's policy toward Arab agricultural workers on the organization's agenda. The question was extensively discussed when the Histadrut Council convened in August 1934. Dov Haas, speaking for the Histadrut's Mapei majority, defended his party's position on joint organization. We must, he argued, refrain from activity of a missionary character. It is very easy to excite groups of Arabs. In their excitement, lacking knowledge and experience, they are ready to rally to any flag and later to go over to another camp. In this regard the experience of the Ness Zayona strike is instructive. The Ness Zayona strikers came to an agreement with us. Then they published a letter in the Arab newspapers that they had broken with us. And then they came to us again and said that the letter was only politics. In the meantime a club linked with the Arab executive has been formed. Claiming that most of the strikers at Ness Zayona were migrant laborers from outside Palestine, Haas argued that such workers posed a threat not only to the struggle for Hebrew labor but to Palestinian Arab workers as well. He insisted that priority be given to the struggle for Hebrew labor. 216. Though he acknowledged the need to intensify the Histadrut's work among Arabs and proposed the creation of a permanent committee which would direct and develop the organization's activities in this sphere. 66 Omer Hatzair sought to distance itself from both Mapes to MAND for 100% Hebrew labor and Poelat Zion Smol's outright rejection of the struggle for Hebrew labor. It proposed that the Histadrut commit itself not only to preserving the jobs of the permanent Arab workers in the Moshavit, by which it meant workers originating from within Palestine who had worked for at least 2 years in one place, but also to organizing them, along with Arab workers in the cities. In its view the strikes in the Moshavit marked the beginning of a new period in which the organization of Arab workers would become even more essential for the long-term success of the labor Zionist enterprise. Poelat Zion Smol's delegates to the Histadrut Council ridiculed Omer Hatzair's formulaic attempt at a compromise on the question of Hebrew labor, arguing that it was impossible to impose an artificial distinction between permanent and temporary workers, organizing the former while trying to displace the latter and get Horonese expelled from the country. This party's leaders reiterated their call for a Histadrut which would be open to, and actively seek to recruit, all the workers in Palestine, including even the migrants from the Horon, and noted that if the Arab workers were inclining toward nationalism, they were only following Mapei's example. You want the Arab worker to understand why you are allowed to collaborate with the VA at LEUMI, but he is forbidden to collaborate with the Arab executive. Both Poelat Zion Smol and Omer Hatzair threatened that if the Histadrut did not take Arab work seriously, they themselves would take the initiative. It was in part to forestall this possibility that the resolution endorsed by the Council's Mapei majority declared that Arab work should be intensified under the guidance of a new Histadrut committee. The Council also insisted that only the Histadrut had the right to organize Arab workers, though it avoided any explicit commitment to the organization of Arab workers in the Moshavit. A month later, in September 1934, the Histadrut Executive Committee formally established a Committee on Arab Affairs to guide its work in this arena. Despite Omer Hatzair's objections, Poelat Zion Smol was excluded from participation, and only one member of Omer Hatzair was appointed. The others were all Mapei members: Dov Haas, Abba Hushi, David Hakohen, Natak Harpaz, and Reuven Zaslani, a newcomer to the sphere of activity to whom I will return shortly. In keeping with his movement's perspective, Rifton proposed an ambitious program to expand the Arab department's work, including the organization of permanent Arab agricultural workers in the Moshavit into the PLL. But his Mapei colleagues on the new committee opposed organizing those workers because, as Hakohen put it, in the Moshavit I am fighting for my life against the Arab worker, that is, to achieve Hebrew labor. It quickly became clear that the Histadrut's involvement with Arab workers was to have a strictly urban focus. 67. THEDOCKWORKERSOFJAFFA. By the time this new committee was formed, the PLL's main arena of activity had shifted from Haifa to Jaffa, where the PLL had previously had only limited contacts with Arab workers. This began to change when a group of workers employed at a Greek-owned leather factory near Jaffa approached the Histadrut for help, and Agassi began to come down from Haifa to work with them. These leather workers eventually went on strike with Histadrut support, but the employer brought in strike breakers and the strike was defeated. Some of the workers returned to their old jobs while others found work elsewhere. Among the latter was an Egyptian who had previously worked as a stevedore at Jaffa harbor and now returned there. Through him Agassi established contacts with Arab stevedores and lightermen at the port of Jaffa who welcomed his willingness to help them seek redress of their grievances. Jaffa's port remained important even after Haifa's new deep-water harbor opened in 1933, especially as an outlet for Palestine's booming citrus exports. The Arab stevedores and lightermen who worked there, employed through Arab labor contractors, were increasingly discontented and ripe for organization. Though paid a fixed daily wage, in the busy, citrus export season the stevedores might be compelled to work up to 18 hours a day. They were therefore interested not only in a higher daily wage but also in compensation for overtime. The lightermen received not a daily wage but a share of the receipts of the boat on which they worked, which gave the boat owner or contractor for whom they worked control over their income and plenty of opportunity to short-change them. They wanted some reform of the system to make their 218/ income more predictable and enhance their control over how much they worked and earned. Both groups were engaged in dangerous work and suffered numerous accidents for which they were only rarely compensated by the employers. At the same time, these workers, who were mostly Palestinians from Jaffa itself or from the towns and villages of the coastal plain and enjoyed some job security, saw their jobs and wages threatened by migrant workers coming from the Hauran who were attracted to Palestine by the country's relative prosperity and were taking over jobs at the port. The stevedores and lightermen hoped that by organizing themselves into a union they could protect their incomes from the downward pressure which the presence of these low-wage competitors posed and secure their jobs through enforcement of the principle of local preference in the allocation of work. It was not only Jaffa port workers who in this period perceived a threat from low-wage migrants. In Haifa the PA sent a petition to the government of Palestine protesting what it perceived as the flooding of the local labor market by Hauranese, who threatened the jobs and wages of Palestinian workers. 68 The Histadrut shared this goal of excluding non-Palestinian Arabs, because the exclusion of migrant workers would facilitate the struggle for Hebrew labor by keeping wages within Palestine relatively high. As I discuss it in relation to the debate over the Nes Tzionis strike, only Poelet Zion Smol advocated extending the principle of proletarian internationalism and joint organization to encompass even the Hauranese and Egyptians, and it did not carry much weight within the labor Zionist movement. Though Mappé and Hashomer Hatzair disagreed over whether Hebrew labor should be total or should exempt permanent Arab work ERS, the two parties agreed that Haurani and Egyptian migrant workers should be displaced, barred from entry into Palestine, and whenever possibly expelled. Mappé leaders generally insisted that the Arabs of Palestine did not constitute a distinct nationality entitled to self-determination but were members of a larger Arab nation, and that it would therefore not be terribly unjust if they had to live within a Jewish state or were even resettled outside Palestine. With respect to the labor market, however, the Histadrut found it expedient to stress the distinctiveness of Palestinian Arab identity and interests so as to keep out non-Jewish immigrants whose influx might hinder the realization of Zionist goals. In fact, the Histadrut tended to exaggerate the number of Hauranese and others infiltrating into Palestine, and it routinely declared Arabs employed at work sites targeted for the conquest of labor to be non-Palestinians so as to justify their displacement. 69 To attract the Jaffa stevedores and lightermen, the PLL opened a club near the port at which a Kupat Holim clinic operated. It also provided acquiring employers to compensate workers for work-related injuries, but one few Arab workers knew about the law or possessed the means to take advantage of it. The first cases in which Histadrut lawyers sued Arab employers on behalf of injured Arab stevedores made a strong impression on *7 Arab workers in Jaffa and enhanced the reputation of the PLL and the Histadrut there. By the fall of 1934 the PLL was claiming about 100 Jaffa stevedores as members of an affiliated union, and after lengthy negotiations some of the lightermen were also beginning to join. However, the fact that many port workers left Jaffa and returned to their home villages during the slack season made it difficult to sustain the Jaffa stevedores union. It had in effect to be re-established when the busy citrus export season began in the late fall. But for Histadrut officials the PLL's apparent success in organizing these workers made it possible to envision a situation in which, as one of them put it, we will be the rulers in the port of Jaffa and will be able to do great things there, both politically and economically. 70. Agassi began to visit Jaffa once a week to work with the lightermen and stevedores, while Histadrut leader Davhaz intervened on their behalf with the British officials who ran the port and sought support from dock/workers unions in Britain. During 1934 Agassi also developed ties with cigarette workers at the Maspero factory in Jaffa and with weavers in the J-town of Al-Maghdal, on the coast north of Gaza, today the exclusively Jewish city of Ashkelon in Israel. At that time Al-Maghdal was a major center of textile production. One correspondent called it the Lancashire of Palestine. About 1,000 men and 500 women were employed in numerous small workshops owned by some 60 Lumon-ers. In August 1933 some 800 of these workers had gone on strike for an increase in their piece rate that amounted to only one additional piastre a day. The male weavers seemed to have won their demand, though at the price of abandoning the female workers whose employers rejected any concession. 71 It was during this strike that these weavers first sought to make contact with the Histadrut, rumors of whose strength and influence had apparently reached even far off Al-Maghdal. A delegation was dispatched to Tel Aviv to seek the Histadrut's help but had ended up a stab. 219. 220 Lishing contacts with Poelat Zion Smol. Instead, it is possible that party activists conveyed to the weavers from Al-Maghdal that they were actually Histadrut officials. A year later, Agassi insisted on taking over these contacts and developing them on behalf of the Histadrut, which was as always nervous about Poelat Zion Smol's relations with Arab workers and determined to enforce the Histadrut's monopoly in this sphere. After a few visits to Al-Maghdal, Agassi and his colleagues decided that all they could offer was assistance in setting up a weavers' cooperative. Nothing came of this and contact with the Al-Maghdal weavers was eventually lost. As the pace of PLL activity in Jaffa quickened in the summer of 1934, the Histadrut hired another staff employee to coordinate its Arab department and work with Agassi. This was Reuven Zaslani, mentioned earlier as a member of the Histadrut's newly formed Arab Committee and perhaps better known under the name he would later adopt, Reuven Shiloah. He was born Reuven Zaslansky in Jerusalem in 1909, the son of a rabbi who was both Orthodox and Zionist, a rare combination in Jerusalem in those days. In his teens he broke with his father's orthodoxy, studied drama, and joined the Haganah, the Yeshuv's main paramilitary organization. In the late 1920s and early 1930s Zaslani was adopted into the labor Zionist elite, developing close personal ties with Yitzhak Ben-Tzvi, his wife Rahel Yanaid, and three of their younger protégés, Davhaz, whom we have already encountered as a top Histadrut leader, Moshe Shertok, who in 1933 would succeed the murdered Hayim Arlazorov as director of the Jewish Agency's political department and would later serve as Israel's foreign minister and prime minister, and one of the founders and top commanders of the Haganah. In 1928 Zaslani began to study at the Hebrew University, concentrating on what in Israel is often still called Mada'i Hamizrach Oriental Studies, including the Arabic language. But he remained active in the Haganah, placing his growing command of Arabic at the service of its fledgling intelligence branch. 72 Zaslani never finished his university degree. Instead, on the recommendation of Ben-Tzvi, who had just taken over as chair of the Vaad-Leumi following Mapei's victory in elections to the Yeshuv's Representative Assembly. Zaslani, not yet 22 years old, was sent to work. 221. As a teacher at a Jewish school in Baghdad. That at least was his cover, for while working as a teacher he also helped organize an underground Zionist youth movement and carried out propaganda and intelligence work for the Jewish Agency. In this latter capacity, under Shertok's supervision, Zaslani cultivated ties with prominent Iraqis, sought to win friends for Zionism in this key Arab country, and on at least one occasion exposed an Iraqi Jewish communist to the Iraqi authorities. Zaslani's sojourn in Iraq between the summer of 1931 and October 1932 was one of the earliest efforts to initiate Zionist intelligence and propaganda work in the Arab world. It was also in keeping with the dimension of the Histadrut's Arab work, to which I have not devoted much attention thus far. For in addition to organizing Arab workers under labor Zionist tutelage, Histadrut and other Zionist officials were also interested in influencing Arab public opinion both within Palestine and outside it. As early as 1930 Ben-Tzvi was speaking of committees which had been founded in Egypt and Syria to influence the local press, a goal which the Histadrut and Jewish Agency continued to pursue. A few years later, in 1934, the Jewish Agency covertly provided funding to establish the Cairo Obest d'Orient news service as a means of influencing Arab public opinion. Zaslani's mission to Baghdad was part of the same project. 73 Zaslani's effort to lay the foundations of a Zionist intelligence network in Arab countries outside Palestine was undertaken in cooperation with British intelligence. In fact, after his return from Baghdad, Zaslani, with the approval of his superiors at the Haganah and the Jewish Agency, went to work as translator and secretary to the British officer in charge of the Royal Air Force's intelligence branch in Palestine. Zaslani thus served as the link between British intelligence on the one hand and the Haganah and the Yeshuv's leadership on the other. In this period, despite sporadic tensions, Britain and the Zionist movement still saw each other as allies with common enemies: Arab nationalism in Palestine and elsewhere, and the communist movement, which was both anti-imperialist and anti-Zionist. Their intelligence agencies therefore sought to cooperate. It was apparently in the service of both these masters that Zaslani was again dispatched to Iraq in May 1934, ostensibly as a journalist employed by an English-language Palestinian newspaper. During this visit he traveled through Iraq's Kurdish regions. His main purpose seems to have been to survey Jewish communities in northern Iraq. But one may perhaps also discern in this trip another element which would later become a central pillar of Zionist and then Israeli. 222/ Regional strategy, support for and alliances with ethnic or religious minorities disaffected from or in conflict with Arab nationalist governments or forces, including the Kurds in Iraq, the southern Sudanese, and the Maronites in Lebanon. 74 In July 1934 the Iraqi authorities, suspicious of this peripatetic Jewish journalist from Palestine, expelled Zaslani from the country. Upon his return to Tel Aviv he was appointed coordinator of the Haganah's Arab intelligence activities. At the same time his mentor Dov Haas took him into the Histadrut apparatus as secretary of its Arab department. This is the context in which, in the summer of 1934, Zaslani began to work with Eliyahu Agassi in developing ties with the Arab stevedores and Light Erman in Jaffa and with other groups of Arab workers in the area. Zaslani's double life as labor organizer and intelligence operative is in a sense symptomatic of the contradiction at the heart of labor Zionism's policy and practice toward Arab workers in Palestine. As we will see, the contacts Zaslani and his colleagues established and the information they gathered through their day-to-day activities as labor organizers would prove of substantial benefit to the Zionist project, enhancing both the struggle for Hebrew labor and the Yeshuv's intelligence and military capacities. Zaslani's subsequent career was entirely in the field of intelligence. He continued to play a central role in the intelligence apparatuses of the Haganah and the Yeshuv, and after 1948, under his new Hebrew name Reuven Shiloah, he organized and for a number of years presided over the new State of Israel's complex of domestic and foreign intelligence and security agencies. he remained a central figure in Israeli intelligence, foreign policy, and security circles until his death in 1959. Tel Aviv University named its Center for Middle Eastern Studies in his honor, though Machon Shiloah was later incorporated into the university's Dayan Center. The PLL's successes in organizing Arab workers in Jaffa during 1934, especially the dock workers, alarmed Arab trade unionists and their non-worker nationalist allies and stimulated much more vigorous and effective efforts to counter the Histadrut. The summer of 1934 witnessed the emergence, initially under the patronage of a prominent politician, of a new Arab labor organization which became quite active in Jaffa. The politician was Fakhri al-Nashashivi, nephew and devoted assistant of Raghib al-Nashashivi, who had been mayor of Jerusalem since 1920 and led the Op. /223 position to the Husseinis and their allies within the Palestinian Arab elite. As noted earlier, despite occasional tactical resorts to ultranationalist rhetoric, the Nashashivis led the pro-British and pro-Hashemite segment one of that elite, while the Husseinis and their allies, led by Al-Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, took a stronger anti-British, anti-Zionist, and distinctly Palestinian stance. Both factions still believed, however, that they could block the Zionist project and achieve Palestine's independence through negotiations with the British. Relations between the two camps had recently deteriorated sharply. The Arab executive, on which all the leading Palestinian notable families were represented, had ceased to function altogether and would be formally dissolved in August 1934, opening the way for the creation of rival political parties, each linked to a particular family or faction. In the summer of 1934, moreover, Raghib al-Nas/Hashabi was running for re-election as mayor against Dr. Hussein al-Khalidi, who was backed by both the Mufti's camp and most Jerusalem Jews, who wanted to get al-Nashashivi out of office. It was in this context that Fakhri al-Nashashivi hit upon the idea of mobilizing local support by creating a labor organization in Jerusalem, where unlike Haifa, in which the PAS had long been established, the field was wide open. At the end of July 1934 he proclaimed the establishment of an Arab Workers' Society, with himself a president. The AWS was generally understood to be a creation of and vehicle for the Nashashivis, though it did Raghib little good. In September he was defeated for re-election. As the Nashashivis and their allies moved toward the creation of their own political organization, the National Defense Party, formally established that December with Hassan Sidqi al-Dajani as one of its secretaries, Fakhri al-Nashashivi seems to have seen in Arab workers a potential constituency which could be organized and mobilized for the benefit of his faction. In August 1934 Arab workers are unemployed. We asked the government to remove Jew/237 ish workers from Arab enterprises, but it took no interest in our just demand. So we went to the site and tried to expel the Jewish workers from jobs to which we have more right than anyone else, and the police arrested us. The strategy seems to have produced results. The government event on which all the major parties were represented, with Amin al-Husseini as its president. The general strike would continue for 6 months, until October 1936, making it one of the longest general strikes in history. It constituted the first stage of a countrywide Arab nationalist revolt against both British rule and Zionism, which would end only in the summer of 1939. The strike was accompanied by numerous attacks on Jews and Jewish property as well as on British installations, transport, communications, and personnel, carried out mainly by the numerous village-based guerrilla bands that sprang up in the countryside during the spring and summer of 1936 and gave the revolt an increasingly violent and openly insurrectional character. 1 Most segments of Palestine's urban Arab population participated in the general strike, with urban workers playing a key role. Hassan Sidqi al-Dajani's drivers' union paralyzed Arab motor transport and the Jaffa port workers shut down Jaffa harbor. To sustain the strike, the National Com. 240 Midis collected donations from wealthy Palestinians and from sympathizers in neighboring countries, and distributed strike pay to those idled by the strike, including the Jaffa dock workers. Except in Haifa, which as I will discuss later was something of a special case, the general strike destroyed most of what remained of the PLL's visible influence and made open PLL activity among Arab workers impossible. In this respect it is noteworthy that the Jaffa stevedores and lightermen, who at the end of 1934 had cooperated with the PLL and whose organization seemed about to place control of Jaffa port in the Histadrut's hand, were now at the forefront of the general strike. Arab trade unions which had previously cooperated with Jewish labor were quick to rally to the national cause. The 1936 May Day rally organized by the PAS in Haifa and consisting largely of railway workers sent a message to the High Commissioner denouncing the government for tolerating the Judaization of this Arab country, depriving the worker of his job and the peasant of his land. Rather defensively, the statement went on to declare that Zionist propaganda about cooperation between Arab and Jewish workers was a bald-faced lie of which we are innocent too. Despite the success of the general strike in many parts of Palestine, it was never total, and the nationalist movement's inability to make it so undermined its effectiveness. This failure can be attributed in part to specific local factors, such as the pro-Zionist and pro-British stance of Haifa Mayor Hassan Shukri and his local allies, who opposed the general strike, and later deep factional divisions within the Palestinian Arab leadership. But at least at certain sites, it is also attributable to the years of patient and persistent work which the Histadrut had invested in trying to introduce Jewish workers into economically and politically strategic workplaces which had once been almost exclusively Arab, a project to which the PLL's efforts in 1932-35 to organize Arab workers at those same workplaces certainly contributed. The footholds which the Histadrut had thereby gained in these workplaces greatly facilitated the British authorities' ability to block Arab nationalist efforts to spread the general strike and fully paralyze the country's economy. At the same time, forceful British military and police intervention now made it possible for the Histadrut to expand some of those footholds into more secure bastions of Hebrew labor. Events at the port of Haifa provide the most telling example. The local National Committee and the Arab nationalist leadership as a whole very much wanted to shut down Palestine's largest port. Some 100 of the 251 porters there did strike in late April, but unlike Jaffa, where all the port workers had quickly joined the strike, the great majority of the Arab labor contractors and port workers at Haifa remained at their jobs, despite offers of generous strike pay and intense pressure from the National Committee. Amin al-Husseini and other prominent nationalist leaders came to Haifa on several occasions and tried to persuade Cabd Allah Abu Zayd, the contractor who largely controlled the port labor force, to shut the harbor down. But Abu Zayd insisted that circumstances in Haifa were very different from those in Jaffa. In the latter city all the port workers were Arabs, but at Haifa port some 200 Jews were employed through labor contractors. The porters who had stopped work in April had quickly been replaced by Jews and Horanis, and the non-striking porters were lodged at the port itself under close official supervision. If his workers joined the strike, Abu Zayd argued, their jobs would immediately be taken over by the Jewish workers already at the port, by other Jews who would be brought in, and by Arab migrant laborers from the Horan, whereupon Haifa harbor would be forever lost to the Arabs of Palestine. This was certainly not Abu Zayd's only consideration, however, he had long-standing personal and business links with Jews, especially local Histadrut officials, and there is evidence that the Jewish agency was secretly disbursing considerable sums to him to public order, enhance the Zionist movement's power, and cost the government money by driving up its wage bill and the cost of public works/contracts. Now, however, the Arab revolt created circumstances in which the government had a strong political and security interest in backing the Histadrut's drive for Hebrew labor, in order to keep vital enterprises functioning and weaken the nationalist revolt. At Haifa the British authorities and the Zionist movement had a clear common interest in breaking the August strike, and they succeeded in doing so through a combination of military force and highly motivated strike breakers. At the Nesher quarry, too, the general strike and the government's interest in breaking it made it possible for the Histadrut to realize an old dream, the of Jewish workers. As I discussed in Chapter 5, In March 1936 the quarry workers at Nesher, now represented exclusively by the PAS, had concluded the last of several unsuccessful strikes against the quarry operator, the same notorious Musbah al-Shaqafai who over the previous years had routinely signed agreements and then promptly broken them. When the general strike began in April, nationalist threats on his life prompted al-Shaqafai to flee to Lebanon. The quarry workers joined the strike and nearby villages became hotbeds of nationalist activity. The British authorities and the Zionist movement shared a common interest in breaking the strike at Nesher, as Moshe Shertok, director of the Jewish Agency's political department, put it, if the strike at the quarry went on and the cement plant it supplied had to shut down for lack of raw materials, the Arab leaders would be in a position to boast that they had succeeded in paralysing the largest Jewish factory in the country, and this would greatly strengthen their standing in the Arab public. 5. Nesher's management was also finally convinced that production and discipline could be restored only if Jews took over at least part of the work at the quarry, and therefore acceded to a long-standing Histadrut demand by cancelling al-Shaqafai's contract and transferring the quarry concession to the Histadrut's contracting office, directed by David H. A. Cohen. Hakohen and his colleagues feared that the Arab quarry workers would violently resist the employment of Jews. They therefore planned their moves in close consultation with British officials, who welcomed this effort to undermine the general strike, start up the quarry, discipline an apparently pro-nationalist workforce, and reassert the government's authority in a largely hostile area. Hakohen also consulted with Sami Taha, secretary of the PAS, which represented most of the quarry workers. Taha was willing to cooperate with Hakohen, apparently because he wanted to preserve at least some of his members' jobs, and perhaps also because he was politically aligned with the anti-Husseini faction within the national movement. On May 4, 1936, Hakohen, accompanied by Taha and police officials, brought some 50 Jewish workers, members of nearby kibbutz Yagur, to the quarry. After receiving Hakohen's promise that their jobs would be secure and their wages increased, the Arab workers there accepted the of Jews without resistance. The PA's influence at the quarry was soon eliminated and the Arab workers were recruited into the PLL, with the approval of Solel Bona, which had been re-established in 1935. This made the Jewish quarry workers unhappy, because they feared that PLL membership would ensure that Arab workers could keep jobs Jewish workers might eventually want. Over the following years, as the quarry shifted to more intensive methods of production, the workforce shrank and became more Jewish. By 1939 it comprised 60 Jews and 50 Arabs, with the former earning base pay of 37 piastres a day and the latter 16 piastres. Eventually the Nesher factory and quarry were sold to a new company owned jointly by the Histadrut and a group of Jewish cement dealers. 6 The revolt also allowed the Histadrut to achieve victory in its battle to impose Hebrew labor at the Magdal Yaba quarry, where 244/the Arab revolt and labor Zionism. The Arab revolt and labor Zionism. 245. As I discussed in Chapter 5, earlier efforts, in 1934 and again in April 1936, had been thwarted by the Arab workers' vigorous resistance. As at Haifa Harbor and Nesher, it was official British support that made the difference this time around. At the end of 1936, at the Histadrut's insistence, all the Arab workers at Magdal Yaba were fired and Jewish workers brought in. As they had done twice before, the displaced Arab workers mounted a strong protest, but this time the British authorities stood squarely behind the Histadrut and a large contingent of police and numerous arrests broke Arab resistance. This defeat, which meant the loss of some 400 jobs, left a legacy of bitterness. It is not surprising, an Arab observer wrote the following year, that villagers from this neighborhood participated in the derailment of a train near Ras El An station on October 14, 1937. Came from villages which had had personal experience of what Zionists mean by the conquest of labor. 7. Yet the Histadrut's success at Magdal Yaba was only temporary. During the war Jewish workers left for better jobs elsewhere, and by war's end the quarry workforce was again at least partially Arab, prompting yet another effort to impose Hebrew labor in 1947. Something similar happened in the citrus groves of the Moshavit. During the strike nearly all Arab workers stayed away and their places were taken by Jewish workers mobilized and dispatched by the Histadrut. Once the strike ended, however, Arab workers returned and recaptured much of the ground they had lost. The tide turned again in the summer and fall of 1938, when the revolt reached its height and Jewish workers once again monopolized employment in Jewish-owned groves. However, after the revolt was suppressed in the summer of 1939, and especially once the war began and better jobs became available elsewhere, Jews abandoned the Moshavit en masse and Arab workers resumed their role in the Jewish citrus sector. Thereafter the issue was largely shelved until 1948, after which the flight or expulsion of most of the Arabs who lived within the part of Palestine that became Israel solved the problem. That solution would of course prove temporary as well. After 1967 the labor force in Israel's citrus groves would come to consist largely of Palestinian workers from Gaza. 8 To win the sympathy of British officials and secure more jobs for Jews, Zionist leaders did their best to highlight the key role Jewish workers had played in weakening the general strike. In his December 1936 testimony before the Royal Commission appointed to investigate the causes of the disturbances in Palestine and headed by Lord Peel, Moshe Shertok asserted that 246 The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism. This is a country of two races and it is a very important question to make the public services proof against racial unrest. Yes, against dislocation in the event of racial trouble, and in this respect the experience of the last disturbances which were based on a racial strike, has taught us a good lesson. We have found that where the service was exclusively in Arab hands, as in the port of Jaffa, the service was paralyzed completely, and that contributed to the spread of the strike and disorders, but the two remained organically connected and the strengthening of the one led to the spread of the other. Where Jews were present the service remained intact, and we submit that it is, therefore, essential, as a matter of policy, that the racial composition of the population should be reflected in the personnel of the state services in this country. By way of example, Shertok told the Commission that when in August a strike had erupted at Haifa port, Jewish labor stepped in and the strike was nipped in the bud, because Jewish labor was able to maintain the lighterage and stevedoring services. They were there and could do it. In Jaffa they were not there and could not do it. 9. THEPLLDURINGTHEREVOLT. The ability of the PLL to mobilize Arab strike breakers for work at Haifa harbor in August 1936 was less a sign of its strength in that city than of the desperate plight of unemployed Arab workers there. At a meeting of MAPE's Central Committee in January 1937, Agassi told his colleagues that since 1932 the PLL had been in contact with some 2,500 Arab workers, issued 1,100 membership cards, organized 13 trade unions, and led several strikes. Now, Agassi said, there were no more than 15 Arab workers still completely loyal to the PLL and in close contact with it in Haifa and Jaffa combined, and another 50 or 60 on its periphery, while all the trade unions the PLL had sponsored were defunct. Its club in Haifa remained open, however, thanks in part to the continuing loyalty of one Mahmoud Abu Dabbas, whose local reputation as a tough guy offered some protection to the handful of Arabs publicly identified with the PLL. 10 That the PLL continued to exist at all testifies to the relative weakness of the Arab nationalist movement in Haifa, as well as to the years of patient and persistent work which Eliyahu Agassi had invested in developing good relations with Arab workers in the city. But something else brought Arab workers to the PLL as well, even in this period: the organization's reputation as a source of jobs for Arab workers, for whom the revolt had brought increased unemployment. Agassi's notebooks from 1936 and 1937 record numerous instances in which Arab workers from the Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism /247 Haifa and from villages near and far approached him during his travels or / appeared at the Haifa club and asked to join the organization, in the conviction that membership brought with it secure and well-paid employment at some Jewish enterprise. 11 As a rule, Agassi turned individual applicants away, holding to the JPLL's policy of accepting only groups of workers employed at the same J workplace. But the PLL did in fact come to function as an employment agency during the revolt years, supplying Arab workers deemed reliable from a security and political standpoint to the Histadrut's contracting office for various public works projects in Haifa and to the Evenvasid Quarry and Lime Kiln, still jointly owned by the Histadrut and Haifa businessman Tahir Karaman, which experienced only a few strike days during 1936.12, employing Arab workers who were also PLL members sometimes entangled the Histadrut in problems, however. In 1937, for example, Solel Bona won a tender for the construction of a new government hospital in Haifa. Since the contract specified that 50% of the wage bill should go to Arabs, the Histadrut turned to an Arab labor contractor and required that his workers be members of the PLL. The contractor recruited workers from the countryside and from outside Palestine and compelled them to join the PLL. However, the relationship between Solel Bona and this labor contractor soon deteriorated, his contract was cancelled, and his workers were dismissed, putting the Histadrut and PLL in an embarrassing position when the fired workers asked, apparently in vain, for the return of their PLL membership dues. The hospital project also aroused considerable public controversy. Arab unionists denounced the awarding of the contract to Solel Bona, charged that Arab labor was not receiving its fair share of the wage bill, and complained that skilled Arab workers were not receiving the same pay as their Jewish counterparts. 13 Wage differentials between Jewish and Arab workers, even workers with special skills, remained large and continued to be a source of irritation to Arab workers and unionists. A study published in 1938 by the Economic Research Institute of the Jewish Agency found large gaps between Arab and Jewish wages. For example, in 1936-37 Jewish carpenters averaged 37 piastres a day, while Arab carpenters earned 27 piastres. For turners the figures were 39 and 35 piastres, respectively, for bricklayers 54 and 43, for plasterers 53 and 33, for floor tilers 54 and 38. Some of the differential may have resulted from differences in skill levels and productivity, but this was certainly not true in all cases. The Jewish Agency study also found that the wages earned by some skilled Arab workers, in 248 The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism. The building trades, for example, and perhaps even by unskilled workers, were often higher than wages in surrounding Arab countries or even in some of the poorer and less developed countries of Europe. In this sense, the Zionist argument that the influx of Jewish immigrants and capital had helped to raise wage rates in Palestine was not groundless. But the comparison which Arab workers in Palestine deemed important was not with even more impoverished Egyptian or Hauranese workers but with local Jewish workers who were being paid more for performing the same jobs and whose organization, the Histadrut, also seemed to covet the Arabs' jobs. 14 In addition to supplying labor, the PLL contributed to the Yeshuv's struggle against the Arab revolt in other ways. Money provided by the Jewish Agency was secretly passed on to Arab port workers and labor contractors to keep Haifa harbor open, and Shmuel Elafia, a Damascus-born Jew who had replaced Agassi as PLL organizer in Haifa when the latter began to spend most of his time in Tel Aviv and Jaffa, paid off Arab taxi drivers there to keep them from joining the general strike. 15 The first boats for the new Jewish port at Tel Aviv were bought from Arabs in Haifa through PLL contacts. The PLL was also an important source of intelligence for the Haganah and the Jewish authorities. Reuven Zaslani had left his job at the Histadrut's Arab department just before the general strike began and gone to work in the Jewish Agency's political department, assigned the task of setting up an effective countrywide intelligence network. He also continued to serve as the go-between linking Zionist and British intelligence. But he attended meetings of the Histadrut's Arab Committee at least through the end of 1936, and in 1938 he was still receiving copies of the Arab Department's reports on its activities. Even after Zaslani moved on to bigger and better things, the Histadrut's involvement with Arab workers continued to have an important intelligence and security dimension. Agassi and Alafia regularly passed on information they received from their Arab contacts about conditions in various Arab towns and villages and the doings of specific individuals and organizations. George Nasser seems to have done the same. Histadrut J files contain numerous letters which he sent to his mentor Moshe Arami and other Poelet Zion Small leaders reporting in broken Hebrew on the situation in Jaffa during the general strike. So complete was Nasser's identification with his Jewish friends that he could in his letters unself-consciously report what the Arabs were up to, as if he were not an Arab himself. 16. The Arab Revolt and Labor Zionism /249. Agassi and Alafia also used their knowledge of Arabic, still a rather rare commodity in the Yishuv, to conduct anti-nationalist propaganda. During 1936 the PLL issued its own leaflets denouncing the strike and also distributed others prepared by the Jewish Agency's Arab Department. 17 The PLL also paid Abd al-Rahman Uthman al-Husseini, a Syrian from Damascus who had recently retired from his post as a Syrian government clerk and settled in Haifa, to write a pamphlet espousing the author's blend of socialist and pacifist principles and then distributed it. Given the context, al-Husseini's pamphlet could only be understood as a denunciation of the revolt. Al-Husseini initially insisted on keeping his connection with the PLL secret, but he was quite willing to work as a Zionist agent of influence. In 1937 the PLL sent him to the village of Wadi Arad to follow up on a friendly letter which a village resident had written to the PLL, in the hope that this contact could be developed into a PLL branch. This initiative had a clear security dimension. Wadi Kara, situated in the long narrow valley which connected the coastal plain with the Jezreel Valley, was of considerable strategic importance. More generally, the Histadrut hoped that by establishing links with villages through the PLL, it could combat Arab nationalist influence in the countryside and capitalize on resentment of the Arab Higher Committee's ineffective leadership and weariness with the revolt. The moment seemed auspicious for initiatives of this kind. During the spring and summer of 1937 the revolt was more or less on hold as the Peel Commission investigated the situation in Palestine and considered its future. The PLL was able to outfit the Wadi Ara Club with a radio and reading material, and it maintained regular contacts with sympathizers in the two villages through 193. 7.18 Later in 1937 the PLL's relationship with al-Husseini deepened when it secretly hired him to organize a network of pro-Zionist intellectuals and clubs in various towns and villages and rented an office for him, at a total cost of some £25, a sum whose size reflected the political importance of this project in the eyes of Histadrut and Jewish agency officials. British security officials got wind of the plan, however, invited al-Husseini in for a talk, and tried to induce him to work for them as an informer who would infiltrate one of the Arab nationalist parties. This rather diminished al-Husseini's utility to the Histadrut, but he was nonetheless able to perform various services for his new friends. Among other things, he was the anonymous author of Kashf al-Kinuk, a pamphlet.